Resume the district plan hearing. It's day 4. Is it Ms. Newman?
Yes.
So welcome to our happy gathering, Ms. Newman, representing the Outback Historical Society.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Joanna Newman and convener of Mount Victoria Historical Society. Oh, do I turn this on?
Yes, just press it. If it's showing green, you're
Yes,
away laughing.
Right, okay. So in case you didn't hear, I'm Joanna Newman, convener of Mount Victoria Historical Society. We have been established since 1996, researching and sharing the history of Mount Victoria. So we can probably say that we know about as much on the suburb as anybody in Wellington, possibly with the exception of Michael Kelly, who wrote the Council's heritage study on Mount Victoria. But in my presentation this morning, I'm going to focus on 4 key areas. Probably the biggest one at issue here is the extent of the character precincts. We firmly believe that this should be based on evidence, and we also think there is plenty of evidence for the council to use, commissioned by them themselves, in addition to some from Heritage New Zealand. We don't feel that this evidence should be overridden by political or other considerations. As a minimum, we are asking for the additional 104 properties that we put on our list to be included in character precincts. And I emphasise that that is as a minimum. And I'd like to say thank you to you for requesting from the council a map showing how those properties are distributed, the ones we've requested. I'm sure that was very helpful to you, and it's been helpful to others. Could I suggest that you request the same for other suburbs which have provided lists to the council, because it is so useful. The other thing is that council acknowledges that plan provides more capacity for housing than is needed. So we think that there is good reason to use qualifying matters to cover more of Mount Victoria. So I'll take you through now some examples of what Wellington stands to lose through this reduction in character protection for Mount Victoria. Because it's not just the residents of Mount Victoria, it is Wellington, because it's such a significant part of its history and part of its landscape. So that's just a general introductory one, but I'll focus on one street here. This is Patterson Street, which has been excluded. And here we see every house on the street front, including the corner of Brougham Street. So you go from the corner up through to number 11. I'll just highlight there for you number 7, because we will come back to that in a minute. And then further up the street, we have 17, 19, and then the corner of Patterson and Austin, which faces into Patterson Street. They are all the original houses except for 19, which was moved there, but is on the council's heritage inventory list. The only other houses missing, they have not been replaced with anything, were removed by NZTA some time ago. I've heard that there's an argument, well, one of the criteria for the council in deciding its character precincts was that it should not include just one side of a street. To me, this is a pretty spurious argument, because this is a street which only has one side. And it's the southern end of Mount Victoria and very visible to the public. Also, on the current proposed map of character areas, there are still areas which have just one side of the street included in a character precinct, or one side of part of the street. And certainly on the earlier map, there were many areas where they had just one side of the street. So I'm not sure when this criteria started to be applied, but until the revised character precincts, it was clearly not a very strong one. So one of the buildings which is marked, or the only one which is marked neutral on the street, was built in 1869. So it's one of the oldest big houses in Wellington. It was the house of Waring Taylor, after whom the street's named, and the home of the Archbishop, the Roman Catholic Archbishop, for many years. Under the corrugated iron, there are still the original shingles. Inside, the original servants' stairs, which are the ones in the middle, and the grand staircase. Downstairs, there are the reception rooms in almost their original shape. There are still pressed tin ceilings and walls, and a number of other original features. Admittedly, it has on the front the boys' home, which the Catholics built, which may be why, if one looked at the street, one would consider it was neutral. But this house was never meant to face the street. It was built before the street was constructed, and all the others were put there. And in my submission, I mentioned that I have a bit of a problem with the idea that the streetscape should be consistent. And this is constantly emphasised in the council's criteria, because that is not the point of the heritage of Mount Victoria. You have a lot of small workers' cottages beside larger houses, and then you have this historically significant one which faced the north, faced the other way. So some other concentrations of historic housing to be lost, which I'll just quickly go through. Hawker Street. So that's a view of Hawker Street, which is not included in the character precinct. And of course, we have Lippman Street and the corner of Marshbank. So Lippman and this corner on Marshbank Street are on the route which council signage directs visitors to take to the lookout. So from Courtney Place. So we know that visitors value the Victorian Edwardian housing of Mount Victoria. It's a very high profile and quite stunning corner. So if there's not protection here, then I think we face a great loss. The next one is the corner of Port and Stafford Streets. This is just one side of one end of Stafford Street. But again, you know, it is more about more than just the profile of the housing. So we have compiled a story of Stafford Street, which goes through a lot of the social and other history of the people who've lived there, and why the houses are more than just a peaked roof and a certain size frontage. This next view, going across the middle, I don't have a pointer so I can't show you, but going across the middle of that yellow oval is Earl's Terrace, which is another one which we have asked to be included in a character precinct. And behind it, it's sort of top right of the oval, almost touching its edge, is the bottom of Stafford Street, and below Hawker Street. To the left is Bogle Street, our houses on Bogle Street, which are included in a character precinct. But the other thing that this shows you is how the houses are stacked up on the hill and how each street in that is an integral part of the character. This view shows a view up to Earl's Terrace. The small house in the middle of that gap, the lower one, is on Earl's Terrace, and so is the larger one to the left and a little closer. Then you look up to Bogle Street, which is in the character precinct. So again, the stacking of houses up the hill and the importance of that for the streetscape and the character of Mount Victoria it's all at risk. And here is another concentration of historic housing which stands to be lost. This is Lower Ellis Street. These are all the original houses, and Michael Kelly, in his council heritage study of Mount Victoria, said that this is an important area to be retained. So this leads on to the point about transition areas. We believe it's really important for there to be a buffer between the character precincts for the Mount Victoria townscape and any 21, 28.5 metre zoned areas. If we don't do that, they will be devalued. No one will want to live there. And they're ultimately, we believe, at risk of destruction. Moya Street is a particularly, dare I say it, egregious, the word of the day, example of this, because at the north end, it's allowed for 10 stories or more, so that's the sun on the north end. On the west, behind those houses in the top picture, 10 stories plus, 28.5, and then on the other leg of Moya Street, 6-storey houses enabled. So Moya Street, which is not just character precinct, it's also proposed to be a heritage area, is due to be surrounded by very high stories, completely blocking its sunshine, except for the morning once it gets over the hill. This also leads into this issue of the suburb boundaries and city centre zoning. We believe that the lower end of Mount Victoria should not be zoned city centre and for 10 stories at least. There's a very clear boundary or delineation from the city geographically with Kent and Cambridge Terrace. Historically, because it is one of the oldest residential suburbs in the city, and also officially because it's gazetted by the New Zealand Geographic Board as a suburb, and the board is very clear about the importance of suburb identity, and of course it's designated as suburb by Wellington City Council. It has a very strong local suburb identity and community. And if we wall it off with 10 stories, we really do risk destroying part of Wellington's unique identity. So again, some of the areas most affected by this city centre zoning of southern Mount Victoria are Moya Street. Also, Littman Levy and Marshbanks, and part of Levy really, but particularly Littman in the corner of Marshbanks. And Ellis Street, which will have 10 stories at the bottom end, western end. So the final point that I want to cover today is demolition restrictions. So we think that another point should be added to the criteria on demolition criteria, and I won't read them because you've got them in front of you, but we also support Historic Places Wellington option for that, or a combination of the two. We also support Historic Places Wellington's rewording of the restrictions on demolition to tighten those so that buildings have to be really unlivable before they're destroyed, of allowed demolition. But of course, this does require some action from the council, or we have a situation where this house, for instance, was not granted a demolition consent, so they just make sure that it absolutely, totally is going to be unlivable. To sum up, you know, once it's gone, it's gone. Internationally, nationally, and locally, Mount Victoria is an iconic part of the character of our city. And it seems to us that it is not worth it, as my father might have said, spoiling the ship for a halfpenny worth of tar. And we should protect this iconic part of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newman. Commissioner Lutz, do you have any questions? Sorry.
Morning, Ms. Newman. Can you just go back one slide for me, please?
That one? Yes.
Now, we just heard from you that the demolition rules need some addition in terms of preventing demolition by neglect. In your to your knowledge, has that been part of the operative district plan so far? Was there
There was a presumption against demolition of pre-1930 buildings. Yeah.
This one obviously has been let go over the last 12 years. So could we assume that that presumption hadn't worked?
Well, it worked better in the past, I think. In recent years, it hasn't worked so well. But I think it's a side issue to be picked up with the council that if these places are part of a character precinct, then they need to monitor that places are maintained. And there are provisions for that, I believe, in the design guides.
Would you have any inkling on why it has worked better in the past than over the last few years?
I think there was a real belief in the demolition protocol. It was worked on with the communities, as you know, Thorndon and Mount Victoria, as well as the council. And it had much stronger rules. It had rules as opposed to guidance, which is proposed for the new plan.
Yeah, and this is why you are seeking to have a rule back in there again, yes, to make sure that this is not happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've taken us through some very interesting areas.
Before you go there, Commissioner, can I just ask Ms. Newman, what can the district plan do to stop what you have what you've illustrated.
I agree with you that the district plan can't, but if there are stronger rules in the district plan, I expect we could apply some pressure to the council to do some monitoring and make sure that it follows up on cases like this.
But ultimately, what power does the council have to require somebody to maintain their house for the benefit of the streetscape?
We have dealt with a few issues like this, and it comes down to safety. That is where the council does have power. And because places like this, I've had two near me in the past. One was presumably both were at high risk of arson, but at one stage we had an arsonist going around Mount Victoria, and empty buildings I consider very, very high risk of arson. Another one had people camping in it. So I think those are all, and long grass around it, a wooden building. And so action was successfully taken on both of those cases to push for more to be done to keep them safe.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Commissioner, I interrupted.
That's right. Yeah, going back to the examples that you have shown us, first of all, those areas that you have shown, just for clarification, they are currently not
That's right.
covered?
Yeah.
Have they ever been covered before?
The whole of Mount Victoria was covered by the pre-1930s character overlay. The whole of Mount.
The whole of Mount Victoria, okay.
And that pre-1930s demolition rule.
And
in fact, it was the entirety of the inner residential zone, presumably, that was covered by the
Yes.
1930s rule.
Yes.
Yes, which includes Mount Victoria.
Yeah. No. I think the suburbs had separate, and Thorndon and Mount Victoria were covered initially, and I'm not sure when, but it was recently extended to parts of Tiara.
I thought we'd heard yesterday from the officer that the 1930s rule applied to all of the inner residential zone in the operative plan.
Maybe it does. I'm sorry, I'm not clear.
We need some clarification around that. Yep. Is the 1930s rule, what zone does it apply to? No, in the operative plan.
It applies to outer rears as well as the rear.
So the entirety of the residential zone.
It doesn't apply to the entirety of the residential zone. There are specific boundaries within those zones which it applies to. Is shown in Appendix 1. Chapter. I'll have to find the exact reference, but there are identified areas.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
that's all right. You showed us photos of, is it Ellis Street? Where you had the circle around the long distance view.
Ah,
No, that's
that's
Earls
Terrace,
Sorry.
bordered by Stafford Street. And,
Yeah. When looking to that long distance view, I've been asking the council before where the difference is in terms of their idea of a town downscape area and the character precinct, because obviously it overlaps and there is some commonalities. And the answer was that those long distance views, this is where the townscape comes in, whereas those streetscape views, this is where the character precinct comes in. Is Earls Terrace part of the townscape area?
No,
It's not.
it's not. But it borders Vogel Street, which is, as I said, the houses on the left of that oval are Vogel Street.
And the next part is drilling down a little bit further. A number of your properties that you've shown, for example, 7 Patterson Street, there's a lot of historic heritage value in this building, from what you're saying. Since we're looking at character at the moment, not so much at heritage, this is a different stream. While it certainly might contribute to the character, are those buildings that you have pointed out where you've got a lot of knowledge of the heritage value of those places, are they better placed to be asked to be included in the heritage schedule rather than just the character?
Possibly, and we have asked for that as
As
well. But our argument is that for Mount Victoria in particular, the history of the house or the houses is a very strong component of the character. If you just are talking about, you'll have houses of a certain height with a peaked roof, then you risk creating a very elitist suburb. You're just looking at things that kind of look nice sitting side by side. We would argue that the character of Mount Victoria is very strongly based on history. So that should be quite a strong component of the assessment of the character.
And you are saying that purely in relation to Mount Vic, other character precincts might not have that, or would you say that every character precinct
Yes, I would.
has an underlying heritage?
Yes. But, I mean, they may not all be the pre-1930s. There are other areas which should have character, perhaps for other reasons. But no, it's just that Mount Victoria is also such a highly visible and high-profile suburb, used in international publications, national.
Right. That's it for me. Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners?
I was just, we had a presentation from Moya Street yesterday, so they alerted us to the issues. Do you have any thoughts on how you would, what sort of buffer zone or transition zone? How would you think that should work? And some of those properties, the houses are most of the houses are right at the street, and they have a backyard, and then obviously the boundary with the neighbouring property, and that's where it could be high density. So I just wondered, what do you mean by buffer and transition?
We feel that there should be, the 3-story height immediately adjacent to heritage areas or character precincts. We had a Mount Victoria planning group around the spatial plan and draft district plan stage. In that, which was much wider than the Historical Society, I say, emphasised. We proposed that 10 stories was too high along the side of Kent Terrace, and models where you could have 6 to 4 to 3 quite dense, with spaces between on the street fronting. So there would be a street and 3 stories between Moya Street and a higher density area. But if you design that well, you can still ensure that you maximise housing capacity, but you have nice places for people.
And you protect the values of those characters.
Yes. And it's particularly the sun, with these wooden houses, they're just going to be untenable. They're completely blocked off the sun.
I was just going to follow up on that question, if you don't mind. Mr. List, I think for the Moya Street presentation yesterday, nominated a 15-metre height adjacent to heritage areas in the precinct. Do you have any particular?
I would support that, yes. He is, you know, he's a much more experienced planner than me.
I mean, I've been listening carefully and to your presentation. I've categorised the concerns of the society very broadly as three matters: what's in the precinct, what the buffer and transitional zone should be from the precinct, and what the rules around demolition should be. On the last matter, I've noted that you support the Heritage New Zealand position. So,
Historic Places Wellington.
oh, historic places, Wellington.
Yes.
Sorry, thank you for that clarification. Okay.
And if I may add, there is that southern the southern boundary of the residential area, which we feel should extend to Harris.
We've talked about the second matter, which is the buffer and transition area. The first matter is, and I think it's probably the nub of your concern, because what's in the precinct, because everything else then relates to that.
Yes.
And I recorded, and I just want to make sure I got this right, that as a minimum, you would like to see the 104 additional properties
Yes.
added. And what I missed is whether how they're categorised in terms of the buffer miscal study. Are they primary and contributory buildings, or are they neutral, all neutral, or
No,
other?
they are pretty well all primary or contributory, except for one or two, like Waring Taylor's house.
Yes.
Let me just double check. There's one on Upper Ellis Street, which is neutral, and Stafford Street has a number of neutral ones.
Okay.
But the council has included neutral territories in character precincts.
Yes.
So we did not see that
Yes.
as an issue.
So just of that 104, how many would not be primary or contributory?
Well, we do dispute the Waring Taylor one.
Yes.
and probably some others, but in fact, definitely we dispute one or two others.
Are we talking 10, a dozen?
1, 2, 3. We're probably talking less than a dozen. Yeah, less than 10 actually.
Thank you, Mr. Newman.
Only one point from me. It's really something for you to note. The aspect of your presentation about the zoning of the Moya Street front, the area Hania Street, and then between Hania Street and then Kent and Cambridge Terrace, is something that you're going to have to return and make the same argument to Stream 4, because that hearing stream is considering the zoning of the centres as it's currently notified, and that the only one of our members who will be on that hearing panel is Commissioner Lutz.
Thank you very much, Mr.
And so that is outside our jurisdiction of the jurisdiction of this panel. So just something for you to be aware of.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
That's all I had. But thank you very much for your time. It's been, as I say, very interesting.
Thank you.
Questions that you could answer.
Commissioner McMahon, could I just provide a clarification to my answer to you previously? I've just had a look, and the pre-1930 demolition controls apply to specific areas within the inner residential zone. And those areas are mapped in Appendix 1 of the residential chapter.
Ms. Carson.
Going to ask the gentleman to join me.
not a problem. It's your,
When I did my written background to this, I didn't have any pictures, but I have got some. They're not brilliant, but may I have them out?
certainly, Freya will assist you.
Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. And Josh. People more this one.
Thanks.
So good morning, I'm Rona Carson, I'm President of the Newtown Residents Association. And I'll ask Steve to introduce himself and his special interest in this.
I'm Steve Dunn, I'm a landscape architect, resident of Newtown, and have an interest in.
Can you press the microphone?
Oh, thanks.
Steve Dunn, I'm a landscape architect, resident of Newtown. I have a special interest in open space.
And I spoke to Hearing Stream 1 and talked about advocacy for increased density in the Newtown suburban centre, which is often called the Newtown Plan, and you're going to hear about that in detail later in the stream. But then I also talked about our many concerns about the consequences of allowing scattered high-rise developments in the residential streets of Newtown. And at the centre of these is the loss of sunshine, which is an inevitable result of the new developments many metres higher than surrounding houses. So in this submission, I'm just concentrating on one aspect of this, the risk of excessive shading on open space parks. It does seem inevitable that in the future there will be significant reduction of green space due to increased intensification, and that there'll be shading across wide areas of low-rise homes and gardens. This makes it all the more important to protect the sunshine in parks and other public spaces. We're using Carrara Park as an example, but all similar parks are at risk. When the loss of sunshine is discussed, it is often said that people whose homes are shaded can compensate for this by enjoying the sunshine in public places away from home. But this is only possible if there are robust rules to protect the sunshine in these places. Public green space in Newtown and surrounding suburbs is very limited, although we understand the council is very aware of this and is looking for opportunities to create more parks to cater for an increased population. These will all need protection. As you'll see from the illustration taken from the proposed district plan map, Carrara Park is almost entirely surrounded by houses. Good 2/3 or more is 21 metre zoning, high residential zoning, and the rest 14 metres. And we're pleased that the council officers have proposed extensions to the character precincts, also illustrated. And we certainly support the proposed extensions. We submitted it would be better still if the character precincts were extended along Daniel Street. And you'll see from that, even though this is a small picture, you'll see that this corner of Daniel Street, which abuts the park, is mostly made up of primary properties and offer miscal terms. If these character precincts do come to pass, then the reduced risk of shading will be a very welcome side effect. But if any of the properties are redeveloped, and note that the plan does say that it's expected that urban form, even in character precincts, will change over time. If the full 11 metres that will then be permitted is built, there's still the prospect of problematic shading. This is a sort of side issue. Down in the southeast corner of the park, there's a new development now, which was built under the current rules. Because it's at that corner, it's not so much at risk of shading, but there was a an extensive process before it got resource consent where it had to demonstrate that it wasn't going to shade the park. We really regret that that sort of scrutiny may well be the thing of the past if there aren't some specific rules put in place. So if the proposed district plan goes ahead as notified, the risk of shading is quite extreme, but the risk also applies to other parks across the city. So we were very relieved when the HRZ S3.4 was introduced as a plan in response to a motion passed by the city councillors to apply minimum sunlight access public space standards to open space zoned parks adjacent to sites zoned high density residential instead of height in relation to boundary controls. Sunlight access must be maintained in a minimum of 70% of the area during 10 AM and 3 PM at either of the equinoxes. And the councillors were responding to community concerns about this, and the advice they got from the city planners was that the specific control would be more effective than the usual height in relation to boundary. So we never thought that this was entirely adequate because it only related to properties adjacent to the park, directly adjacent, whether it's some back lot properties or across the road could still shade the park, and we were advised that it would be okay to make submissions to extend this. So we duly did make a submission that it should apply to any property within 60 metres. And we also felt that restricting the hours to the equinoxes didn't capture what it would be like in winter, when the need for open space to be available for sunny recreation is most acute. So we were surprised and disappointed when the Section 42A report recommended discarding this rule and relying on the standard rule for S3.3 and adding open space parks to the list of properties for any site where HRC S2 applies. No part of any building or structure may project beyond 60 degrees recession plane measured from 0.5 metres vertically above ground level along the boundary, along any boundary that enjoys the site, and a number of things, including now natural open space or sports and active recreation zones. And the reason for the change is the assertion that the height to boundary and recession plane controls would result in similar protection and be more consistent with other provisions. On consideration, we think it should be both and, with the standard applying and also a further requirement to demonstrate that sunshine is indeed protected even in winter. And I apologise because this adds stuff that I didn't have in my written, these verbal comments add a few points that I didn't have in my written submission, so I could leave this with you if it helps. Because on further looking at it, it seems as though there is indeed a reasonable equivalence between the standards at the equinoxes. The shading looks similar then. But at 30% shading at the equinox can become closer to 100% in midwinter when sunshine is most important. And one big difference between the HRZ S3.3 and HRZ S3.4 is the cumulative effect of shading, when there are a number of developments at different sites around the park. Now, our attempts at shading pictures aren't brilliant, and they're a bit less effective than they might be because of the sort of darkness of the whole picture. But the first of those pictures on the first page imagines that there could be two quite major redevelopments in the high density zone, one adjacent to the park, one across the road, both in Harper Street, which at midwinter would shade the vast majority of the park. You only need to add one or two more to no sunlight access at all. We specifically asked the planners about this when HRZS 3.4 was first proposed. Our question was, some residents have also raised the issue that a single development could shade the permitted 30% of the park. Then what happens when other developments are applying for resource consent? Would they be permitted to also shade another 30%? And the answer then was no. Developments that require resource consent for additional shading above the standard would not automatically be permitted to cause additional shading. Where the standard is breached, the applicant would need to show the level of shading that is created, and council would need to consider the effects of that on the function and amenity values of the adjacent open space. Now, we're cautious about relying too much on that because we are aware that often requests to exceed the planning rules are granted, but at least it's a starting point that it would be looked at. So we're still asking for HRZ S3.4 to be reinstated with amendments to extend the requirement to any building within 60 metres and with extended dates and times. For many families, Carrara Park and probably similar parks elsewhere is already their main available outdoor space, and it's very well used all year round. Obviously, the top two pictures are of the park and children using it. If it becomes a cold, damp, sunless place after school in winter, the opportunities for healthy and enjoyable outdoor recreation will be severely compromised. We submit that it's very important to provide a reliably sunny and welcoming public parks for the well-being of all in our community. And if this isn't the best way to make sure this is achieved, then we expect the planners to find another way to do the same thing. And I want to make a final comment about NPSUD Policy 6, particularly Clause B, which is often quoted to justify doing away with amenity values such as access to sunshine. The clause says that changes to amenity are not of themselves an adverse effect. We argue that the loss of sunshine is indeed an adverse effect, not because it is a change to the status quo, but because it has real negative consequences for people's health, physical, mental, and emotional. It also stops gardens from growing, and it results in warm, dry homes becoming cold and damp. There are no amenity values improved by the changes that could justify or compensate for the loss of sunlight when it's as extreme as it might be if there are no provisions at all made to protect it. And so that's what I want to submit to you, but Steve, have you got anything you want to add at this point?
Only to say that with intensification, the good open space, which is sort of serviced with adequate sunlight, is becoming critical. The other thing I think is made in the point is that with intensification, taller buildings not immediately adjacent to the site, but even further back, have potential effects on the sunlight access and wouldn't be considered as part of the current plan. And I think in particular it applies to developments along the northern sides of these sites, whereas at the sides in the south and west, sunlight is less affected by these building heights.
Mr. Dunn, am I correct in assuming that you provided? So where did these shading diagrams come from? What's their provenance?
There's the website that's given, Shade Calculator, where you dial in the coordinates and then create your building. Just as a sort of a semi-relevant sort of side note, I had hoped for some collaborators to have provided something more professional, people with architectural backgrounds. Unfortunately, the two people I was hoping would do that came down with COVID quite, just recently, and are bit unwell at the moment, so I did my best with what I had available to demonstrate, at least to start a conversation about what the effects can be.
That's Mr. Hanley and Ms. Kemble.
Yeah.
That the hearing administrator has been in contact with them. She talked to me yesterday saying that they were still, basically they're still crooked dogs. And so I've asked her to go back to them and suggest that we reschedule them for the 11th of April, when hopefully they will be in better shape.
I certainly hope so, and I'm pleased to hear that. That's great. Yeah.
And Mr. Dunn, can I just ask you a question, following on from your point, in terms of any planning rule, we have to be concerned about the cost benefit equation. Is there an option, rather than drawing a 60-metre circle around open space, to focus on an arc either side of due north? And if so, what would that arc be?
Good question. Yeah, I think I would need to see a look further.
But in principle, I
think the point is that buildings on the northern side of any park have more of an influence on the park itself and site. So yes, could be worthwhile. But I think that any development needs to show what potential shade effects there are on public open space, whether it's so immediately close to it, or with the next straight away, because it is, as I've said before, with intensification, these public open spaces, green spaces, are becoming more and more critical. Council is not providing more. We're relying on what's there, and we need to protect what is currently there.
But presumably, you're not going to get a lot of shading from something that's due south of the park.
No, that's right, and yes, so the focus should be on the northern aspect,
North and west, probably.
because I guess we do have the town belt to the east and stuff. So, you know,
But that's a Newtown focus. If we were looking at a broader scale rule, that might not necessarily be the case.
Yeah. Okay. Point taken.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions? Commissioners? Thank you very much for your input, and so we look forward to seeing Ms. Kettle and Mr. Hanley when they're feeling fitter.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll do that. Mr. Taylor is the next one. Next but one. Welcome, Mr. Taylor.
Hello.
Greetings. Got an IT problem with splitter in front of you. The team are trying to sort out. So, given you're here, we're if you're ready to go, we're ready to hear you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. So, thank you very much. I'm going to go through speeches largely going to follow the submission that we have given to the Commission on Stream 2 issues. There's quite a number of issues to that we want to cover, and I'll give a copy of the speech to Jazz at the end, if that's fine with you guys. Fine. I just want to start off by saying that Johnsonville has had a medium density residential area since 2013, and this was intended to promote infill housing in the centre of Johnsonville. And since that time, we've had a number of non-compliant and substandard multi-unit developments that have been built in the Johnsonville MDRA area. So what we want to focus on first is the planning rules that are set out in the PDP. From our point of view, they are currently viewed as the minimum starting point for developers. We've got experience that multi-unit developments typically can exceed permitted planning rules and are a major concern to the JCA. And when those planning rules are exceeded, often they're done without notification, and that obviously has effects on residents' expectations. We've noted that the residential planning rules in this PDP are more permissive than current rules, especially for high density residential areas. It's our view that the council has set expectations with developers that they will regularly issue non-notified permits for developments that plan to exceed the limits of PDP rules. And this breaching the rules can have the following effects. Residents don't have faith and therefore certainty that the council will protect their interests. The amenity of their homes may be degraded further by new permits. There's a situation where neighbouring properties of developments will incur injurious affection for which there is no remedy. And we consider this to be an undesirable outcome for the housing market in Wellington. To fix this problem, JCA wants the following done, and this is outlined in our submission. We call them recommendations A, B, and C, but I'd like to just go over them again. The height rules are to be the maximum endpoint and not the minimum starting point for the building heights for all new buildings and high density housing. Any proposal, secondly, any proposal that breaches the building height rules should be publicly notified and subject to consultation, particularly with affected neighbouring homeowners, before any resource or building consent is issued. We've also flagged a third recommendation that we would like the Commission to consider whether these sort of principles should also be applied to other planning rules in this PDP, which might or would likely be breached in a high density implementation planning environment. And there's two areas that we are really concerned about. Maximising sunlight and minimising shading, because that's going to become a reality going forward. And to that end, linking in with that, we'd like the Commission to consider whether the setting of both recession planes and building setbacks have been done correctly in order to achieve maximisation of sunlight, minimisation of shading. Okay. I just want to talk about, there was a review done of the infill housing program across the city, and that was a council report done in February 2020, which is outlined in our submission. The key findings from that review were the quantity of infill housing did not meet expectations. The quality of infill housing was not reviewed. Multiple breaches of planning rules occurred with infill housing developments, and the largest number of breaches were in relation to the height rules. All of the breaches were approved, and we've quoted in our submission a particular section that said of that total, is the total number of resource consents approved during January 2009 and December 2018. 610 resource consents were for maximum height breaches, including those from infill housing units. The infill housing unit height breaches totals 106, and the report says it is understood that all of these consents were granted. The JCA was not interviewed for that review, and had we done so, we would have put a focus on the quality of the infill housing. I'll skip through a couple of things about, there's a correction we've noted in our submission to paragraph 124 of the high density residential zone report, section 42A report, where railway stations was incorrectly labelled, put in there, and it should really be rapid transit stops. And we just want to advise the Commission that the JCA does support the 3 dwellings up to 3 stories legislation that's been passed in Parliament. Moving on to the next issue, and this is really fundamental. JCA does not support the fundamental change recommended by the council officers to at least 6 stories in the high density residential zone report. Paragraph 18 of that report signals that the council officer wants to recommend heights be at least 6 stories. The JCA rejects this assessment outlined in paragraph 18 of that report because this is a potentially massive change to the core height rule. But even more importantly than that, this has never been canvassed at any stage via public consultation during the spatial plan, draft district plan, or proposed district plan. Yep. The JCA strongly opposes the consequential changes, including recommendations in paragraphs 113, 138 and 185 of the high density residential zone report. The JCA has provided in its submission to the Commission extensive documentary evidence from the Council's own records, indicating that the Council would consult with the public on the basis of up to 6 stories. If the Council officer's recommendation is supported by the Commission, this will mean that the Council's consultation process with the public on the up to 6 stories building height has no integrity, when integrity should be at the heart of the genuine consultation process, and therefore the Council is not acting in good faith, and it's not a good look for the Council. As a bush lawyer, I would have to say that if there were appeal rights to courts on this matter, the Council would lose, because they're failing in their fiduciary duty of care with this late change. Accordingly, we ask that the at least 6 stories recommendation be rejected by the Commission. Yep. Moving on, JCA supports upgrading infrastructure shortfalls before implementing high density housing. And we do so for the following reasons. It prevents the negative effects that can arise from shortfalls. urban planning is fully integrated and it is best practice. For example, we understand that Canberra and Melbourne do this. So consequentially, we want things like the Johnsonville rail line to be actually upgraded so that it's in fact a rapid mass transit service before high density housing is implemented in Johnsonville. We similarly want upgrade improvements regarding permeability, stormwater, and provision of green space, all to be in place before high density housing is implemented in Johnsonville. So consequent to the above, we recommend that the proposed changes to point 4 in paragraph 237 in the high density residential zone section 42A report does not proceed, and that the original wording that was there requiring the provision of adequate infrastructure before development is restored. We know that the city outcomes contribution is going to be discussed in in stream 4. We just want to flag that we oppose the city outcomes contribution, and our concerns are amplified by the council officer's recommendation supporting high density housing of at least 6 stories in height, as outlined earlier in my speech. Regarding front yard setbacks, we've noted the council officer has reinstated the end and side setbacks, which we completely support. We are completely mystified as to why the council officer has not reinstated front yard setbacks, and we have outlined in our submission flow-on effects that we think the council officer has not considered. So we recommend the front yard setback of 1.5 metres be reinstated for residents of 1 to 3 residential units in a high density residential accommodation development. Finally, just want to talk about this issue of maximising sunlight for neighbouring properties to developments to prevent their loss of amenity and value. JCA is concerned that there will be a significant loss to neighbouring homeowners will occur when developers build their 6 stories or more than 6-storey developments directly alongside residential homes that are 1 or 2 stories high. The significant loss is due to two things: amenities, and we're particularly concerned about sunlight. There are other amenity effects, but we think we need to focus on that. And the second loss is financial value. The New Zealand Moto study, which was carried out in 2008 to 2014, and it was a study done of Wellington properties, found that for each 1 hour loss of sunlight from a property, there was a 2.4% reduction in the value of that property. So if you have 5 hours loss of sunlight in $1 million home, the value of that home will go down to $880,000, according to that study. And what we also say is that once high density housing developments occur, it will become very clear in the market that the housing market will create a price differential between those houses that are either inside or next to a development versus those houses that are away from a high development. The other point that we want to make is that the government has a goal of keeping all houses warm and dry. And we all know that sunlight has a contributory effect in keeping houses warm and dry. And we are concerned that these developments will render neighbouring homes less warm and dry. This will be a particular factor in winter. The effect of the rules for sunlight in the PDP represent a major change On the current district plan, we consider the new rules to be excessive because the loss of sunlight for neighbouring properties results in a major transfer of value from existing residents to developers. We also say that that's an economic wealth transfer from those residents to developers without compensation. This is a win-lose outcome for the developer versus neighbouring residents. This unfair outcome should require a developer to compensate affected neighbouring residents from high density accommodation who incur injurious affection, with our prime focus there being the loss of sunlight. Therefore, JCA recommends the loss of amenity value in particular sunlight could and should be mitigated by putting in place a compensation framework for neighbouring residents. In the outer suburbs who suffer a loss of amenity and value due to these developments. This would then create a win-win outcome for the developer and neighbouring residents in the outer suburbs. It might also influence the developer to think very carefully about just how they do manage the sunlight effects when they're planning their development with their architects. And we have outlined in our submission to the Commission and that a robust compensation framework. And that's the same framework we recommended to Council in September last year with our submission on our original submission on the plan. So in summary, JCA recommends that the PDP include a compensation framework for neighbouring residents who suffer a loss of value and amenity due to nearby high density accommodation housing developments. And we've also noted and we support proposals by Kirsty Wood and the Newtown Residents Association contained in paragraph 706 and 707 of the MDRZ section 42A report be adopted. They at least are trying to get some focus on preservation of sunlight, and we most certainly are supportive of that. We believe that a compensation framework would help to promote developments because the developer can then weigh up, do I compensate or do I not worry about the sunlight? And this would result in a fairer and equitable outcomes for all parties affected. So in conclusion, the Johnsonville Community Association asked the Commission to agree with the recommendations set out in our report, which is our report on Stream 2, and incorporate those recommendations in the Commission's report to the Wellington City Council on the proposed district plan. Thank you, and thank you for giving us extra time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Question that immediately occurs to me on the last compensation arrangement, putting your bush lawyer hat on, tell me why that's lawful and within our powers.
I don't know if it is lawful. You would know better than me, Mr. Chairman, with your background. But there is no doubt that there is a fairness and equity issue there that should be taken into account. And I'd also just re-emphasise, I believe it might end up getting developers and architects weighing up what is the best thing to do with the site as well as the effect on the neighbouring properties. I think without a compensation framework, the incentive on the developer and the architects just isn't there. But as to whether it's lawful, Mr. Chairman, I bow to your knowledge on that.
Thank you. The second point is you're emphasising, I suppose my characterisation of your submission is you're saying, well, this up to 6 stories becoming at least is like a rabbit out of a hat from your perspective, and wasn't in the consultation, and that's a real problem. The question for you is that, of course, we're in a public process and everyone can make a submission, just as you're making a submission seeking additional changes to the plan that weren't in the consultation. Other submitters are making are pushing their barrow, and we'll hear at length from the next submitter, next but one, Kāinga, who are relying on the national policy statement, which says at least 6 stories. And so the question is, well, we're in a public process, everyone can have their say. Why shouldn't a submitter be able to come in with an idea that hasn't previously been floated by the council? Isn't that the whole point of this process?
It is, but if I go back to the submission that we gave you in stream 2, there was strong support up to something like 66% support, and the number, and I just can't record it off, but it was 66% support for up to 4 stories in the outer suburbs. So there was strong support there, and people believed that was going to be the upper limit. Then the correction of the NPS, and that was done before the NPSUD was finalised. So you go from a situation back then when there was extensive support and there was a large number of submissions actually in support of that from in terms of the outer suburbs, and now we're going from up to 4 stories was an accept. It was 4 stories. That is what the council proposed, and now we're going to up to at least 6 stories, which means what? Does that mean 12 stories? We've got proposals from Stride, a written proposal of 18 stories for the sector of Johnsonville, which they then, the next day when they presented, council said it was 12 stories. I would also just add one other comment, Kāinga. And that is, I went to a presentation in Kandala last year. It was made by Andrew McKenzie. He is the chief executive of Kāinga. What he said there was that they only invested in buildings up to 3 stories high. And he said that they didn't go higher because the higher you go, the more strengthening you have to do to the building, and the cost per unit obviously goes up. After that meeting, and after that meeting, I went up to him and asked him a question about the waiting list. The waiting list is 26,000 people. And that's applicants, that's not families, that's applicants. And I know, I worked in Housing New Zealand for 4 years, 2009, 2012. I know that they've got limited funding resource from the government. So you're into a more bangs per buck in terms of more units, housing units, to house all these tenants. I asked Andrew McKenzie, when will you get the waiting list down to 0? He was not at all hopeful about that. I would also flag, and I wasn't going to flag this point, but stream 4 deals with the Metro Centre. It is very clear to us in Johnsonville that the centre of Johnsonville is potentially going to become the social housing capital of Wellington. There's a lot of discussion, negotiations between Stride, the council, and Kāinga. When Andrew Mackenzie did his presentation in Kandala, he talked about the tenants that they've got. They have priority A tenants. They used to have B, C and D. John Key's government dropped. They've got priority A tenants, but the only ones that they're focusing on are the highest need tenants, A17 to A20. These are tenants that have drug issues, crime issues, gang issues, mental health issues. They're their most troubled tenants. JCA most certainly is very concerned about putting a concentration of social housing tenants with those issues in the centre of Johnsonville. So we do have considerable reservations. Probably, I'll just check what my, if I could just read this. Maybe you speak. Mary will speak to that point.
Well, this is a public hearing. It's not really a consultation, as I understand it. And so I rather expect most members of the public would not be expecting this change at such a late stage, because they were consulted on 4 stories, then it became 6 stories. In their mind, 6 stories was it. And now, as I said, this isn't really a consultation. The council has never gone to the public in Wellington and said, at least 6 stories. It consulted on 6 stories. And while I agree this is a public hearing, I just don't think it has the same impact on people. They're not expecting this change. They don't expect to have to come to a hearing like this and debate such a major change, because it was outside their scope of expectation. That's just how I feel with it.
I'll just add to that, if I could, that there's always the opportunity for the next district plan, the council to get its ducks in a row. And I think in terms of what I said earlier about it being not acting in good faith, the process not having integrity, I actually think that's the right outcome here.
Okay, I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions.
I don't want to prolong this discussion, Mr. Turner, but I'd written down what you've just said about council not acting in good faith. And I wonder whether you might accept that the council were acting in accordance with national direction, given that the intersection of the NPSUD came after the sort of spatial plan process, and maybe some people have suggested they were between a rock and a hard place, and that the spatial plan sort of became a little bit redundant, and the proposed plan giving effect to the NPS was something that they were mandatorily required. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, I think they're at least meeting the government regulation at a minimum, because they're going up to 6 stories, which is at least 6 stories. So they're on the bottom rung of that, at least 6 stories. The other point I would make about that is that Wellington is the 3rd largest city in New Zealand. It is a fraction of the size of Auckland. These planning rules are nationwide, and they're probably to give maximum flexibility, particularly for Auckland. But do they need to be that way for Wellington?
Okay.
And I would also add, you are correct. I think the council is between a rock and a hard place. They had consulted on 4. When the UPS came out, they went to 6, because that was the minimum they could go to. And I think they did that in response to the fact they had consulted on a lower rate, and so they put in what they thought was acceptable. But they have now gone above it, and I think if they want to do that, they do need to consult again because it is a change from 4 to 6 to who knows.
To whatever. Yeah.
I understand your point. The second and final question I've got is just about the matters you highlighted on page 4 of your written submission, where you had the ABC recommendations. Do you have those in front of you?
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay, so the first one is that the height rules are set as the maximum and not the minimum. Are you suggesting that any height below that maximum then becomes a prohibited activity?
Below or above?
Above.
Say that again.
Are you, is point A suggesting that any heights above the starting point become a prohibited activity? You said that the maximum height rules should be the end point and not the minimum.
What we're
Just wasn't sure what you were saying there. Asking for.
Yeah, what we're saying, what we're saying here is that whatever is agreed in terms of the height rules here for the city, or particularly for Johnsonville, say that the height rule for Johnsonville and the high density is 6 stories.
Yeah, okay.
You can't go above it.
Okay.
That's the point that we're trying to make.
But it's a cap.
It's a cap, yes.
And would that prohibit, are you suggesting that would prohibit any applications to be lodged to exceed that height?
Yes.
So in planning terms, and I appreciate.
Or actually, if somebody wants to breach the rule, then B comes into
Okay.
play. Yep,
Okay.
yep.
I thought that was,
Yep.
okay, and that
Yep.
raises.
Because currently you're getting non-compliant height rules breached.
Yes.
And then they're not notified, and so it's sort of not a very good process.
I understand that. That
Yep.
brings me on to my second question, and that is, why would, in my reading of your B,
Yes.
it's about the effects on neighbouring homeowners, and I think you talked about shading and maximising sunlight when you talked
Correct.
about B.
Yep.
Why would that need to involve a full publicly notified application as opposed to, say, a limited notified application?
I would agree with that point.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. Just one final matter, and that you talked about Plan Change 72, and it became operative in 2013. And just for the record, I was one of the councillors on Plan Change 70, one of the commissioners on Plan Change 72,
Right.
along with 3 or 4 other councillors. I was the independent commissioner on that, and I just wondered. You talked about the quality of residential development, and you referred to the infill housing review.
Yes.
What sort of quantum of multi-unit housing has occurred in Johnsonville in that time since 2013?
I don't know the quantities, but I actually.
Quantum.
Sorry?
The quantum. What quantity?
I don't know, but there has been quite a number, particularly across from where the swimming pool is.
Yes.
So particularly Rental Street, which I was actually just walking this morning and yesterday. Not Rental, sorry. I'd be Newtown.
Yes.
Yeah. Rotoiti. And the reason why I walked there was I was aware from something that I was doing last year was at 15 and 30 or Rotoiti Street, sorry. There is a number of multi-unit developments, and the northern wall of those developments is the southern wall of the next units. And it's quite extensive. And, you know, looking in terms of this issue about sunlight, and I think what's happening when I look at those developments is that quality is foregone quantity, and that's what's happening on the sites.
When you say quite a number, what is that? You said it's been quite.
You mean in terms of the two that I'm just talking
No,
about?
in terms of the you said that, I asked you, do you have any idea of the quantum of multi-unit developments have occurred since 2013? You said there's been quite a number, particularly in the area near the swimming pool. Are we talking, what sort of numbers are we
1,
talking?
2, 3.
There's one up Prospect. There's Monowai Road, but it's not near the swimming pool. There's quite a few up,
So roughly,
Fraser Avenue Way.
approximately, since as part of the info.
Look, if you don't know,
Maybe-
that's fine.
Maybe it sounds like it's 6 or 7 developments,
I think it's more
but
than that.
but-
It's more than that.
well, it's just, yeah, well, I don't have that info. I can get that information if you want,
I just was curious
Yeah.
as to whether you knew.
but I was particularly struck last year when I saw those developments where the northern wall, they get the morning sun, they get the afternoon sun, but the northern wall facing north where you get most of the all-day sun blocked off.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
For your time. Appreciate that. We've got to find out if our missing submitter is online. Days changed. Well done. In that case, we'll adjourn for 20 minutes. Awaiting the arrival of the rest of the Kāinga team. We could ask you to go first, Mr. Cullen.
They've just arrived, so.
Okay, we'll start at 10 to 11. We'll resume the hearing, Ms. Corwell and team. I know most of the participants in your team, but perhaps you better introduce the newcomers.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for allocating us such a generous portion of your time today. We appreciate that. Happy to make some introductions. To my right is my Assistant Counsel, Natalie Summerfield. To my left, you'll know Mr. Liggett. Victoria Woodbridge makes an appearance today for the first time. He's addressing you on principally on qualified matters, but some other things also. Then Mr. Heal, who was before you last time we appeared. Mr. Ray also, who was joining us remotely last time, but he's now here in the flesh, as is Mr. Cullen, who joins us from the Gold Coast and is finding it very cold. Oh, sorry, Sydney. Still finding it cold.
I can't believe Jazz.
Hey, he's made of tough stuff in Wellington. And the good news is that we'll go from a southerly gale to a northerly gale today, just for a change. And
Just affects the direction of takeoff.
yeah.
Commissioners.
So we have, obviously we have your material. We've read it in detail. We've explored a number of the issues you've raised with council staff and with parties that have preceded you. And so I think the only covering comment, we do have a lot of time, but I do not want to get to the same position we were in stream one, with 15 minutes to cover the entire content of Mr. Hill's evidence. So I'm relying on you to keep an eye on the time and ensure that our time is directed to where it can be most usefully occupied. I think my preliminary discussion with my colleagues suggests that
You know why we're here. We've settled that up in the previous hearing. One of the key matters that we emphasised when we were before you previously was that Kāinga Ora is very committed to providing assistance to this panel and to the council. And to that end, we've prepared a number of materials which we want to provide to you today to assist with that. Firstly, we've got a flowchart which we've developed on the basis of the table that's in the legal submissions, just showing the process for assessing qualifying matters. And so we've got copies of that to give you. We think you might find that helpful. We've also, and this is a piece of work that Ms. Woodbridge has done in the process of preparing some brief speaking notes for today, but she has prepared what we're calling a traffic light table, which sets out all of those qualifying matter requirements and then gives you her view about whether they have been adequately assessed. And she's also included a column of commentary in response to the council's further table that it provided to you on Wednesday afternoon.
Good, you picked that up, and I think we asked Jazz to send that through.
Yes.
Good.
So we're hoping that this table, which she will take you through, gives you as up to date a picture as possible of our view of the council's work. So we're hoping that that will be helpful for you also. And then finally, we have the most up-to-date set of maps, which I think Jazz has handed to you. Well, we've got them. Now, I'm asking Mr. Ray, I think, to tell you what these maps do, or is it Mr. Hill? Mr. Ray is going to tell you exactly what this latest iteration of the maps includes, but it does include a couple of things that weren't included in the maps that are attached to his evidence. I might ask you to do that now, Nick, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, the first thing you can explain is got 2 2s, 2 or 14s. Yeah, okay. So might be just the blown up version. Well, maybe we'll wait and hear from Mr. Ray.
That's fine.
In due course.
Thank you.
And I suppose I should ask you, what's your order of batting?
That was the next thing I wanted to discuss with you. We had thought that we might have after me, Mr. Liggett, and then Ms. Woodbridge, just to really focus in on the character and qualifying matter issues and get those out of the way before we then move on to Mr. Ray. But if you are most interested in hearing from him, we can put him first after Mr. Liggett.
Yes, well, why don't we do that and
Okay.
see where we get to?
That's fine, thank you. The one other further matter I just wanted to raise is that you know that we are participating in a variety of these processes across the country. We were up at Kapiti yesterday on the Marae Whaitaki, and there are, we don't have a uniform team for all of those projects, so there are from time to time some drafting inconsistencies that appear in the provisions that we're offering up. I wanted to signal to you that it would be helpful if at some point we were able to provide you with any error corrections to errors and so on that we might have come across in reconciling slightly different provision sets that we've put up, given we're pursuing regional consistency. So just signalling that if there were an opportunity at some point to put our final position to you on the drafting side, that would be, if you find that of assistance, we'd be grateful for the opportunity to do that.
I suppose the key point for me is if you're going to do it, it has to be before the council will apply.
And do we have a date for that?
But yes, I was going to discuss that with them on the last day of the hearing. So we have a tentative date, but we're looking at as expert conferencing on the design guides that Mr. Ray is involved in, which I'm advised won't be able to occur until the last late April, 21st of April. So it's clearly going to be after that, and so it's a question of how far after that. But so I don't have a problem in principle with you reflecting on the combined hearings that KO, if you don't mind, I use KO for short. That's what's in my mind between you client. That learning through its participation in multiple plan processes. Where I'm going to get excited is if you want to do that after the council's reply, because that's going to create a need for a further loop.
Understood.
And I don't want that to happen.
That's absolutely understood. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Corporal, I'm just interested in the extent to which the team have been able to follow the matters of the hearing online over the last few days. And the reason I ask that is that might go to the veracity and the sort of number of questions that we might ask. For example, yesterday we had a presentation from Waka Kotahi and Mr. Scott, and we spent quite a bit of time with Mr. Scott, up to an hour, going through some of the matters in the roadmap document that have been produced and you've referenced. I did that. We did that for two reasons. One, to understand Waka Kotahi's position, but also to signal the sort of issues that we might have for Kāinga too. You just said that yesterday you were tied up in the Kapiti matter, so I presume that you and others might not have been able to be online for that presentation.
We haven't been online ourselves, but we've had some people assisting us who've been listening and circulating some relevant questions. So a number of our team have seen a record of specific questions that were asked of some witnesses, and we also had some notes. The counsel for Waka Kotahi helpfully gave us a heads up on a couple of things yesterday afternoon. So to the extent we've been able to, we have tried to follow things, and I think what I might do is just ask our witnesses to let you know the extent to which they're across those issues.
That would be useful, because it seems pointless in duplicating some of those questions, particularly if you're going to front foot them, the issues. And I guess just from my perspective, there's some new information here. We need to absorb that, and so we may not have some immediate questions on the hoof, but I'll try and follow it as well as we can.
Thank you. Commissioners, I don't, you have read my legal submissions. Obviously, the key theme here is the nature of the directions to enable intensification, and the fact that in Kāinga's view, it's very much a starting point. You know, we've, in our evidence, attempted to give you a very fulsome sense of the approach that Kāinga has developed on a principled basis to look and see where intensification is appropriate and perhaps acknowledge where it might not be. And to that end, I think you'll hear a lot from Mr. Ray shortly about further work he has done since he appeared before you last time on the walkable catchment, the approach to walkable catchments in particular. And he set out in his evidence, you'll have seen the principles on which he's recommending some expansion or contraction of those spatial areas. And similarly, the approach that Kāinga Ora experts have taken to the character qualifying matter. It's very much a question of putting the council through its paces on what we say are the key steps in the analysis that they must undertake. And ultimately getting to a point where if, as Kāinga Ora acknowledges, there may well be some special character areas that need to be acknowledged and identified in the plan, that we can then look to see how to manage the impact of intensification on those areas. This is not a situation, in Kāinga Ora's view, where we should identify those areas and then set up plan provisions to maintain and enhance those values. This is more about managing, and the relevant sections of the Amendment Act are very clear about that. And what we say is that, you know, if you get to the point where you've appropriately identified the areas that are important, there is more work to be done in figuring out how you manage intensification in a way that respects those values. And it may well be that that means there are changes to be made to height in some specific areas, for example. But at the moment, we've got more of a blanket response from the council. We've identified these areas and therefore they are not suitable for intensification. We don't think that's sufficiently fine-grained.
In terms of taking that to its logical extension, would that additional work to be done to manage the effects on those areas be part of this process or a separate process?
Well, we've, interesting you asked that question because we've had that debate amongst ourselves. And in fact, you will have noticed that in her primary evidence, Ms Woodbridge said, look, I'm attaching some provisions, which gives them some ideas about how you might go about that. And then we didn't attach them, and she's explained in her rebuttal, actually, that when we thought about it, we couldn't quite present a complete picture to you until the council had completed its analysis, which we say they haven't done. Now, what she is prepared to do, and we've encouraged her to do today, is to give you some examples of what those provisions might look like or ways in which we think character could be managed in an intensification context. And it's a good question. Certainly, Ms Woodbridge would be happy to participate in some expert conference and some form of alternative process within the scope of the hearing, if possible, to come up with some provisions. But again, we need to be confident that the council has developed its analysis in accordance with what we say the legislation requires in order to do that.
Yes, one of the reasons I asked that question is it became apparent from last evening's presentation from Mr McIndoe and Mr Burns in relation to the design guidelines that they think there needs to be some fundamental rewriting of those. And I asked Mr McIndoe whether that was possible to be done in the timeframes that we've got in front of us to deliver, which are short, and what would happen if the answer was no, or if they embarked on that and it came up with a problem and the answer was still no. What does that mean for a decision that we would make? Is it then a binary matter of, in the case of the design guidelines, not running with them as part of our decision, and relying on a future Schedule 1 process or not? So I know we're not talking, when I'm talking about qualifying matters and character areas here with you, but there's an analogy there about the process and trying to deal with any conferencing and what happens if it fails.
Well, of course, you'll know that Kāinga Ora takes the view that the design guidelines should be outside of the plan in any event to deal with exactly that issue. Yeah. You can update them as when you.
I don't want to focus on design guidelines, but I wanted to focus on an issue of resolving a fundamental difference in approach. I only use the design guidelines as an example. So there could be at the moment, there's a fundamental difference between Kāinga Ora and the council in relation to qualifying matters and how they're landed.
That's right. And I think Ms Woodbridge will be ready to discuss with you the work she had already done on those provisions. And we, of course, say they should be by way of overlay rather than precinct, which is a better way to manage values that are located in different places around the city, for example. So she can certainly take you through some of the work she has done, and then perhaps give you a clearer indication of what she thinks still needs to be done.
Okay, I'll ask the question again, but I'll ask it now. I'll ask it at the end, but I'll ask it now so that you know, will the Kāinga Ora position be that there's sufficient basis to make a decision now on this fundamental difference between the council and Kāinga Ora in terms of qualifying matters? Will there be an evidential basis to make a decision?
At the moment, we're not satisfied that there is.
So what does that mean for the panel?
Well, you've got, our submission would be that you don't have enough evidence to confirm it as a qualifying matter, or you may in some areas. We haven't gone to that level of assessment yet. But as a precinct managed approach, we don't think the evidential basis is there because the justification as to why the enabled intensification cannot occur is inadequate.
Right.
It's been based principally on a concern about eroding existing values rather than the different starting point which we say applies.
Backing up the Commissioner's question, calling a spade, does that mean the whole of Mount Vic should be a high density residential area in Kāinga Ora's view?
So the Mount Vic North Townscape Precinct, we've done a little bit of work on that, and both in my evidence and that of our experts is that we think there is merit in exploring that as a heritage area. So we're saying maintain provisions around that, but suggest that further conversations occur through the heritage frame.
So That's not an answer to the question. That says Mount McNorth is an exception in the balance. I think I missed the last part of your answer.
So the other the precincts, we don't have enough to say that they should remain at this.
So what's the consequence of not having enough?
You proceed without a qualifying matter.
Which means presumably on Kāinga's definition, they're within walkable catchment, therefore they're all HRZ.
Yes.
Good enough on the preliminary thing. Dave?
I just thought it was useful to put that on the table at the start, and we might have to revisit it at the end.
So Ms. Caldwell, is there anything you want to pluck out of your submissions and draw to our attention? And
Well, there is, Mr. Liggins just reminded me, we had this conversation at Carpenter yesterday. Just on your last comment, if there's not enough evidence, our view is that it should be HRZ. Our reading of the legislation is that the council is not precluded from introducing future qualifying matters. It can't do so through an ISPP process, but it can do so through an ordinary plan change. So if there's not enough evidence now, there's no reason on my assessment of the legislation why a future qualifying matter couldn't be introduced with the proper evidential foundation through a standard Schedule 1 plan change process.
stating the obvious, if a developer were quick enough, there might not be any character left to protect before a council plan change, particularly one going through the first scheduled process that wouldn't be legally effective until commissioner decisions.
Well, as you know, and as I'm sure Mr. Cullen will tell you, there's a range of factors that go to feasibility of development. It's possible, that's probably what I would say. But apparently there's lots of character, so. Oh, and as Ms. Summerfield's just said to me, a court order could be obtained to get immediate effect on a plan change if it was intended to protect something important. So what we're saying is, look, there are alternatives available to the council if it doesn't get through on this qualifying matter. They've done a lot of the work, they haven't completed all of the work, and Ms. Woodbridge will give you a sense of what she thinks still needs to be done.
Okay.
Look, I don't think there's a lot more I want to draw to your attention. We have done the work on stepping through what we think the qualifying matter assessment requires, and I think you might find the flow chart particularly helpful in that regard, which makes clear that when you're dealing with another type of qualifying matter, not a Section 6 type qualifying matter or any of those other ones that are listed, it's very clear what needs to happen. It's a Section 77J evaluation report, and then the further evaluation set out in 77L, which is where we get into the site-specific assessments. Now, you and I, Commissioner, had a discussion at the earlier hearing about whether site-specific meant literally site by site. And at the time, I recall our conversation proceeded on the basis that it would appear sensible that we were able to group together sites with specific characteristics. Now, at that time, I had not really turned my mind to what this 77L evaluation required. Now that we've looked into it, we think it's not quite as simple as that. There are some clear examples where the word area has been used in these provisions, but this evaluation in 77L is expressly to be a site-specific analysis. We've not, and I've set out our view at paragraph 2.14. but we don't think the analysis can be done on the basis of an area at the outset.
So I think what you're telling me is you shifted ground from the answer you gave me in stream one.
What I would say is I had not turned my mind to the detail at that point.
Just be clear. I'm not saying that that's a problem. I just want to be clear that that's what's happened.
I think now that I've looked at the legislation, yes, my answer is different.
So I'll come to that because I did have a question about your 214. So is there anything else you want to comment in advance?
I don't think so. I'm happy to go to questions.
212. Costs and benefits must be strictly assessed and quantified. Where does either the legislation or the NPSUD say that?
I think that's the reference to section 32.
That doesn't say it either. I'm interested in the adjective, strictly. Section 32 clearly says assessed, clearly says quantified if possible.
It says practicable is what it says.
Yeah, practical.
Right. So perhaps we should delete strictly out of that paragraph. And just check. I mean, obviously 77J3C requires an assessment of the costs and broader impacts of imposing those limits. In addition to the evaluation you would ordinarily do under section 32. And that then takes us to identify and assess the benefits and costs, and if practicable, quantify the benefits and costs.
So my reading of 77J3C is that that's a paraphrase of section 32. It doesn't say anything different to section 32. If anything, section 32 is more specific.
Yes, I think that's right. That's right.
Now, going to 214F, the question you referred to about what is site by site assessment. Anyway, so as I understand your clarification, it's that you can't start with an area. You have to go from the site specific to an area. That's
on my reading of 77L. That's right.
The interesting thing to me is that reading 77L C2, the site specific analysis identifies the site, evaluates the specific characteristics, determine the geographic area where intensification. So that's that process. It goes from site evaluation to area.
So you build up a picture. That's the way I see it.
It doesn't say though what your site-specific analysis needs to show. It doesn't. The example is, of course, when we talked in stream 1 about sort of grouping, it was on the example I gave you was flood hazard mapping. Now, in a way, that's not apposite because that's a Section 6 matter and it's not subject to 77L anyway, but it was just an example of the type of thing you might come up with. Now, in relation to character or heritage, where you're making a site-specific assessment of a number of buildings, might be a small number or it might be a large number, but it's a number on a number of sites. It doesn't say that each site has to satisfy some test of its own. It just says you have to assess them to come up with an area. Do you think that's significant? That you've drawn attention to the fact that it's not an area assessment, it's a site assessment, but it doesn't actually say what has to be assessed in relation to each site.
Well, in a way it does, because if you go up to A, your starting point there is identifying the specific characteristic that makes the level of development contemplated inappropriate. So I think you do have a characteristic starting point, don't you? And then you have to justify why that characteristic makes that level of development inappropriate. And then you have to apply that on a site-by-site basis.
It includes site-specific analysis that evaluates
identifies the site
characteristics to determine the area.
Yeah.
The issue that's in my mind is in any character or heritage area, you're going to have previously teeth, in fact, holes. Specific sites that are assessed as not having as much character as those around it.
Or in fact, detract from character.
Or even detract from the character. I think in this, we've been down this particular example, and I think that the lowest it goes in the areas that have been defined as neutral. We were told there were very few examples of anything within the identified character areas of detraction. But putting that, put aside just looking at it as an issue of statutory interpretation, does every site need to meet the relevant specific characteristic? Yes, you have to assess them, but where does that assessment go?
So are you so what you're asking is, does that then literally direct you to draw the line around the area, around those sites?
Yes.
I think that's right on the face of this. Now, Ms. Woodbridge will have
That's right, but what is right? Like, you see, your answer would be that yes, you do need to, in effect, draw a line, an area with holes in it.
Yes, that's right. And that's one of the key reasons why we say it's better managed by an overlay than a precinct.
Just want to just write this down so make sure I've caught what you've just said accurately.
And the only other matter I would add to that is that once you've identified the area and it qualifies, you're not maintaining and enhancing or protecting, you're managing the characteristic. Which is what C3 directs you to do.
You say you're not, you're saying there's a requirement not to manage, but
What you're directed to do
what you're directed.
is to come up with options
Yes.
to achieve the greatest heights and densities permitted,
Yeah.
while managing the specific characteristics that are underpinning your qualifying matter.
I understand. Yep. So it's a difference between protection and manage.
Exactly, which I think also is more easy to reconcile with the idea that you've got a bit of Swiss cheese, so you've got holes or lines drawn around smaller, more scattered areas.
And so the last point is you're not maintaining or enhancing the characteristic, you're managing the intensification.
Yes.
Managing with respect.
You're managing the specific characteristic in the context of your intensification. And what that might mean, for example, if you played it out into provisions, is that on an overlay basis, you might say, well, when you've got these character areas, you don't go, your height requirement might change, or you might have more matters of assessment or matters of discretion, for example.
And explain to me the comment that that's why an overlay is better. Like obviously I'm asking you to trespass into Ms. Woodbridge's field, but give me an idea about.
Well, I think an overlay is better for managing something that appears throughout the city in different locations. Whereas if you take a precinct approach, the traditional approach to the precinct is that there's a definitive area that you identify, and then everything within that area is managed by the provisions in that precinct. I think if this process is done properly and you end up with a robust qualifying matter, it's not going to be a lot of big areas without holes. It's going to be more scattered areas.
Now, assuming it's an area without holes, does that mean that in fact, assuming it is an area with holes, does that mean in practice it's never going to be possible to protect character? Because if every hole is then occupied by a 22, 28 story building, there's not going to be a lot of character between the holes.
Why are we protecting character? That's what I would ask.
But no, you've answered the question with a question. Now I accept that your point is valid, but what's the answer to my question? That it's simply not possible in practice.
Not at all. If we write provisions that enable us to manage the specific characteristics in the context of density, we can do what we like in relation to those holes. Well, within reason, we can write provisions that help us to manage the character or the response that new buildings might make to the established character. That's surely possible.
Like
and now I'm becoming a bush planner.
Well, isn't every RMA lawyer a bush planner? And every RMA planner is a bush lawyer. It just goes with the territory. So your answer is that you can write provisions in an overlay that would protect or lessen the impact on the character of adjacent sites.
I think it's possible. I'm sure Ms. Woodbridge will have some ideas in that regard. And then in terms of the question I put back to you, I'll make the point that the NPS directs us very clearly that amenity and character is an amenity value, is expected to change over time. And that's a matter to which you must have specific regard in your decision making.
But that of course is just, well, I've got this in my mind, that of course leaves open to how far and how fast that change occurs. David.
So I'm interested in this distinction between the overlay and the precinct, Ms. Caldwell, and I just wonder whether it's a bit of side noise in the sense that unless you're telling us that a precinct is better matched to a protection and overlay is better protected to managing, then really doesn't it come down to what the provisions that are drafted in either of those techniques have to say?
I think I'd be deferring to Ms. Woodbridge's view on that, but my understanding is that I don't think I'd accept that a precinct equates to protection.
No, you're not telling us that.
No,
are
I'm
you?
not.
No. And we've heard that in terms of the national planning standards. The administrative nicety is that precincts are generally related to a single zone and overlays go across multiple zones. But that's, I think, and Mr. Hill might tell me differently, that's as far as the national planning standards go on that matter. The answer is going to be the nature of the provisions, whether it's a precinct or an overlay, is it? Presumably. Thank you.
So I have here. What's that? Do I have anything else? Commissioners? Okay, I think we're ready for Mr. Liggett.
Morena, and thank you very much. Just, I won't wax lyrical through the entire statement. I guess just a couple of key points from us. Obviously the walkable catchments, and I know that hasn't been the focus of conversation to date in the hearing, but just to bring you up to speed with reference to where we've gone between submission and the ultimate evidence piece. What we had tried to do in the preparation of submission was ground truth and test to the greatest degree possible. We had in a very, very compressed timetable across multiple submissions. And the maps that Nick Ray will talk you through provide the extension of that work where the team has been further testing what is the appropriate catchment with respect to context, because context does play a significant role in the determination and application of walkable catchments. Are they truly accessible? And we've taken it from the principle of the accessibility of that place rather than necessarily the hard metric of a number. It's about what is the accessibility of that place and moved the mapping in accordance with that. So highly accessible locations are walkable, therefore are mapped a particular way, either by way of high density residential zoning or additional height control overlay response. And underpinning all of that, there is the universal observation that the MDRS is the baseline. And we go up from there. Policy 3 is a baseline of at least 6. So high density for us starts at 6, and we have the height variation controls that principally take us above that. Speak to the Oriental Bay precinct, obviously it takes us down as well in parts. So there is very, very specific work that has been further advanced between submission and the material that you have in front of you by the team, with those principles firmly at the front and centre as guided by our read and interpretation of the policy intention behind it, policy 3. Loosely, just wanted to touch on the design guides. I think you've already covered it earlier in the conversation, but most definitely the reason our position is that the design guide should be non-statutory is that elements of that does evolve. Ministry for the Environment as well is busily doing some stuff in the background that may inform those kinds of documents across the country. Having to continually go through a Schedule 1 process is not efficient for anybody. The correct approach from our perspective is that the policy direction is very clear on what you are seeking to achieve as the outcome. And the guides are simply the guides to help interpret that. I just touched sideways on something that isn't in the evidence and is in response to evidence of others captured in our further submissions. Just quickly, there's the Kiwi Rail setback request. In their evidence, they've made statements as to the actual rail corridor and designation as qualifying matter as prescribed as an identified matter, and then they've discussed a setback that they consider should be a qualifying matter for the reasons outlined by the internal witness. I think it's Mr. Brown, I think, yeah. Couple of comments from us, having explored that in other jurisdictions. Our position from a corporate lens is that there hasn't been sufficient work to justify another matter in this case. That said, we recognise that there is a concern with the ability to build and maintain buildings in proximity to the railway. The railway presents particular hazards in building in proximity to it. The position that we reached, subject to a statutory assessment needing to be completed to wrap around this, we agree with the 1.5 metres in terms of the depth of that. When it comes to paragraph 4.7 of Mr. Brown's statement, he discusses scaffolding being an issue and needing outriggers and a range of things. Out of curiosity, I did go to that document personally. It's 160 pages long. If I apply what is read in that statement, we would end up with some very big platforms sitting out the bottom of scaffolding all over the country. And at first read, how could scaffolding that is built day in, day out comply with that requirement? When you read into it, that's just one particular component. There's many pathways to comply with that guide. Specific engineering design and certification processes that can be done. There's tiebacks to buildings. This is for a freestanding mobile scaffold. It's only one example of the types of scaffolding that would require a wider base. So in practical terms, our position is 1.5 metres is appropriate width. You can erect scaffolding in it. There are examples of that all over the country in tightly confined spaces. And as a closing comment, if there is concern about people traversing across the boundary of the property, the property owner, the Kiwi Rail can protect its property boundary by way of a fence. So when we're dealing with that, we don't support the 5 metres. Don't think the statutory test has been done, but in real terms, parking the statutory test requirement, we think the 1.5 is an appropriate measure. We have concern about the way in which that has been introduced into the plan. It's simply an addition to the setback, which is managing other things. The assessment criteria turns to streetscape, relationship to neighbours, doesn't actually deal with the safety issue that has been underpinning Kiwi Rail's concern. So from that perspective, we think there needs to be specifically drafted, if you are to go with the 1.5, ended in the 42A, needs to be a very specific and singular matter of discretion, something along the lines of addressing the location, size, design of the building as it relates to the ability to safely use access and maintain buildings without requiring access onto or above the rail corridor, dealing explicitly to the issue raised. We think that needs to be put into a restricted discretionary framework. It should be subject to non-notification because we're simply dealing with a council officer and the applicant demonstrating that they can build this thing, having to traverse the property boundary and do so in a safe manner. Is there any questions on that before I move off? Because there's some faces.
I have one, Mr. Liggett. You've answered some of the questions that you've gone along. I was going to ask you, regardless of whether it's established or not, whether you had a position on 1.5, and you've answered that. So, but it's qualified, and that needs a matter of discretion to be drafted where that's infringed. And Mr. Hill, have you ever done that? Have you? No, I haven't. But hoping I hadn't missed it in your evidence. Okay, so that's to be done if your relief is to be followed. Yeah. I did have a question on the design guidelines matter, and I'm going to treat it as a deemed question to Mr. Ray and Mr. Hill also, but I'll put it to you first. Understand the position that they should be non-statutory and outside the plan. If the panel reaches a different view, there's two questions. Firstly, if the panel reaches a different view because of the issues that have been raised by Mr. McIndoe and Mr. Burns, there's two possible alternatives. One is that the design guide, those aspects of the design guides that relate to principles and objectives could form the basis for policy assessment. And the second is that could start again outside of this process. So on the first matter, what's your position, Mr. Liggett, on taking the principles and objectives of the design guides and converting them into a policy assessment as part of this process?
That's exactly what we think needs to happen.
Okay. And secondly, could you ever envisage a situation where the design guides and Mr. Burns and Mr. McIndoe's position are fit for purpose, such that they could form part of the district plan?
The design guides as they are today are fit for purpose.
No, if they became fit for purpose. I mean, presumably you're not saying that design guides should never be part of the district plan.
Our position is that they're a design guide, provide guidance. They're not a decision-making tool. The district plan should be providing a framework in which to make decisions. Policy needs to be very clear and set the policy direction. What are you trying to achieve? And then have the framework deliver that in an efficient manner. Our experience where design guide is the method. We have examples where projects just hamstrung because design guide actually conflicts with the policy direction. Design guides around the country that talk extensively to that describe the existing character. Yeah. That's not the framework we're in anymore.
No, I understand that. The reason I asked that question is that Mr. McIndoe's presented on two different forums, the Porirua one and the Wellington one. In the Porirua situation, he's supportive of the design guides being those particular design guides because he thinks they're fit for purpose as being part of the plan. In this situation, he doesn't believe, in the Wellington situation, he doesn't believe that they are fit for purpose. They're problematic, and he'd like to see them jettisoned. So his position comes down to the usefulness and quality of the design guides, and he'd come up with two different situations based on his analysis of those two jurisdictions. I'm just asking you, is your opposition to design guides based on the current state of them in the Wellington situation, or is it more of a principled position?
I think in this context, it's both. There's a principled position there, definitely. Yeah.
Would you ever get past that principled position? That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah. If we get past it, it's then in our own experience with our own design guides talks to this, the amount of review that goes on, the amount of updating, the amount of something's changed or a new product has come in and is available, doesn't fit with the design guide, you have to go and amend the design guide, or you're constantly making decisions that are.
I'll take that as a no.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, just look at 4.2, the very end, last sentence, Mr. Lee. It's important for council to aim setting a little more than the minimum. How much more?
Well, I guess in terms of what's been driving our submission and conversations with the team that are doing the work, if policy 3 provides a framework for that guidance. City centre, the absolute maximum possible. Metro centres fairly close to that, and then within the walkable catchments, you then will have a context created by those things that you need an appropriate response to. Hence the height variation controls that we've used as trying to bridge that gap, because at least doesn't give you a qualifier out the other end, and there's no sort of maximums prescribed in the policy, so we have to take a contextual response to that, which is what we've endeavoured to do through the process.
Okay, just, any quick questions, commissioners?
Mr. Liggett, you have been saying that with regards to Mount Vic, you are saying that it would be more appropriate to have that area to Mount Vic North covered under a heritage area or heritage protection. On what basis are you making that statement?
Yeah, so just to, I haven't touched on the wider character issues. A couple of statements in front of that. In terms of the hierarchy that we have taken when we're looking at Section 6, Section 7, historic heritage and protect frame for that, looking at character as general amenity and the ability for that to change over time, and then assessing that against principally the locations in which character has generally been identified by council, trying to weigh that up against the question of the significance of urban development. And I'd look in part back to the principles that we've derived already, accessibility and connection to things. The evidence of Alistair Cribbins for Kotahi looked very explicitly about the accessibility of jobs across the region. 50 to 60% of all the jobs in these locations are within a alternative transport mode. PT within 45 minutes. Walkable in terms of 80% of a number of these catchments of people already walking. What we're doing then is putting the character over the top of that and then heavily constraining it without actually thinking about the broader costs and impacts of that. What do we do if we displace that intensity that we lose somewhere else, and where do we put it? And if I look at the Regional Growth Forum in response to that, there's a lot of growth going up the 2 corridors to the city. So from a wider lens, where we have the most accessible locations in the city, the locations of the city that are most served already by a range of access options, we then come over the top and go, the characteristics of the status quo need to be maintained for a suite of provision. It's a very big ask against the significance of urban development and the question of how do we distribute that growth? One, we have to supply enough of it, but then how do we distribute it, and what is the consequences of that? The impact and broader impacts of that we haven't even touched on. So that is a very big question for us, and partly why we've gone round in circles and haven't landed on an exact suite of provisions for the character stuff broadly. When we look at Mount Vic North Townscape, we see something very different. In terms of that townscape's the function of that and the recognition of that as Wellington as almost a regionally significant response.
That is townscape, not heritage. So have you done a heritage assessment to say that this is more appropriately covered by a heritage area?
Yeah, and that's why we're suggesting that this needs to be picked up in the heritage stream. We've done initial work that suggests that is an appropriate response. We need to, initial work is initial work. We need to put the meat on those bones to fully quantify it. We can't say others aren't doing the work and then we're not doing it ourselves. So that's why we're saying that that's best addressed in the heritage topic, and we think there is a case that we can put forward, and we need to flesh that out through evidence. And on that basis, we think it is something different.
Now, you've just repeated, and it has been said several times, the character, of course, if we're talking about character precincts under the NPACD, that can change. Now, are you of the opinion that change means eradicate?
Change doesn't preclude that. It's a fact and degree question, and that is the whole how far do you permit the change to occur based on the values that present themselves. And I think there's been a lot of work done since 1995 on a discussion about the values of these places. But what has been done to test against the alternative optional use for that place? What is the cost and the marginal cost of not doing that versus maintaining the status quo, which is effectively what a lot of the provisions try to do. And one thing that I'm really grappling with is a character precinct framed up as amenity protects the buildings to the degree to consent. A historic heritage area, which should be framed up under the auspices of Section 6, building demolition is permitted activity. There's something not functioning in this entire discussion between heritage and character. And on another note, why these places? Character, every site has character. Why is it that these ones, the character is called out versus the character of another community that isn't called out and isn't valued? Because many communities would value where they reside, why they reside there, in partless, I would suspect. But there are characteristics that they, that they relate to, therefore they accommodate themselves there. Just in this case, we're regulating via, or recognising via regulation particular values of a particular community and only some of the community, not all communities.
Thanks for that. One last question. In your paragraph 813 A2, you say that it's required to undertake a site-specific analysis to evaluate the greatest height and density that could be achieved while still managing character. Are you saying that there should be an evaluation of each and every site to figure out how high you could go without interfering with the character?
Yes.
Thanks. That was me. Thank you.
One follow-up, Sir. Just Mr. Liggett, just as quite a few notes in response to your responses on the Victoria Townscape and your distinction between the heritage issue and the character issue. Does that come down solely to heritage being a Section 6 matter and character not being the basis for your position?
With respect to the heritage issue, definitely. There's the challenge with the way the character is framed is that people talk about the history of a place as opposed to identified historic heritage. Those two things in my mind are very different. Every place has a history again, so what are we doing about that? We're not doing anything outside of these geographies. Is that equitable?
Okay. I guess the question that follows in my mind then is why limit that explanation or approach to Mount Vic? Presumably there are other parts of the city that have similar heritage qualities to Mount Vic that might also warrant benefit from that approach.
There is possibility for heritage values to exist across the city. Am I standing here in front of, or sitting here in front of you today saying we've done a heritage assessment of the entire city? No, we haven't.
No.
So if there is heritage values,
Yep.
then one, those need to be identified, assessed and protected.
Sure.
The Act requires that.
Okay. Thank you. That's useful.
I've just been thinking about the 813, that you think that a assessment should be done of each and every site with regards to the possibility of the height in relation to the effect of the character. Now, I'm not quite clear on how that in practice should be working, because I'm thinking if you take every site, you then imagine the building that sits on it is be demolished. So you are, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but you're imagining that the building will be replaced in the current character context.
Well, there's
Because at the end of the day, you will end up with then some bigger ones, and yeah, where is your starting point for that?
I think that the starting point for that, in respect of the maps that we have produced, draws on policy 3C principally. So we have a high density proposition that we say is the most appropriate land use response having regard to policy 3C. The qualifying matter can then modify against that. So you first have to establish what is policy 3C. We think we have done that through the maps and work that Brian and team have done. Then you need to do an assessment against the identified values. And with respect, I'm not even sure that we have an agreed set of values or reasons for those values. I was trying to find, there is evidence from Heritage New Zealand where it talks about the aesthetic pleasantness of an area. Well, how does managing or controlling height respond to the aesthetic pleasantness of an area? If that's the words that Heritage New Zealand have used to describe the character or the values sitting behind the character areas. Because a high building can still be pleasant if designed well, which means we need the policy to talk about how we design intensive build form well. That's a different question to the aesthetically pleasing build form. So what are we trying to manage? And part of me comes back to, well, we're trying to retain the status quo, which by dealing with height at a level that responds to the status quo, not assessing against identified values that are important and then going, how do we fit change and intensification within them? So we've got a very different task to do that we haven't started. Well, I'm talking the collective professionals that are sitting in front of you, hasn't really started to grapple with and actually produced a response that gets us there to that text.
But do you agree by having the medium residential zone as a general starting point within any character area anyway, which is higher than the existing houses, that actually has an effect of change already?
Well, transitioning from the built form that is there today to the medium density residential zone, it's a change. But is it the right change to assess in terms of what we should actually be providing for? We say we should be providing for the high density zone given the location of many of these identified areas. High density is the right response. So we actually still need to do that assessment against that. We can't just go, well, assess against medium density because that's the MDRS. That's ignoring policy 3C. I don't think we have that option.
But thank you.
Just to follow on from that, but that the provisions allow you to apply for a higher density. So they don't prevent it. They allow you to go through a consent process to have a 5-story building, for example, within those areas. So it's not restricting development by prevention, it's still allowing a process of analysis or something like that to proceed.
I think in terms of my personal read of the material and casting across some of the geographies, there is that sentiment there. I'd like to know how you do that, because many of these, to achieve a high intensive building on not all sites, but a number of the sites, the existing building presents the problem, and that would need to be moved or removed. When I look at the assessment criteria that underpins the demolition of a building from the site, don't know that you're going to achieve it that very easily. And you're not going to achieve that on the sites that you may necessarily want to intensify. You'll be achieving the demolition for other reasons, because the building is fundamentally failing, or there's something substantially wrong with it. That means it needs to be removed for other reasons, not necessarily to facilitate intensification. You may pick up a site vacated for the other reasons and intensify it, but you're not necessarily going to be able to take a site and simply intensify it when you look at the package of all the rules.
We have sort of heard the contrary, that the demolition rules are extremely loose and potentially enable. So it's interesting to hear your view on that.
I think we're good, Mr. Leggett. Go to Mr. Ray.
I think so.
Welcome again, Mr. Ray. Long time no see.
Nice to be back in front of you. And thank you for your time.
I wonder if the starting point might be for you to talk us through what's the maps that you've tabled. What are they showing, and how are they different to the existing maps that were attached to your evidence?
Okay, so we should have two handouts. One is larger than the other. One has got 2 pages. 2 pages is effectively a replacement of the 2 pages in my evidence in chief. So the issue we found was that Tawa did not have the height overlay showing on it. So that's to replace the 2 pages in my appendix C.
So you're.
They are also.
So just show. Tell me the difference. So that's 2 of. So the difference is 5. I got you. You've now got a series of different heights. Gotcha.
White overlay in red has been added, which was left off. Is that right?
Tower North and Tower South.
Yes.
Right, so that's the first 2. Understand that.
And strictly speaking, they're not a direct replacement, because they do have some additional information on those 2, which I'll go through now, which is relative to the second set of document plans that I've given you. What we've tried to do with this set, which is dated the 28th of the 3rd, on the bottom title page, is to try and illustrate and update the council's position. So where the council has agreed an area should be, for example, changed to high density zone, included that as the high density zone in orange without crosshatch.
So we'll look at London for a start.
Mr. A, should we have the original Linden plan in front of us just to compare that?
You can, yeah, I'll point you to an example, which is on Handyside Street.
I can see between Eno and Street and Ranoe Terrace, the hatching is gone.
Please.
So that's at the bottom centre of the. And when you say the council position, is that as per the 42A report?
Correct. As I understand, they're now recommending.
Yeah.
Dr. Zamani did a further clarification on Wednesday of the maps.
But basically, we asked Dr. Zamani to go through the maps and provide some covering commentary for us. That would have been about 4 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon. Are you aware of that? Did you?
That's why I asked the question earlier to Council as to what.
I haven't had the ability to review that yet. Okay, yeah, okay, so that's
Okay, well,
the reason
another spanner.
No, but the reason we asked them to do that was in light of the content of the JWS
Yes.
issue 6 or 8 on heights in the HDZ,
Yes.
and where he'd referenced agreement with Mr. Hills,
subject to the design guide,
subject to the design guide,
updated to represent that, recognise that.
standard 1, the revised wording in standard 1 of Mr. Hill's planning evidence.
Which needed updating too. Yes.
Yes, but
under that.
The point is, Mr. Ray, on the surface of the matter, it appeared that that Dr. Zamani might have been resigning from the JWS position. And so we wanted to test that. And that's what the exercise was on Wednesday evening. As far as the JWS related to specific localities that were listed in Mr. Hill's standard 1 revision.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't all of the maps. It related to Miramar and Newtown and others, but so that's the context that you may or sounds like you're not aware of.
So could I ask a question then? Does that mean it's about specific locations, i.e. the additional height on the maps in some places rather than the principle?
I was going to say that I don't think, and I think the message we took from it was that Dr. Zamani wasn't resigning from agreement in principle,
right,
but was talking about issues that would have to be addressed as a consequence of that agreement in principle.
Okay.
Yes.
Like additional assessments, for instance,
yes,
and the like.
Yes, absolutely.
Which so it was. So that my read of his response was that it was within the qualification that he'd already made, that increasing the height would have consequences that would need to be assessed through the design guides.
That's correct. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yes. What it was actually saying, and what he said verbally to us, is height was largely irrelevant, subject to meeting the design guide principles, and we wanted to test that with him. And then he further nuanced that by making specific comment on all of the planning maps in relation to the spatial extent of the HRZ and the height increases that were shown in your plans. So it became apparent that his own view is that height might be important in certain locations, notwithstanding that general comment reflected in the JWS. Because one of the things that we perhaps didn't put to him precisely, we should have, is to what extent can the application of the design guide deal with a development that is very high if there's a fundamental concern about that height. And that we didn't quite get the opportunity to put it so directly to Dr. Zamani.
Oh, well, that's updating you. I think the message is that it would. I'm not sure that there'll be the capacity, but you should at least be aware that we've had that discussion, and we'll try and pick up the key points that we took from it as we work through these. So we've got that. So you've updated for the council position. The other thing is there's now an additional box for amended HRZ application. Can you explain that?
Yes, correct. That's in the grey and orange crosshatch. And so those are areas that were in the original submission that when I'm recommending remain as MRZ, so not change to HRZ. Trying to illustrate where those differences now lie.
The cutout of the HRZ to MRZ?
No, not a further cutout. This is explaining where Mr. Ray has landed relative to Kāinga's original submission.
Yes, sorry, I probably put that wrongly. It's a refinement of the original. Yes, from HRZ to MRZ. With any height variation control or not? Increase, I mean.
No.
11 metres.
I don't believe it. So in the context of the other agreement in terms of 14 to 18, that would still apply around local centres. But in terms of the zone application itself, we don't have I'm pretty sure it's not applied anywhere where we've reduced the application of that.
So you can explain that and say, let's say sheet 3, which is Tawa South, where there's that area below Oriole Ave and just crosshatch. Is that the area? Crosshatched black and orange?
Yes.
So was that previously all crosshatched orange as high density residential in the original submission? And now you're saying it can go to MRZ
without any height overlay.
Without any height. Thanks. Sorry that I laboured that a little bit. Sorry, but
okay.
I understand.
Further clarify, so that's a further amendment to what was attached to your evidence in chief. Because when I look at your evidence in chief, at that particular map, it is medium density.
Yes, so my evidence in chief shows it as medium density.
Yeah.
This illustrates where we changed from the submission to that point in my evidence.
Okay.
Trying to help you understand.
It's not a change from the evidence to MDRZ.
Yeah.
It's an explanation of where you landed in your evidence.
Correct. Hopefully that's helpful.
Are there any changes over and above?
So there is.
And you'll take us through those on a side-by-side basis.
Yes, well, yeah, let's just go through the map. So, so just there is one other box in under the, on some of these maps, which is additional high density areas, which were beyond where the submission had suggested, and that's a orange with a dot, and they're very minor.
Highlight them as we go through. I think we can make notes as we go.
Mr. Ray, I think what I had in mind was just as we asked Dr. Zamani for his commentary on your maps. What I would like you to do, please, is to explain in relation to each map, why you drew the boundaries that you drew, and for us to ask you questions in relation to each map. But before we go into that exercise, are there any other high level, because that's going to take us quite a while, are there any other high level introductory comments you want to make in relation to your evidence?
In regards to the maps?
No, well, more generally.
Generally?
Yeah.
Yes. So so let's start with some clarifications on those maps as well. And I've discussed map 2, so that's covered. Map 2 and map 3.
Yeah.
The other clarification I want to just bring your attention to is around the character issue we've been discussing this morning. The maps that are before you have a recommended zone and height overlay relative to the policy 3 principles. And they do not necessarily represent an outcome that's related to the character issue. And so they may need to be modified depending on the outcome of the character issue, heritage issue.
In summarising though, that where you are is relying on Ms. Woodbridge's analysis that the QM hasn't been justified, and therefore you revert to, as I asked Ms. Caldwell, you revert to HRZ because it's all within walking distance.
Correct.
And that's what you've reflected. Correct. Well, revert to policy 3C.
Yes.
And to the extent that you're suggesting more than 6 stories, you've identified what you are suggesting.
That's correct.
Thank you. Yep, got that.
And the reason for the overlay of the heights is around directing height to be close to or around those centres. In other words, provide an expectation of enablement for additional height or density where I think it's best located next to those centres.
Right, and Mr. Hill, that's a policy 3D matter? How we categorise that? The heights? Yes, heights being commensurate. Yeah. That's the other thing. Yes, yes. Yeah, we're conscious of that.
In a perfect world, we would have scheduled the discussion of centres before this stream and worked out from there. But we're not in a perfect world, so we've just got to make the best we can.
So that's right, and that's in response to and a difference of approach to what the council's provisions are, which seem to enable additional height. And there's various steps of 25% over or up to 50% over, and which seems to be a bit arbitrary as to where that would happen. And so there's nothing preventing an application being over height. And as you quite rightly said before, the assessment needs to include how you're going to assess that building. What this does is suggests to developers, landowners, the general public, that additional height is considered appropriate in these areas, also subject to the design of those buildings. So I think from what you've said about Dr. Zamani's response, I think we're aligned on that.
messages. Keep going.
Right, so and in terms of the maps, I have in my evidence added some updates to the walkable catchment methodology, and that's subsequent to the further work we've been doing in the other jurisdictions, and particularly the one around coastal hazards, which effectively is excluding greater density in those areas. And an example of that's actually on the screen at the moment in Kilburnie. So the area in grey hatch at Lyle Parade at the bottom of the screen is in response to high coastal hazard. I think the maximum is the maximum of tsunami or inundation. And likewise at the top of the page, around the school and around the mixed use area, that hazard applies there and therefore moved high density from those areas.
Why have you done that there and not in other areas? For example, Tower North, or where there is.
It won't be a coastal hazard.
No
in Tower
coastal
North.
No.
in
But
yeah.
sorry, this coastal hazard at the school. Did you say?
Oh, sorry, I was just
No.
pointing out it's around the school in the north
Yeah.
that area.
St Pat's Town. Like it's around that particular school is the point.
Yes. And I just wanted to reiterate the point I think I made in the first hearing that we should be trying to maximise growth close to the centres, close to the railway, on the flatter land, particularly when you're looking at the topography around challenging sites such as the Johnsonville railway, and hence why Tawa is a good option for growth in both the centre and residential. So look, the maps are where I've got to. I'm not saying that they're perfect, and I would welcome further discussion if needed on those. I no doubt there might be nuances on particular sites that may need further analysis. And I was just thinking about, for example, the area of high density at Lyle Parade to the left of the purple, which is the mixed use zone. Where is it appropriate from an urban form perspective to step up from 3 stories to 6 and 16 metres in the mixed use zone? So whilst it doesn't carve it out because there's no particular hazard that covers those sites, is there another finer nuance there that might suggest should be the same as the 16 metres as the mixed use zone, or how does that work? That's quite a big, there's probably a few instances like that around.
Okay. General question, you've exempted it for coastal hazards. You haven't done the same for flood hazards or earthquake hazards?
No, so this is the guidance from Mr. Hill and position from Kāinga Ora, particularly around the coastal hazards. My understanding, the flood issue can be a managed issue. I note that it is an issue. But if you're allowing MDRS 3 stories in there, why do you not allow more than that if it's in a walkable catchment? So I suspect that flood issue is potentially the same, just a different type of building.
Earthquakes might be a bit different.
Earthquakes is completely outside my area of expertise, and I would defer to somebody else that would advise on that.
Okay, understand. So I'm anticipating a lengthy discussion on these maps. So I think we'll break for lunch now. How long do you need? Since you're going out. Do you want an hour? 45 minutes? There's plenty of places within a walkable catchment. Use phrase. Yeah, okay, use a common phrase.
It's 45 minutes. Yeah.
45 minutes. Okay, we'll start it. Restart at 1:15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. You're a life agent.
It's really Jake's fault.
I mean, because I had one at my car that the thing is broken,
Oh, yeah.
so I try to use it.
We've been needing that.
Resume the hearing. Thank you, Mr. Ray. I think we're ready to talk to you about your the detail of your maps. As I say, what I'd be grateful for you to do is to take us through each map and explain the rationale for why you put the lines where you put them. And so we'll start at map 1. Who's driving the machine? It's in front of you. Yes. Start with Linden. There we go.
Okay.
The other thing I should forewarn you is that on the Monday before, on this Monday, Mr. Slutz and Burge and I did a little tiki tour, and we noted various things that I need to put to you because, as council will know, bad karma for commissioners to rely on what they see on site visits. So some of the questions I ask you will be what we observed and invite you to comment.
Okay, so and I have actually noted there's a few other errors in here which we can discuss as we go through. As you can appreciate, this has been done by a team of people.
Yes,
on the maps, but
the understand the other thing I particularly need you to do is to highlight areas that are expanded, as you said there were some compared to Kāinga's submission.
yes.
Presumably Kāinga is asking us to make an out of scope recommendation in relation to those areas.
Necessary.
Well, you'd have to tell me why it's not necessary if.
No, that's right.
Can I just help clarify, because our submission talked about areas generally, and the maps were an example of those, not necessarily the extent of those.
Well, I might suggest that to the extent that your submission extended beyond what you had actually mapped, it might be said to be an invalid submission because it wasn't clear enough what it was seeking. For anybody, for instance, wanting to make a further submission.
Yeah, I think the answer is yes. The maps that were filed with the submission were an illustration of the detailed submission points and the basis on which we felt, for example, the walkable catchment should be set. And we had a little bit of discussion about that at the first hearing. So yes, to the extent where we've pushed those lines, I suppose, further than the original maps with the submission point. If you agree with those, then yes, that would be an out of scope recommendation.
And can I just be clear that that's shown in the legend as the orange area with the light coloured dots?
Correct.
So you could highlight those because we've already reflected on the less than helpful colour scheme in the national planning standards. It is very difficult to read. So I want to annotate my hard copy so that there's no possibility of us missing these extra bits.
I believe, sir, there's only 2 locations, so it should make it relatively straightforward.
Given that there's one sitting looking at map.
Correct.
That's it.
Okay, so start at Linden. The rationale for Linden is based on the train station, so 800-metre walkable catchment from the train station at Linden. It obviously also has a local centre within it, underperforming at the moment. And I'll also point to the Kāinga station, which I'm hoping that if I can point to this with the cursor on the screen, you can see that. It's at the top of the page.
Yeah, because Kāinga station's in Pairua.
Correct.
Yes, so there's one up there. Gotcha. So how far off the map is Kāinga station?
It's pretty much exactly where I've got the cursor.
Right, like right on the margin.
Correct. So that station actually relates to both jurisdictions, and from a walkability person, general public, they wouldn't know the difference whether they're in Wellington or Pairua. And hence why council has recommended high density around that station to the north of the Wellington district.
So that explains why this looks a long way from north to south. A chunk of this is coming south from Kāinga.
Correct.
So how far approximately is it from Linden Station to those properties on Bell Street? Hopefully you've got a rule of that.
I actually don't.
Like approximately.
Yes. The furthest is somewhere probably 800 to 1,000 metres, 800 to 1,000 metres. Roughly. So the catchment is kind of covered by both stations, and that's kind of a general principle through particularly the Johnsonville line, where the stations are quite close together, and it could be a further discussion at another point, whether they're all valid to be operational.
So in this particular case, it's not based on retail community offerings, if you like, services. It's solely based on the rail.
The rail. That's the underlying principle. The benefit of the local centre there will add to that, and I note that it's a pretty poor centre at the moment.
With limited ability to expand to.
Correct.
I guess.
Although I would say that the building stock in that centre is pretty low value and probably has a fairly high possibility of redevelopment. And that's why we didn't suggest perhaps an expansion to that.
So in that particular map is a good of a question for probably Mr. Healy is, how does that sort of contribute to a well-functioning urban environment? Solely centering on the rail, and there's no services that go with that. So I'm just wondering how those dots get connected, but it's probably more a question. directed to colleague.
Yeah, well, I'd say that just to provide some comment on that is that there is services there. They're not particularly great. And there is also schools just to the south of here, and also the employment area of Kinaparu and the hospital. So there is the ability for people to walk to work in Kinaparu, and you need to think of that wider context rather than just what it offers, but also the relationship to Tawa Town Centre, which is the next page.
Okay.
Before we go, Mr. Ray, I'm nervous that I'm going to misunderstand something here. So can you just, using the Tawa plan, the area that's cross-hatched orange, which is the high density residential, and that big sort, it is the area and below the colour and below that, is that medium density, is it? The area that's north of Mexted Terrace, that's covered by the shading.
No, no, that's added by Kāinga by Mr. Ray compared to the council's version. So it's extra HRZ.
Yeah. So what's
so look on the left around St Aidan's Way. That's the colour for MRZ.
But what's the area under there?
Are we still on Linden? Yes.
I think we are.
Yeah. Okay.
We're just making sure.
I quite need to understand this in my own words. So let me ask the question, please. Question is the area that's bounded by Mexted Terrace, Handyside, and that's cross-hatched in orange.
Mhm.
In the notified plan, what was that area shown as?
That was shown as MRZ.
Right. Okay. And in the Kāinga submission?
High density.
Yes. And so that's what that legend showing, that a change from MRZ to high density.
High density.
Okay.
Yes.
That was a simple question, but I just want to make sure I wasn't understanding it.
Yeah.
But that's quite different from the dotted areas, which are additional areas of high density that were shown in the maps that were attached to the submission.
Correct.
Okay.
And one example of that is to the left of Main Road.
Yes, got that.
In this example here.
Yeah.
So that is within a walkable catchment of the train station. It's also opposite Linden Park Reserve, and makes sense that it is included from my perspective.
Yes, and in the notified plan, what's your understanding of the rationale for the extent of high density as shown on this plan, ignoring the cross-hatched area we are seeking extension to high density? What was the basis for identifying the spatial extent in your understanding?
It's based on the train station
and a walkable catchment of
800 metres. 10-minute walk, roughly 800 metres.
So 800 metres from the Linden train station?
Correct.
And what about from the Kinaparu station?
From that also.
But I thought you said that the distance between the Linden train station and the outer Bell Street properties was 800 to 1,000.
Yeah, and that's the overlap that you get between the two stations.
Yeah.
So
but in the notified plan, if an 800 metre had been applied from Kinaparu, presumably it would have covered the cross-hatched area also.
Yes, and I don't know why not.
Yeah, so that would suggest to me that the walkable catchment might have been less than 800 metres in the notified plan for high density from Kinaparu station.
You'd have to ask
them,
council on that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So, Tawa North.
So Tawa North, page sheet 2. This plan illustrates that we're seeking an expansion to the centre in the middle, but also to change that to town centre. So we'll discuss that later at another hearing, but in response to the town centre and the train station, but both of them apply, an 800 metre catchment, and the height overlay is a 400 metre catchment from the town centre zone. There's actually 2 stations on that line that contribute to high density around it.
Sorry, Mr. Ray, where's the height overlay?
This is the new drawings.
Placement one.
Apologies. It's not on the screen either.
On the screen.
This one.
The 2 separate replacement ones. Yeah,
Apologies for that.
that's right. Just remember where I put them. Yep. Sorry, I thought they were replacement maps to the evidence one, but they're to both, aren't they?
For both, yes.
Yeah.
So that really talks about an 10 in the centre stories, 8 around it, down to 6 and 3 stories. Again, this is one of the, as I said before, the intensification opportunity within the Tawa Centre area. The area to the north of the mixed use zone at Duncan Street, that's actually a school site, and within the catchment, walkable catchment as well.
So just say that again, to Duncan Street, where's that?
Duncan Street on the top right of the screen. Large area of land in there, which is actually a school.
So you've identified school. The school is, this was a question I was going to ask you. I suppose it's a designated site. What's the point of identifying it as HRZ? Like,
well, I think just consistency, so and if the school wanted to perhaps do a higher building in that space, the underlying zone supports that. But I absolutely acknowledge that most schools have a designation over them which manages their development.
Could offer additional clarification while not speaking as the Ministry for Education, but our conversations with them when we're dealing with this issue is they have a preference for a non-special purpose zoning under the school. So if they're doing something that is not consistent with the designation, but is consistent with land uses that are needed within the communities, they're then applying an appropriate framework with respect to the adjacency of other land use. So the wider conversation that I've personally had with them is their preference is that they have a residential zoning underneath, consistent with the surrounding. But I can only offer that as a conversation I've had, as opposed to I'm not the ministry.
okay, thank you.
Tawa South, again predicated on the train station at Main Road. Again, the overlap from Tawa Street Station. Sunrise Boulevard is that area of land abutting the prison site, correction site.
Yes, we'll come to that.
And so that's been addressed. Moving into Churton Park, this is a new, reasonably new development area. And this is the first of the local centres which have a catchment applied around them with the 18 metre height limit. This additional height limit was not proposed by council in this particular area, and hence it's coloured in blue hatch. Newlands, so we're starting on the eastern side of Johnsonville. If we just look at the centre of Newlands, the council area of higher height over the medium density zone is shown in red overlay. The area that we've expanded that to is in blue, and then the 18 metres is applied consistently to both. Moving to Johnsonville.
Can you just go slow?
Sorry.
Down.
Just while the chair's writing that down, Mr. Ray, what you're doing is describing this, what's on the plans. I'm not getting a sense that you're providing, in every case, a justification for it. And that might be just a function of the speed that you're going at.
Sure. So basically all of these are as per the criteria that's listed in my evidence in both hearing stream 1 and 2. And so when we're talking about a local centre and the additional height, that's generally based on those principles.
I understand that, but if you can point out any particular way in which you've applied those principles to a particular location, we would find that useful.
Okay. And so in that regard, you know, it makes sense that, and if you can see my cursor on the page here, Kenmore Street, it makes sense that this street has higher density or higher height opportunities with a direct connection down through to the centre. However, the properties behind that on Longcroft Terrace are much further away and don't have that direct relationship. So that sort of analysis was applied. Okay.
That's exactly what I was thinking of. Thank you.
Right. Now, Johnsonville, are we right? So let's start with the centre of Johnsonville. So we're recommending a metropolitan centre zone for Johnsonville that has a 53 metre height limit. We've also suggested that that centre is expanded to the west, and then the application of high density zone and additional height overlays are applied from that centre. It also has a train station in the middle of it.
While you're on that, points we noted while on site visits.
Can I preempt you?
Yes. Go for it.
Can I? So the areas that we've excluded in grey are either too steep or doesn't satisfy the criteria. They're generally on the western side, north and western side. This map shows an error which I had anticipated to remove, and it hasn't been picked up on the maps, and I apologise for that. That is the area to the east on Stewart Drive.
So where's that?
So if you go,
Just here.
Oh, yes.
yep. So this, if I can kind of encapsulate that with my cursor, this area in here,
Yep,
should also be removed.
well, that was the first thing I was going to ask you about. So we detected a rather significant hill as we drove down from Newlands down Stewart Drive.
And that area does not relate well to Johnsonville. It actually relates better to Newlands, and it doesn't really meet that test. Now, the other area which I note in my evidence that is supported by the section 42A, but I recommend removing, is the area to the south. Sheridan Drive, Barry Street, Chesterton Street, as it goes down to the south. And I think we had a discussion on that last time.
Through the, yes. We did a site visit in Stream 1. We went through the subway and up the hill.
Very good.
In terms of the first, we said removing Stewart Drive. Where would the boundary of the high density zone be?
Yeah, maybe if I. I'll have to double check exactly the properties, but there is a cutting, if you can remember, a road goes through a cutting with steep sides on it that needs to stop prior to that on the western side of it.
So like effectively at the margin of where you've identified the 36 metre mark.
Correct, roughly there. It may actually be a little bit further west.
I think for the sake of good order, we should ask you to run up a revised map so we have a clear fix on what you are suggesting for that area.
And for the Sheridan Barry Street.
Yeah, and for Sheridan Barry Street.
Okay, absolutely.
The other question arising from our site visits is that we walked up Frankmore Ave, and there's quite a significant rise from about Phillip Street, maybe a little after that, up to Prospect Terrace. There's no footpath on Prospect Terrace.
I was getting to that one too.
Yes.
So yes. Yeah, that's exactly right. So Prospect Terrace should be removed as well. And again, I can clarify exactly the boundary for you on a revised map for that.
Okay, so you've got a revised map, and the rise that you say you going up, you suggesting 36 metres up rise, which wouldn't seem to be consistent with your criteria.
Correct.
And
so I'll just have to double check Phillip Street. It could be, and I've definitely checked Boderick Street and the height around the intersection of Boderick Street, Bannister Avenue and He Street. There's an opportunity for height there, but not so much on Prospect and Phillip. I'll just double check that and revise that for you.
okay, so you'll produce a revised map for that. So we go to Johnsonville South. Draw our attention to.
Well, that again shows the area around Barry Street. So we've talked about that. We've removed areas to the south in Tarawera Road in the grey. That they're within a walkable catchment of the Fraser Street rail station, but they're really not appropriate from a connectivity perspective. And also at the bottom of that page, that stock route, that's been removed also. It doesn't meet the criteria. If we go on to Kandala.
Sorry, can I just ask you a question? You go back to Johnsonville north of the two roundabouts, the Environment Court didn't think a lot of zoning that. So that's Helston Road, where you can't really see it on the map, but the roundabout at Ironside on one side, Middleton into the north, Helston to the east. The Environment Court rejected the idea that the area north of that should be medium density, I think in 2012, because of the basically the pedestrian hazard navigating around those roundabouts. Have you considered that?
So I haven't considered that. However, I would like to think that the public realm upgrades follow intensification. And so and this applies everywhere actually, there is the ability to increase and enhance pedestrian connectivity. And it's the same discussion we just had up in North Kapiti, where the state highway is now being removed from some of these centres, and there's a great opportunity to actually enhance connectivity, pedestrian crossings, etc., to actually encourage people to be using those places.
Question from Ms. Corbell. That clearly wasn't the approach the Environment Court took in 2012. You have a comment about basically, clearly we have an NPSUD in the meantime, but as I say that that line of argument was not one that appealed to the court then.
I'm not sure I'm sure I might have something to say about it.
So am I. Okay, thank you. That's so sorry for that, but I forgot that. But then go to South Johnsonville. I think is there anything else? Nothing.
Not particularly. Okay. In terms of that.
So more of the same.
More of the same.
Dandelion.
Well, so these areas are based on the 800 metres from the train stations, and in this case there's 3 of them in that map. But also the local centre contributes to people living in that area. And basically we've reduced areas around the northern and western and eastern top parts where they're quite steep, and retained some of the expansion area, particularly to the east, where it has good connectivity to the centres as well as the station.
And you just followed that logic down the Johnsonville line.
Correct.
So that's the same for Nio.
Nio, again, it's a slightly better centre, I'd say, in terms of community facilities, it's libraries and things in there. And so that, and the expansion on the eastern side there is perhaps the easiest in terms of walkability. It's quite flat through there, even though it's slightly further away from the station itself. The two are working together there. Crofton Downs is an interesting one actually. It's the first station you get to from Wellington, so it's actually quite close to Wellington Central. Sorry if I just go down to that here. It does have a supermarket and a Mitre 10 and a hospital and a train station and things, but I then considered Churchill Drive, and whilst the properties actually front Churchill Drive, they are more related to Jerome Way on the eastern, sort of western side of that centre. And whilst they abut Churchill Drive, there's quite a steep cliff. So increasing the walkability and amenity of Churchill Drive is somewhat problematic. We debated that area quite quite a lot. And it could be possible that on Jerome Drive, you could zone it. It is within 800 metres. However, you do have a fairly circuitous route to walk down to the station. There's also a school, which is actually in this area on Chartwell Drive, primary school in there. So it actually has a lot of the other amenities that support intensification. It's just quite challenging topography in there. Okay, Karori. So moving to Karori, so here we are recommending an expansion to the local centre. And again, the same strategy of applying the height overlay around that centre applies. That wasn't.
While you're there, like my colleagues will be discussing the expansion from the local centre with you in Stream 4, but having lived in Karori for 30 years, I couldn't help but notice, to a Karori resident, there are in fact 3 local centres in Karori. There's a tiny one at Standen Street. There's a slightly larger one at Marsden, and there's a much larger one, but still nothing huge, between Campbell and Beecham. And you filled in the gaps, but the gaps are made up on the south side by Samuel Marsden School, Karori Normal, on the corner of Donald and Karori Road, and there are 2 on the other side. There are 2 churches, so there wouldn't seem to be like. I understand Mr. Leggett's point that MOE is happy to have residential zoning, but I wondered about the logic of a local centre zoning under schools. Marsden, I think, is an independent school, so it's out of MOE's orbit anyway, but so what's the logic?
The logic really is, sir, to effectively do what you said and connect those centres together and apply the same planning framework along that stretch of road. The fact that the school's there is not a significant driver the change in zone from my perspective.
And the other question is that the evidence from the council is effectively that it had rejected any expansion beyond MDRS and Karori because of wastewater infrastructure constraints. Now that's not an urban design issue, but not something you took into account.
It's not certain. And that would need to be resolved. Yes.
So I think the council evidence was it was way over capacity already. So MRZ is going to be a major problem as it is. So okay.
So I suppose it's then if that needs to be upgraded to manage MDRS, what should the upgrade be? Should you provide more? No. But yeah, I didn't include that, and I'm not obviously an expert in stormwater and wastewater.
Okay. Onward and upward. Kelvin.
Okay. So Kelvin, this area, effectively we've reduced a lot of the submission in the grey because it's too far and too disconnected from the city centre. I do believe Kelvin is a really good place in terms of connectivity to the centre, and we had that discussion at the last hearing around that. I've looked at where that should extend along Upland Road, and limited that expansion basically at Boundary Road. And it doesn't make sense that Maori Road and Lido Road, which are quite steeper, are included in there either. The area up to the south of the map, Karamuka Road, Mount Pleasant, again, that's quite distinctively different landform and disconnected, and doesn't meet the criteria around that. The Glen, which is quite a steep gully. Yes, it is a gully in through there. It comes back to that point of if you're allowing it to change under MDRS, it meets the criteria for further intensification in there.
Well, it's flat within the gully, but it's certainly not flat around the sides.
Correct. And also, it's also relatively steep to get up to, Upland Road, up Glasgow Street, as well from the city centre. I mean, we're dealing with quite interesting topography in that regard. At any rate.
And the other one that, again, a site visit observation, having driven down, or being driven by Commissioner Burge, Devon Street, hoping somebody's not coming up the other way. Yes, sir. That, and similarly Adams Terrace, that whole area where Kelburn drops down into the Arrow Valley. What about, like, that wouldn't seem to meet your criteria for being flat?
No, it doesn't. Most of Devon Street was included in Council's recommendation on that. It definitely departs from the topography criteria, and it potentially needs further discussion around the character issues in there as well. But it is certainly walkable from the city centre. But yeah, I acknowledge it is a tricky area in there, particularly with not a lot of sunlight getting into a lot of those gully properties.
That too. Maybe if we go higher, we might get some. Well, those that go higher will get sunlight.
Yes, yes.
Yes. So that's perverse.
Well, there is that. The city centre north.
So
pretty obvious logic here. So
yes, again, character issues need to be considered through there, and I've provided some discussion on that and evidence. In the area to the north at Orchard Street, that starts to become pretty tenuous. But between the State Highway and Grant Road, it's a really good opportunity next to the city centre.
okay.
Moving to City Central, so this is effectively looking at discussion we had this morning. Oriental Parade, and on this map, and what should happen at some point is the height overlays that were recommended by the court for heights along Oriental Parade. I have no issues with those heights, no reason for disputing them. There's quite a few different changes that are easy to put on this map, but you note that.
The question that was put to us by some submitters with an interest in that area is that the Environment Court only looked at the first row of houses along Oriental Parade, because the rest was zoned in a residential. If you look at it from a walkable catchment and start going up those streets like Hay Street, Hood Street, sorry, that's the next one. So this is the, so you're happy with that? This is a different question. Sorry, I would miss getting my areas. You said that you're comfortable with, I think, the concept of the North Vic townscape being an iconic vista of Wellington. The other vista that appears on all the prints that are in the shops is on the other side of St Gerard's, the south side. What about that as the same logic as the North Vic townscape?
Yes, I don't have an issue with that. I think the area around the monastery needs to be considered. However, there is already a 6-story building behind that, to the south of that building. So again, what is the character there that needs to be managed, or if it's historic, how's that going to work? I would say that the view from the city to the north townscape is probably more important, because more people will see that than perhaps from the other direction. I don't see that some additional height in the, let's say it's the,
so the message is you don't see the same rationale.
Yes, yes.
Okay, then we have City Centre South.
So this follows the same sort of principles around effectively higher height around the city centre. So transition from the city centre through to a lower density, but it's basically within that valley of the city centre. So you're enabling as much residential opportunity in that area. Obviously subject to character issue. And that is basically bound by the Greenbelt, Mount Vic, Mount Cook, and then extends down into Newtown, Ara Valley.
The other, obviously, you've explained the schools. The logic of zoning Government House for 43-metre development?
Unlikely to change the consistency of the black zone.
You have to tell the Governor General then.
And again, if it needed to, it could be managed through a different.
Right, Ara Valley.
So again, that's following that principle. We've discussed that before. The precinct or the character area is going to probably have some say around that, following the principle. However, the area up to the west and south of the Mortimer Terrace, Laura Ave, sorry, they become unrelated to the walkability of the city centre, and hence those areas have been removed or recommended to be removed out of in the grey hatch there.
Query the steepness of the upper part of Perny Street.
Yes. I decided that from a consistency perspective, there is quite a lot of challenges through there. And from a consistency perspective, it wasn't much further up the road, but there is that issue all through that area, even though it's very close to the city centre. Generally quite walkable, though it's steep. And that's the tension we've got around applying this. Okay, Brooklyn, so that was originally included as a high density in the submission. That is quite separate from, while still walkable, there are still people that walk from there to the city centre. It doesn't, it's not supported from the need to effectively use Brooklyn Road, Bell Road and the Greenbelt to access that. So from a walkability perspective, safety perspective, is not supported. So we've reverted back to the medium density zone there with the height overlay of 18, which is generally consistent with how council had proposed it, except for the blue areas which add alongside the western side of Mitchell Street and Bruce Ave to respond to both sides of that street.
Having walked up Todman Street before and regretted it, from the Hero Road, that entire, it's a long way up the hill, even to Mitchell Street without going further.
It is a long way.
And it's a steep hill. And and similarly, this southern half of Washington Ave goes progressively higher. You don't think that that's a problem?
I don't. I think there's the opportunity there. Whether someone will actually pick that up is another question.
Okay, let's roll.
Yep. Newtown, we have recommended in centre expansion south of the city centre to connect the city centre with the town centre, responding to what's there and also the hospital. And then there is a lot of overlaps here with town centre, high density zone and heights with the city centre overlay. So roughly around where the hospital is, the city centre 43 metre falls away, about Hall Street, and then 36 metres applies from the town centre south of there. Again, quite a lot of character areas noted in there. But and look, the zoning of high density should be considered different in terms of the density versus the built form. So as I think I said in my previous hearing stream 1, there's already some buildings within some of the character areas that already have more than 3 units in them. So there's a density issue and then there's a built form issue. And so what we're saying is, from a density perspective, it's appropriate to be high density, even though the built form may not get you significant high density outcomes.
Down south, Berhampore.
So Berhampore is effectively 800 metres from the city, from the town centre Newtown, and also the contribution that the neighbourhood centre at Luxford Street provides for that area, defined, quite easily from a cadastral perspective, open space network around it. It's one of the, the better places, and I suspect that, say, Britomart Street would be slightly further than 800 metres. However, in terms of connectivity through to Newtown, it's quite good. Again, some character considerations to have had there.
Sort of hills at sort of Owen Street block, Owen Street, Manchester Street, and also halfway up Laveau.
Manchester. Yes. Yes, so those are heading up the hill. Particularly excluded some areas around Lawrence Street and Colville Street, because they're basically on the up on the hill with the reservoir. Sorry, I just can't remember the gradient of Owen Street as you get to that bottom corner of it. My head.
It's sort of either half block really.
It starts, yeah, it starts to go up. Yeah,
it starts to go up from sort of halfway up the block on both sides.
So really a consistency outcome, but that could be an area for further investigation around that, like I've done at Colville Street. Still very close to the centre. And I think the area on the right hand side of that map is more related to Kilburney.
That's Kilburney.
Yeah, so that's up on the hill from Kilburney, and likewise the same principles on the left hand side at the top related to Brooklyn. Island Bay. We actually considered density down to the Esplanade being a fairly attractive place for development and high amenity values with the sea. That also has coastal inundation issues. And so we've recommended that to a height overlay around the local centre, 18 metres in that area. And there was some consideration around the potential for Get Wellington moving light rail opportunities that were proposed to come through to this place. And if that does happen, then it certainly supports another tick in the box in terms of providing some opportunities from transportation connection.
Wondering about the obviously the parade's very flat and the blocks immediately alongside it. But as soon as you go further up, so for instance up Tamar, both ways, basically from Waikato Street,
yes,
west, and from Clyde Street east, it gets quite steep up the side of the streets.
Yeah, I selected, because originally I think we had it at quite a bit wider than that. And Melbourne Street is particularly problematic in terms of anything east of that. It becomes very, very steep. So again, supporting council's general position on that, but trying to provide another opportunity on the flatter parts north and south of it, and Eden Street being, if it's okay to develop on the eastern side of Eden Street, then that should apply on the western side as well. Okay.
Hataitai.
So this is an area that's arguably walkable to the city centre, and it is through the tunnel. We had originally recommended high density in around that area. However, it relies on the tunnel, and there's not a lot of other connections to the city centre, so it's more related to actually, Hataitai Evans Bay environment rather than the city centre. So using the green network and Mount Vic as the boundary. So we recommended there to return that to medium density residential with slightly expanded height overlay, same manner. It is a really good location, particularly, it's not a very long walk through to the city centre through the tunnel.
Just a rather unpleasant.
Correct.
Well,
if you like,
not going to pass any
noise and bikes.
Yeah, health and safety issue. Well, air quality in there wouldn't be great. The challenging topography to the north, up all those streets like Matai and Waipapa Road.
Yeah, it provides the opportunity. It is steeper up there. We actually looked at Overton Terrace, Busco Road, Hamilton Road, and considered that originally because of catchment, particularly related to Kilburnie as well. However, it is quite problematic in terms of even road width and footpaths up there. But saw the area in blue as an opportunity for some further expansion. Again, we're dealing with topography which is existing. It's quite tricky.
Right, up to Kilburnie.
So Kilburnie, as we discussed before, the north and south is restricted by the coastal inundation. The area to the east at Tarangi Road, Bridge Street, faces the airport, and decided that Lonsdale Crescent was a more appropriate boundary for that. We have also included expansion to the centre, and obviously distances sort of radiate from that, but not so much. In this case, a driving factor, it's more the airport and the two bays and the topography to the west. And we've reduced a fair amount of the area to the west up on the top of the hill. And again, the 36 metres is enabling some additional height to 10 metres around that centre, the metropolitan centre, on the flatland, effectively east and south. I note that the overlay, and I'll just point to that, there's a bit of an oddity just with the overlay where the cursor is. That was intended just to stop at the where it says 36 metres here. I can correct that.
That's on Freiburg
Street, yes. And it's kind of questionable too whether the corner site on Lerwick Terrace, as noted there, should be included as well.
Okay.
It's a bit of a shame actually, because the coastal inundation actually limits opportunities in that Kilburnie Crescent to the north of the centre. So you're kind of skewed in terms of the relationship of residential effectively south and east. mainly around expansion of that centre.
Then Miramar South.
Miramar South. So Miramar itself, we're looking at expanding the centre. We're picking up on some of the existing facilities, such as the library that's in the residential zone, and the opportunities around this area for other business type and community type activities. Mainly in response to the opportunity of residential in this valley, and also considering the relationship of the mixed use zone to the north, and the walkable catchment is related to both, primarily from 800 metres from the centre. However, that is more elongated, and so the expansion to the north might be a little bit further than that, but it certainly doesn't go to 800 metres to the east or west, where it starts heading up the hill. So it's again trying to maximise the opportunity in the flat area. It's really good walkability.
The compatibility of any sort of increase in density on Calabar Road. There have been any number of cases about noise issues in that stretch.
Yes. And I understand that can be managed through a noise overlay, is it?
I think it is. It is managed that way. There is a noise overlay.
The additional height overlay responds to obviously the centre, 8 stories around the centre, but also Park Road and the connection between the centre and that mixed use area. There's actually a lot of people that come into this area to go to work at around the Weta Studios area, and we had considered whether we'd expand the mixed use along that street. But reconsidering, through that process, we determined that if the residential high density residential zone enables some commercial or community activities at ground floor, key thing there is getting more people living there, with some of that other opportunity that is kind of scattered through that Park Road environment now.
And last but not least, Miramar North seems to be the same thing.
That's exactly where I'm talking to.
Now, when at the start you said there were 2 areas where you'd increased.
That's correct.
The HRZ. We picked up one at Linden. Where's the other? Because we haven't noted that on the way by.
Sorry, I apologise. It is at Kandala on page 8, sheet 8. And that is southwest of Jubilee Road.
Yes.
Okay. So that's in response to, again, same zone, both sides of Jubilee Road.
Okay, thank you very much for that yeoman effort, Ray. I think that's time well spent. Come back to your evidence now. And I think that hopefully that will shorten our discussion of your evidence, given us a lot of material in there. I want to ask you a question about your 3.3. Specifically the criteria, the steepness criteria for walkability. Basically said 20% is the absolute cutoff and you need consideration above 12.5. I've seen a view that I think we talked about this in Pairua, and you told me that the cutoff for new streets in Auckland is 8%, and we talked about the fact that the standard fixes 10% for new roads, essentially, as I understand it, because of their walkability for active or usability for active transport. So is 12.5% too low a trigger before you start thinking about whether something's too steep for walkability, which when in this context means ready walkability, because you're talking about how people's preparedness to walk it as a commuter, on a commuter basis, either to rail stations or backwards and forwards to centres.
Yes, and look, yes, I acknowledge the discussion we had at Porirua. I suppose where I'm coming from is more enablement than less. Acknowledging that it's going to be harder for people to, well, not as many people would necessarily walk those steeper distances.
8.4 evidence on page 26. The talking about 6 stories or more are more likely appropriate as a backdrop to character areas. This is a does that mean that it's not appropriate as a, what I would call a front drop? I'm thinking of specifically, and this is an issue that's been put to us by submitters. Like Grant Road's obvious, it's easy, a backdrop to the town belt. And in Mount Vic, you have a pretty scrubby area of currently car yards and ex-car yard buildings fronting Kent Terrace and along Harnias, both sides of Harnias Street, and you have and identified both character area and a heritage area in Moya Street directly behind it. Now I can imagine your logic, the backdrop is up against the town belt, but what about the land in front of that character / heritage area?
Yeah, I'm glad you bring it up because that is the biggest issue I'm finding with the character areas. How do you What is the value in the character area in terms of, and typically those are street values, so street character. And how much development around that is impacted by that character. And
or we'll put it another way, how much
or
development around it impacts the character.
the character, yes. And that's the biggest issue I'm grappling with in terms of the character, because I'm not exactly sure. There's a lot of discussion about protection, enablement. I don't believe that the medium density rules actually enable the same sort of buildings that are already on those sites, particularly in relation to boundary, for example.
Yeah, because they're tiny sites.
Yeah.
We had a submitter who said he had a 211 square metre section with a single story house smack on, literally with no front yard, smack on the front line of his front boundary.
Yes. And then a lot of those streets will have already other buildings either in the street at either end of the character area. I think I'm thinking of Elizabeth Street, where there's more recent introduction of apartment buildings that were in the 70s, 60s, 70s, 3-4 story type buildings within there. You've already got quite a different character generally, and it's whether you need to consider the whole street or just the sites that are defined as character areas, and then consider whether it's appropriate for buildings of different heights, say behind that on another street which isn't in a character area. And I haven't formed a view on that. I don't, other than there is some existing examples of taller buildings in and around those character areas that suggests that there is a way of achieving more density around them without necessarily significantly changing the character. I say that pretty lightly. And it's whether, and so if I just point to an example to next door to along, we actually have a heritage building which has a restaurant in it, bottom of the, I think, a 7-story building, and the relationship there is a vertical wall with heritage. I'm assuming it's heritage. I actually haven't checked, but it was on my way to the hearing. So it's a good example to show that you can actually still have an appreciation of that building even with taller buildings around it. Now, if that's what we're trying to achieve, I don't know.
Devil's advocate would suggest that it hasn't worked too well in that particular instance. So the Plymouth House looks like a fish out of water now.
But in some respects, it's identified. It's different from the surrounding fabric, and so it actually attracts your eye to it, and it's not in the context it would have been, but it's a heritage type building that maintains a contribution to the city with elements around it, and that there's other examples through the city I've seen recently as well. But it comes back to what do we need to manage in the character areas? Should the character areas be bigger, smaller? And what's the expectation for buildings around them? And then how do you put rules around them to manage that?
Commissioner McMahon, I'm finished.
I just wanted to follow up on that because what's in my mind is a presentation we had yesterday from a group of residents in Moya Street in Mount Vic. May not have seen it. Was led by Mr. Dougal List, who declared that he was actually a planner, former planner with the Wellington City Council, now working in private practice in another field altogether. And he said Moya Street was unique in the sense that it was a congregation of a heritage area and a character, well, a possible character area, and it was on the interface of a centre, the central city. And what he was suggesting there was that there should be reduced height, obviously in the central city, and that it should be stepped as you go away from the boundary with the character area. Now, this will be a matter for the central city, no doubt, but it's sort of on target on piece in terms of what you've been discussing. Any particular comments on that generally or specifically from that location?
Yeah, look, I think how you achieve the outcome is has to come later. So whether it's stepped, whether it's the height reduction or any height relation to boundary, my recommendation is we need to understand what we're trying to manage. What are the critical aspects of that street character that we want to manage, and then work out how to do that.
Yes.
And I don't know that.
Yes. How much later? Is it? Are you saying it comes later than this current process?
Oh, well, ideally we sort it out if we can.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. You're saying first and foremost you've got to establish what is the matter we're seeking to deal with.
Correct.
And then develop solutions to protect or to manage that.
So, for example, if I think we had a discussion earlier today about the demolishing of a building in that character area. Now, would it be also appropriate to demolish the back half of it and rebuild a new building that maintains the front part and maintains the character of the street?
Well, of course, demolition is another matter.
Correct, sir. Yes.
Yes.
But as a concept, where does the transition start?
That's I mean, we heard submissions from the Newtown Residents Association this morning, Johnsonville Residents Association, the Mount Vic Residents Association, and you could broadly categorise their concerns as three matters: what's in the precinct and what isn't. You know, the transitional buffer zone between the precinct and other zones, and then the demolition rules. So, it's really that transitional matter that I'm seeking your view on as an urban designer, landscape architect, in terms of what the solutions are.
I don't have an answer for you. I need to understand what it is exactly that we're trying to manage.
If there's a proven, if there's on an evidential basis, I accept your position. If the panel comes to a view that the precinct is justified as a qualifying matter, saying we've reached that position, there's a lot of evidence.
Yes.
Go. Then, from an urban design landscape architecture perspective, what are the options available to deal with that interface buffer between larger centres, or even the interface between high density and medium density, or medium density, height, increased areas and medium density?
Yes.
There's a number of scenarios, isn't
there?
There
is.
Yeah. It all comes down to interface and how that's managed.
Yes. And that comes to whether it's important that buildings around that character precinct are low or set back or different, and to what scale that's appropriate. So we're trying to enable density, but what's actually happening is you're restricting potentially a lot of density happening around those areas because of them.
Yeah, just like, I understand what you're saying.
So you have all of those options: height relation to boundary, height, any of those methods, yards. You've got.
Is there a principal technique that has more bang for its buck than others? Is height, for example, the best way, as opposed to height in relation to boundary or setbacks or site coverage? Is height the principal contributor to the type of effect that we might want to manage? The reason I ask this is just to provide some context. It's not just about the transition from precincts to other. It's the transition between high density, medium density, and as I said, medium density and medium density plus.
Plus height.
Yeah.
I don't think I can answer that question. I don't know if there's a best way of doing that.
I'm not saying whether it's the best way. What I'm asking is, what is the main contributor to
Oh,
the, is height the main contributor as opposed to any other element, site coverage or setbacks?
I think they all could be contributors to that. So depends on how, for example, if you only have a 1 metre rear yard, the character of that area perhaps isn't a built form on the rear yard. And if that's on a neighbouring property outside the character area, that will have an effect on it.
Yes.
I don't know how much.
Another way of asking that question might be, does height have a greater ability to have a greater spatial effect than, say, setbacks or site coverage?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah.
Sorry.
If impacts arising from increased height,
yes,
they have the potential to have a greater geographical and spatial impact than an exceedance on site coverage or setback. I'm talking about the number of, when I say greater spatial effect, I mean the number of adjoining properties that might be affected. Doesn't it stand for reason?
Yes, I think I'd say yes.
Okay. So wouldn't that suggest that if you were trying to manage those effects, then you'd tend to focus on height as opposed to those other factors? Not saying you wouldn't focus on the others at all, but that would give you your most return in terms of managing.
Depending on where the height in relationship to that character is a problem.
Yeah,
and
we're not just talking about character. Remember, we're talking about the other two interfaces we talked about. Interface between high and medium.
So separate from the character.
Yes.
Oh, I see. Sorry. So, sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you again.
Try and keep it simple.
Yeah. So we're talking about the interface between medium density and high density areas,
and interface
height
between
overlay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And what I'm saying is, what I'm asking you is whether of all of the variables that we might be able to control, setbacks, site coverage, and height, of those three variables in particular, is it height that has the potential, and an exceedance of height or higher buildings, does that have the greatest potential to affect more properties in a spatial sense than an exceedance of a side yard boundary or a site coverage? Potentially.
Side yard or site coverage, yes, it would have, yes.
And then I went on to ask you, therefore, if we were trying to manage those effects, would we not want to focus on height, given that has the greatest bang for the buck?
Height and height in relation to boundary, the two together.
Two together.
Yes.
Thank you. That's useful.
Couple. I guess I just struggle a little bit with your methodologies based on transport and walkability predominantly, and I struggle with the connection to livability. And with just keeping in mind the objective of the MPS is for a well-formed urban environment, a well-functioning urban environment. So I'm just struggling with that connection of your methodology of walkability to a well-functioning urban environment.
So my view is that it's if we were going to zone for high density existing good walkability, we wouldn't zone much. The two need to go hand in hand because the development around the streets, if done well, will support a greater walkability. And that comes back to the design of buildings, how they address the street. the interest along the street, all of those sorts of things. Now, there's no doubt that around an existing centre where there's opportunities commercially, community-wise, that definitely is a step in the right direction, supporting all of that walkability outcome. However, I don't believe that's what the policy 3 is talking about in terms of providing the opportunity to then achieve that walkability and the livability, and goes back to my view around trying to maximise density in those locations we're suggesting, where, for example, Tawa is an excellent example where the town centre could be a lot better than it is. More services, more people living in it, providing a much greater opportunity for people for a well-functioning part of that overall Wellington region. The train stations, I mean, it's great that Wellington's got the rail network, because it means that people that perhaps live in an area that doesn't have necessarily the community or commercial response right next to them, they can get on a train and go to the next station or the next one after that, which does have that, which provides a much greater range of transport options for those people. They don't have to take a car there, which is again what we're trying to seek, is reduce reliability on car transport. So yes, it's certainly a tricky question, and hence why it's important that the street interface is designed well, achieves a lot of these outcomes, and that will happen over time. It's a long-term vision.
One more from me. I just wondered whether you, when you're looking at building heights, whether you looked at, just knowing that we're in Wellington, whether you assessed wind and you know, the effect of higher buildings, yes, and the effect of wind.
That's a very good question, and I think there's one that needs to be considered. And I think there's ways of addressing and designing buildings around that.
What I'm asking is, did you look at that when you were increasing heights around various places? You didn't. Wind wasn't a factor at all. And the same would go for sunlight, shade. I
have, so obviously the evidence we've put forward does show some examples around sunlight access around the differences, but that hasn't been a factor in terms of checking everywhere how that results. So that's correct. Whereas, yeah, it's a big task.
Thank you.
Following up on the Commissioner's question, we heard this morning a particular concern expressed by representatives of the Newtown community about large buildings, large residential buildings on the margins of public open space, shading that open space, and whether that requires specific treatment to address.
So principally, I would support height around public open space. Again, that's subject to the size of that space and what it's used for. Sunlight into that space is important, and definitely could be a matter of consideration. And it's not only just height; it's actually the bulk of that building. So that certainly could be added to the criteria for more than, four or more. Obviously, we're hamstrung with the MDRS a little bit, but certainly a good consideration.
The concept I discussed with Smitter they suggested like a 60-metre radius around a park, having a discretion. And I queried whether, rather than a radius around the park, it should be some arc from due north. What's your view?
Yeah, so
and if so, what sort of arc?
Obviously, a building on the southern side of the park is not going to have significant.
Yes, that was the logic.
Yes. I think there's it really depends on whether it's got topography around it, and I mean, I would say it's if you're trying to use it perhaps as a rule trigger, it's whether you're adjacent to, abutting, or opposite of the park. I suppose you could. Sorry, I'm just trying to think about this. I suppose you could just have a general distance from a park that would trigger an assessment.
But I was, that's what the submitter suggested, and I was suggesting some subset of that based on whether you were due north or, well, in a centre not a million miles from here, they've adopted 45 degrees either side of due north as a relevant reference point for potential shading, particularly in midwinter.
And again, sir, it depends on whether the park's when's its main use. So if it's a lunchtime park or it's an after-school sports field that arguably wants the sun in the afternoon.
The particular example they were giving is a children's park.
Yes. So that could be through the day, actually, depending on the age of them. Particularly the younger kids will go through the day.
Okay.
Because at midwinter you're going to potentially have a restriction from fairly early in the morning from the east. When's the right trigger point? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Not sure.
Yeah.
So that's the feeling I'm getting for it. And to be fair, we have thrown that curveball at you with no time to think about it. But your commentary is helpful nonetheless. Commissioner Lutz, any questions?
Mr. Ray, just as a clarification, in 3.3 you are talking about the reduction in catchment size, and then you are giving us some criteria to that. And under number E, you have a low redevelopment opportunities in brackets high value housing stock. I assume that value is relating to monetary values, nothing else.
Correct. It's really looking at such a Churton Park where it's fairly recent development. It's very unlikely that a lot of that's going to change in significant time. But whereas the converse also happens if that perhaps low value stock is slightly further away, that also supports opportunity to redevelop it and include it as expansion rather than just a subtraction.
8.5, you're telling us that if the character should be required to be managed, then you want to have the outcome, the clarity around the outcomes sought. Does MRZ Precinct 01 not do that for you? What's missing?
I'm not sure what the absolute outcome for each of those places needs to be, and I can't confirm whether any of those standards then appropriately manage it. And I referred to the height in relation to boundary, for example. We have started doing a little bit of analysis on that, but it's not in front of you. Looking at streets and testing whether those height in relation to boundaries actually enable what's there now, and they don't in a lot of cases.
And one last one to your last point 9 in regards to the design guidelines. With all the submissions that we have heard so far and all the issues that come from different directions with the design guidelines in general, Council has said as an overarching approach that they wanted to have the guidelines not too prescriptive. They need to be flexible so that they can actually fit in, and they are just a point of reference to talk to people rather than guidelines. But you are asking for images in those, and you're saying, you know, the provision of images might help. In your view, if you provide images, would that be, or could that be too prescriptive and too much of a model from an urban design perspective, too much of a model of what people would go back to and say, okay, he said 4 lines here and 3 lines there. This is what we need to do, and we are ending up with cookie cutter places around the place. Do you see that risk?
Yes, that risk's there. However, it really depends on how those guides are worded and drafted. But I would rather see some examples, particularly good ones and bad ones. Say, for example, how an apartment building would address the street. And there's a number of ways of dealing with privacy issues with a ground floor apartment, for example, whether you raise that from the street, whether you set the building back. So providing some guidance as to some of the options to support a objective or principle. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what it is. Great. Thanks very much for that. That's it from me.
I think that's it from us. Mr. Cullen.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. As I say, yeoman effort, Mr. Ray. Thank you for being patient with us as we work through that detail.
Depending on how many questions you have for Mr. Cullen, I'm just conscious that we wanted to make sure we have sufficient time for Mr. Heal today, since you didn't get that opportunity last time. So one option is that Mr. Heal could go next.
I think we should deal with Mr. Cullen and put him on a plane to the warmth of the Gold Coast.
I can't wait to get rid of me. That's right.
I say let's just say, when I was moaning to my eldest son, who's now in Sydney, and he said he would think of me when he was on the beach after work tonight.
Thank you. Well, as you know, I work extensively in West Island, all over Australia, and I do have the I suppose experience of co-writing design codes while we're on that topic. And so I want to talk to you, if it's okay, about 2 places. One's Gungahlin in Canberra, where I was part of the design team to design what is essentially the first urban town we've built in Australia since World War I. And we were required to do that by the community. They had seen Tuggeranong, Belconnen, Woden town centres as malls, and they didn't want that in Gungahlin. So the discipline of having to design a town centre from scratch, a whole lot of lights went on for me in relation to how important urban towns are. And you have a history of them here in Wellington, thankfully. But when we wrote, after we'd designed every block on a perimeter block basis so that we could get all the streets activated, but we could still deal with the lumpy things like supermarkets and department stores. This is a town for 80,000 people.
we needed super blocks essentially. So after doing that, we all sat down as a planning team, and there are a lot of us, and we wrote the planning code for the town. And then it took us about 3 months, and after that we all decided that we needed to look at an example of a similar planning code for a place that we thought didn't work. And we all said Tuggeranong, which was the previous town developed in Canberra, if you know it. And so we grabbed Tuggeranong's planning code, and we had just rewritten it for Gungahlin. In other words, the outcomes that we were seeking were covered in the planning code, but they didn't convert into appropriate built form outcomes in terms of the town centre. So at that point, we decided that planning alone wouldn't deliver us the quality built form that we needed for Gungahlin. And so we wrote a design code, essentially the first one for Canberra. And that basically saved us. And then the government asked me to sit on the Development Authority board. So we had 8,000 hectares of land that we had to manage and grow for 80,000 people. And so watching some of the mistakes that actually I made in terms of some of the design features of town in relation to what eventually became about 6 super blocks of town centres, shops, apartments above, offices above, and how that evolved. We didn't understand the detail necessary in the built form to get an interesting pedestrian perspective for the townscape. What we ended up was an overglazed main street, separated by aluminium borders, very few solid elements coming to the ground. And so at the end of that, we realised, I guess we admitted to ourselves that we'd got the design controls wrong in terms of the detail of how the buildings met the ground. So that's one example. The other example, and so for walkability, there's a whole lot of things in terms of how buildings contribute to walkability. And I wanted to talk to the other example, which is Wynyard Quarter. So Panuku came to me and said, we want you to do an activation strategy for Wynyard Quarter. So fine. The plans they gave me for 1.6 linear kilometres of street front, they had regarded activation as shops on the ground floor of 1.6 linear kilometres of buildings. But the traffic model for Wynyard Quarter meant that we couldn't actually, or they couldn't actually provide parking for retail because the network just wasn't good enough for that amount of destination traffic to unload into the network and get out. And so they capped the amount of car parking that was available. So then when you look at the market segments that were going to come to Wynyard Quarter from various parts of the city, mostly walkable, and people that were working on site over time and how that would work out, we decided, or we concluded, that we could only deliver around 200 linear metres of active ground floor in the form of retail. And the rest of it had to come in terms of an activation strategy by the way that the buildings met the street. And one of the mechanisms that we used in looking at buildings was a plane transition. So if any of you know Wynyard Quarter, we proposed, so it's generally accepted that 6-storey buildings and under are pedestrian friendly just in terms of their size. So we insisted that anything that was over that had to have a plane transition. Do you know what a plane transition is? Do you want me to explain that? Essentially how the building comes down. In this case, we recommended 3 stories. At 3 stories, the building needs to develop a whole lot of vertical proportions, solid elements, dominant solid elements, because those elements are more interesting for pedestrians moving at pedestrian pace than an entire 20-storey building hitting the ground, fully glazed on the ground floor in some cases. And so what are the qualities of buildings that contributed to walkability? And I just wanted to say that we used a plane transition, stronger solid elements as part of the design propositions to manage, I guess, activation. So we were asking the buildings by virtue of their form to activate the street. The conclusion of that for me has always been that buildings are way more important than land use zones when we're in centres. And I'm not talking about residential zones or high density residential zones. I'm talking about the zone of the centre, because the market pretty much takes care of what goes in the building anyway. And so the quality of the building is extremely important to our appreciation of place. And so when we're talking about walking, the journey is as important as the destination. And when we come to centres, quality of the destination is also important. So if it's an urban town, you're way more likely to walk to it than if the main interface between the public realm and the centre is car parking. So if you're providing a car parking dominant environment, more people will drive. But if you have a main street type environment, more people will walk, because the destination is geared to them to walk, not to drive. That's what I wanted to say on that before I get on to my evidence, if that's helpful. I don't know. Well, you know, for instance, that that my proposition here is to support additional capacity within the submissions that Kāinga are making, that Nick's taken you through here, in relation to it enables you to find a greater level of sweet spots for the development community, and in the sense that they may find sweet spots beyond 6 stories, for instance, or more. So you're in a competitive, for me, you're in a competitive environment. Every city and town in New Zealand is going through this process at the moment. And my understanding of having something to do with the development market here is you have a relatively immature series of players that can operate at the scale that's being put in front of them. So that's a difficult thing in terms of, I guess, realising the level of development that you're proposing universally across New Zealand. So you'll have people that are based here like Willis Bond, looking for the low-hanging fruit in Christchurch and Auckland and here and everywhere. And so to make your particular place more competitive in terms of that market and to get things started, I suggest that you are a little looser in terms of your capacity to provide more. So when we looked at the GIS and we had a quick go at what we were seeking as part of Kāinga Ora's submission, we came to a conclusion that about 20%, we were effectively delivering about 20% more capacity, realisable capacity. Now, in terms of Mr. Osborne's rebuttal evidence, he's helpfully corrected a mistake in my evidence. I'd assumed that the undersupply figure for Wellington in the HVA was a catch-up figure, but it was actually based on the existing operative plan. And so, whilst my numerics are wrong, my concern about undersupply remains. And so, when we have a housing strategy such as Wellington's housing strategy, using terms like the housing market is under growing pressure, or house sales and retail turnover have fallen, the building of new buildings and apartments has not kept pace with their growing population, leading to the current shortfall in supply, or housing supply and affordability haven't reached the crisis levels of Queenstown or Auckland, but are still a major concern for the city. These are things that are in your housing strategy in Wellington. And the Real Estate Institute of New Zealand in 2021 showed that Wellington had the most understocked housing coffers in New Zealand. So there is an issue for me. I definitely got the numbers wrong and misunderstood the table. But from Mr. Osborne in his rebuttal, he hasn't answered my point four in my evidence, which states, have we accounted for undersupply, or do we need to add it to the growth projection? And I suggest we do. The difficulty is we don't have a numeric number to back that up. But I suggest we do have a latent demand, and therefore to go a bit higher would not be out of the question. Mr. Osborne questions the cost of additional capacity and uses only an extreme possible outcome of how his better approach may come with increasing economic costs. I suggest that we consider all matters and possibilities, not just the most extreme, and have regard to the locational requirements of Objective 3 by enabling more growth in or near centres and areas well serviced by existing and planned public transport. Mr. Osborne also uses uncertainties over infrastructure to imply that a more is better approach will come with increasing costs. It's not produced any evidence that this will be so. Mr. Osborne's point is that an ability to develop more on a site results in less profit and or greater costs to council. I find such a proposition as contrary to almost all development principles. And his brief didn't consider that either. So the brief for the HBA for property economics was limited to the level of feasible residential development capacity within Wellington City under the draft plan. So he only considered what the draft plan would provide. He didn't go beyond that. So his ability to talk about the effects beyond that, he hasn't considered those in his work. So our submission is that we have a widely recognised housing shortfall in Wellington at present. This is one reason why housing is so expensive here, not just in Wellington, but across New Zealand. And it's prudent for the panel to consider that a current shortfall at whatever scale should increase the target figure above that of just growth. I fully accept that increased provision, more is better, will have a muted effect on affordability, but it will have a positive effect nevertheless, and we should chase it. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Kellen. I apologise in advance. Some of the questions I want to ask you are the same questions I asked you in Pairua, but one of the nature of this process is that we need your answers on the record rather than of my notes of what you said in Pairua. So I'm not expecting you to give me a different answer. In fact, I'll be intrigued if you do give me a different answer.
I just hope then I remember the answer that I gave you in Pairua.
Yeah, well, I'll have to remember it too. But you can be assured I'll go up and I will get my notes out and compare them. The first point is a new point, though. Your point about do we have sufficient margin?
Yes.
And the NPS UD, of course, prescribes margin both for long term and for short and medium term. Why can't we rely on what's in the NPS UD? Is some bright spark obviously thought that was appropriate when drafting the NPS, and they bequeathed that on us along with any number of other instructions.
They did. They bequeathed, as you say, a methodology under which you calculate what that margin should be, and it drops down from enabled to feasible and then to realisable, and there's a margin on that as well. But at the end of the day, we don't know whether that's going to be good enough. And as I said earlier, you're in a competitive environment where people or developers with capacity to do this stuff, and there's not many of them in New Zealand, will look at you and they'll say, how easy is it, or how enabled are we, or how realisable is Wellington compared to every other place? And my view is we don't know if that methodology is going to be correct, and if there are no effects in terms of looking at going further, or there are no major effects in looking at going further, why wouldn't we go further to make sure that we get there? I also suggest that Objective 2 requires you to do it as well, that the provisions of the NPSUD require a minimum, or at least. So we're certainly not going against the provision. All we're doing is saying, well, we're going to go beyond the methodology to do better than others. And I suggest from a competitive point of view, that's an appropriate strategy.
And in terms of 4.14, saying council's approach matches supply and demand and has no downward effect on price. Same question I asked you previously. Who apart from Kāinga is going to deliberately provide capacity in advance of demand?
Yes, so your question, I think, and was you sort of partially answered your question in Pororua, which surely Mr. Cullen are not going to develop projects if there's no demand or the demand's not available to them. And you're absolutely right. There is an element of that, but I wouldn't say it's absolute. In fact, we don't want it to be absolute. What we want is a competitive environment where developers are doing innovative things in order to get ahead of their competitors. But I also would say that in relation to what I was saying before, that you've done a growth strategy here and you're matching it to growth, but you have clearly a latent demand that's unrealised in the numbers. And you may argue, well, there's a margin for that. And there may well be a margin, but what's to stop you going further? Because that'll be better for this community in terms of the affordability story than staying with growth and meeting the growth targets.
I suppose the point, will it matter? Will it make any difference? You can provide all the development capacity in the world, like Willis Bond told us in Stream 1, there's any amount of developable land in Wellington. That's not the problem. It's the cost that's constraining actual production of houses.
Yes, I accept that. But I think not knowing exactly the context in which they said that, you do have a cost issue and a supply issue at the moment, but I don't believe that will last. It's the same in Australia and in terms of trades. And it's a major issue in terms of cost at the moment, but that's not normal. It's a question as to when we return to normal.
Concept of walkable catchments, 5.5. It's appropriate to measure catchments from loosely defined city edges. I can understand that when you have a relatively circular CBD, like Christchurch, for instance, Auckland to a lesser extent, although it's hemmed in by the harbour, so it's actually relatively circular on three sides. But the Wellington CBD is like a long sausage, constrained by the hills. And we had the example put to us by someone in Newtown who said, well, I've walked 10 or 15 minutes and I'm at the edge of the city centre and I'm at the VTNZ. I can get a warrant for my car. Big deal. I have to walk another half an hour before I get anywhere I might actually want to go.
Yes, it doesn't take the destination into account. No, if he wants to go to the other side of the CBD, he's not going to walk from there. But I guess all we're saying is that you can access resources relatively. And Newtown's a great example. It's also almost an extension of the CBD anyway. But it obviously depends on your destination or why you're undertaking a walk. But I guess what we are saying is that the urban condition of an urban centre, an urban city centre, and an urban place like Newtown is conducive to walking, and you'll walk further. So in that sort of environment than you will in just a residential environment with relatively weak relationships between buildings and the public realm. So so you're absolutely right. It depends on what's where anyway. But but the analysis that Nick's done around centres and around railway stations, I think, helps support the kind of extent of catchments that we're looking at, and we'll deal with this, I think, in a little bit more detail in relation to centres later anyway.
Discussion I found truly tragic that I will not be participating in.
Oh.
The going to sort of your 7.8 talking about commercial development and ground floors.
Yes.
You're saying, well, 200 squares is insignificant in the scheme of things.
Yep.
One of the features of the operation of the RMA is that it's proven notoriously difficult to manage cumulative effects of lots of small contributions. As you say, 200 squares is neither here nor there. 5 is probably okay in a walking, but it's at a certain point you're going to hit the line where it does make a difference, where it is material. How do you control the cumulative effect?
I don't believe there are any. So one of the, I suppose one of the great things about older societies, and if you look at continental Europe, for instance, is that little bits of things pop up all over the place. And so there's lots of, I guess, activity in the public realm. And so 200 square metres in the bottom of an apartment, or any sort of apartment building, is something for me that's quite manageable. And given the amount of intensity that we're looking to add in relation to walkable catchments to centres, I think I've provided some numbers in terms of the incremental increase in retail spend that you'll get if you meet your just your growth targets. So for me, there's no cumulative effects, and it goes to the thing, we have retail hierarchies in Australia and New Zealand as a consequence of the fact that we can internalise everything and stack retail on top of each other. If we require all retail to be urban, as in street focused, as it used to be before the 50s and 60s when shopping centres were invented, we don't need hierarchies, because the movement system and accessibility and the distance to which people are prepared to walk, and the amount of commercial activity and surrounding residential activity in and around a centre pretty much determines how far that centre will extend. And so when you look at continental Europe again, it's those things that level these things out. And when we do, because I've done growth strategies for centres for over 3 million people in Australia, and I've decided where centres go and regional centres go. And a tool that we often use in that is to get, I don't know if you know space syntax, but space syntax is basically a model that works out the movement system and where in the movement system is most connected to every other place. And that's the places, when you look at older societies, they're the places where the markets are, the towns are, and where retail trades really, really well. So there are particular circumstances under which these things happen in the urban environment, and there are particular circumstances under which they achieve a equilibrium and can't go any bigger. And so for us, when we're looking at 200 square metres in the bottom of an apartment building, there's a number of benefits. One is we're activating the public realm. Doesn't necessarily need to be retail, and in many cases won't. It could be an artist studio, it could be an office, but it could be retail. And they're not conjoined. They are spatially separated from each other. So it's not as if we're building something that is competitive to the centre at all. So I don't believe that there's a cumulative effect issue.
And the last question I had, Mr. Cullen, as you said, your estimate was that it was the relief you're supporting would add 20% of realisable capacity. I was going to ask you what sort of capacity you were adding. How did you calculate
How did we get to that number?
How did you get to that number?
Yeah, it's possibly a little bit of smoke and mirrors, but we basically tried to get our GIS guys to quantify what the increased provision in terms of height would mean across a geographic area for all the centres that we had put forward for submissions for increased density, and 20% was the number that sort of popped out.
Question is that realisable capacity or is that theoretical capacity?
It's not realisable capacity, but one would, in other words, it's increased capacity over and above what the current provisions in the proposed plan provide. But I would assume, because it's added on the same site, capacity on the same site, that you're able to amortise the cost of land and development across a greater yield, and therefore it would have an increased propensity to be realisable than anything smaller. Mr. Osborne suggests that there may be factors that mitigate against that, and I do accept that if there are building code restrictions in terms of when you get past a certain height that may switch on, but I would say that greater capacity inherently gives you a greater level of realisability than less.
So I think that Mr. Osborne was talking about, particularly in a Wellington sense, with fault lines basically running at 2 kilometre intervals in parallel, or something close to that. Every height means greater structural cost. And so that's what you're talking about in terms of other factors.
Yeah, he may be talking about that. He didn't mention that specifically, and I'm not qualified. Not really. I live in Australia. We had an earthquake in Newcastle, but it's not something that's pervasive in our building environment. So he may well be right, but no, I'm not aware of that, and I haven't been made aware of that when going through.
But the important thing is the increase is an increase in theoretical capacity
yes.
rather than a realisable capacity.
Yes. But it has a high propensity to convert to realisable, in my view.
I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions.
I had a few around the commercial side, but I think you've answered those as we've gone along. But did you propose that to be for the entire high residential zone? The ability to have a commercial element or a retail element at the ground floor?
In apartment buildings, yes.
Yeah.
And it's confined to the high density zone.
Yeah. And so what factors determine the appropriateness of commercial activity?
So it's again a wet finger in the air. It's relatively small and incidental in its size. It's per apartment building. It's not a linear march down the street of apartment buildings contiguously with 200 square metres. The other factor is it's not big enough to be a meaningful challenge to some of the major anchors for the centres. So it's an incidental element in the network. So from a functional point of view, it's not a threat to centres at all.
And just, we talked before, you said that the construction costs at the moment is not normal, and you predict that they'll go down. Do costs ever go down?
Well, we've come out of a very unusual part of history in relation to logistics and labour force concerns and employment, and so all of these things are rare at the moment, as is housing, and everything's expensive. And when and if we get back to normal, I would expect that these things would go down and perhaps level out. Is it a guess? Well, you know, at some point in time, there has to be a reality check between costs and purchase levels. And so the market will eventually even itself out, and we will eventually, I think, get back to something close to normal.
When you say normal, you mean pre the last 3 years sort of thing?
Yeah, I'm not saying the same about costs, but I'm saying the same about labour supply and logistics. Yeah. So that we'll have a competitive labour supply market. At the moment, the trades can pretty much charge whatever they want because they're in such high demand, and that's unusual.
Thank you, it's helpful.
Just one from me, and that's maybe something that you need to take out of thin air as well. We're talking about the capacity, and that relates, of course, to the land that is made available.
Yep.
Now, Kāinga is seeking further heights in certain areas.
Yes.
That has an effect, of course, in terms of how much you can actually provide for people. If you have a lower building, there will be less units in it. Have your calculations in any way taken into account how many, say, accommodations or units, or how many square meters could actually be realisable with all the heights that we then have, and how many people we would be able with that to house at the end? Because you know, with the evidence that we get from other submitters, it seems that we are talking about an undersupply, but we are talking about an undersupply of land where there is you know, heights and densities that might actually accommodate thousands of people on a very small piece of land. And we know how much our growth is estimated to in terms of the people of the population.
Demand.
So we know how much roughly we need. Are we shooting completely into the stars with going so high and going so far? What's your point on that?
Yes, I mean, the calculation in terms of how do you convert that to unit numbers and what does that mean in terms of housing occupation levels, and haven't gone that far because it ties back to the Commissioner's question about, well, are you talking about enabled capacity or realisable capacity? And my point is that it's likely to be more realisable because you're providing for more capacity on the same bit of land as what the council are suggesting. And therefore, you may have greater feasibility thresholds as a consequence of that. Now, the complicating factor, of course, is that we're assuming that everyone will go to the highest possible height, and that's just not going to happen. What's going to happen is that there'll be a range of choices amongst the development community, and there'll be a range of sweet spots and places around, and so some will be 4, some will be 3, some will be 6, and some will go beyond, depending on where you are in the environment and the site conditions and all those other things that affect these things. So I didn't think it was appropriate to go to the level to which you, because then I would be placing assumptions on assumptions on assumptions, and so I guess my main point to try and leave you with is that I believe that if you enable more capacity on the same area of land, and it's within the places that are connected to resources and that are walkable and all that sort of stuff, then that's a pretty good story. But no, I haven't gone as far as to quantify that.
Thank you.
One last question flowing from that. Just recalled, are we in a perverse position? Mr. Osborne's evidence is that the effect of the market downturn and the reduction in property costs has in fact been to reduce the feasibility of more development rather. So if your hypothesis is correct and the effect of adding more development is to drive down price, is there a risk that we will have the opposite conclusion, that it won't be a matter of improving affordability. It'll actually reduce supply. Land costs will go down, but there won't be any more houses.
Yes, I don't understand his proposition, to be fair. And so, I mean, it's a basic economic principle that underpins the NPSUD, that enabling more capacity will deliver you more houses. And I accept that as a basic economic principle. And so for him to come and say that reducing capacity will enable more houses, and what you're suggesting, Mr. Cullen, will not work, that's the case. He's equally has a problem, because we're providing for more capacity on the same sites that he is looking at or is considered in their report for the HBA. So I don't understand. For me, it's a basic economic principle that we're dealing with here, and I don't understand why he would say the opposite. And he hadn't considered it in his report to council anyway.
And last point, keep thinking of additional last points. My colleagues give me a poke on that. If you're successful and prices come down, where does that leave the lucky people who've come into the market in the last 3 years, are mortgaged to the eyeballs and are facing climbing interest rates as they come off fixed prices? Are they just collateral damage?
So, a lot of the things that we're doing, providing for additional housing on sites that are already occupied by housing. And so the level to which those, and a lot of it is medium and high density housing. They're the things that we're kind of talking about. So those that own existing sites will have, as many of them will have it as of right capacity to realise on the value of those anyway. And then we're intensifying on other sites where currently they're underdeveloped in terms of the NPSUD. So the level of people that are left behind, I would think would be relatively small, but there may be some. The other thing too is in all of these discussions, we're actually, and we haven't talked about it today, but we're also talking about housing diversity in relation to demographic changes and lifestyle changes. And we're talking about density, and that's matching the demographics that are coming through. So there may be winners and losers. There always are in these sorts of things, but I don't see it as a major issue. But then again, I may not be one of those people that loses, and it may be a major issue for them. But and the level to which we talk about the greater good, I wince when I say that. But if you know what I mean. And it also, it issues that Nick has to deal with. You've got a 12-story building and you're living in a bungalow next to it. You're going to have some hurt for a while, but you have the same rights to go and do that as well. So I think there are a number of challenges for us to manage this equitably. It's not easy.
Thank you, Ms. Cullen. I think we might take a break. We'll come back at 1:45. We'll have a short break.
He's got hands.
We'll resume the hearing. We're going to do Mr. Hill now.
Before we go to Mr. Hill, which we will do very shortly, Mr. Leggett's just raised with me a couple of brief points he'd like to make about feasibility arising out of your discussion with Mr. Cullen. If you were happy to hear from him for just a moment, we thought we could do that now. Otherwise, we'll wait till the end.
So who's going to respond?
Mr. Leggett has just a couple of comments on your discussion with Mr. Cullen about feasibility.
Okay, we'll get those first.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. It's just with going to the conversation around the realisable capacity. Just an observation that typically the HBAs are discussing the supply with respect to the ability for the market to absorb price as a product of sale. We're then only dealing with one element within the market. There are, and we're aware of a couple of things moving around in the background where other product is likely to come on stream that wouldn't be accounted for within those models, build to rent for argument's sake.
What was that like?
Build to rent as a delivery model. Aware of a developer in Auckland that's signalling about 1,000 houses per year through that model. Similarly, another one or two in Waikato that could be looking at a couple of hundred a year. So the question arising around that is the premise that underpins the HBA isn't actually accounted for with respect to that delivery model from a financial standpoint, because the actual ultimate sale price isn't actually a factor. The ability to absorb the capital cost against cash flow derived from rent. So a very different financial model. If we underzone because of HBA outcomes with respect to price and we meet that demand solely, build to rent as a product, the questions that arise from that is who are the people who are going to be occupying that, what is their need, and the hypothesis I would put around that is the profile of person that we actually want the closest to amenities and access than other forms of housing type. And if we've made that market so constrained in terms of its spatial extent, we've driven the price of that land up because it's a now limited supply. What do we do to that financial model, and do we actually break its back? If there isn't enough choice in the market and land escalation is such that it's so competitive to only one sector of the delivery market. So just a word of caution around relying solely on the price point and the HBA outcome to go, we've zoned enough, because we may actually have other models that might benefit from the type of spatial extents that we're talking about. The other comment I was going to make, and it was related to part of the conversation we were having with Mr. Cullen and also Mr. Ray around some of the risk management issues, earthquakes in particular. Again, just a question, I suppose, to think about. There was a conversation around should we be limiting density and height intensity where there are that form of hazard. We have done some work unrelated to the Wellington region, actually unrelated to earthquakes, but dealing with the response to base isolation question. That work found that to deal with 100 square metre standalone single level building, foundation requirements for base isolation were in excess of $1,200–1,300 a square metre. It's about 40% of the construction cost of that house. Now, that's not feasible, project falls over. So we asked the question, what else can we get off that foundation? And the response that we have received, project hasn't proceeded because of other reasons, but the outcome from that investigation was a 3-storey lightweight timber framed 3-storey walk up had the same base isolation requirements. So we could then spread that $120,000–130,000 not across one unit, but across 6 or 9, depending on typology. So you have a different distribution of that cost. If you have more density, if you go with an increased height. So it's just I guess a caution around, one linear line. If there's a hazard there, the only solution we can think of means it's not feasible, so we shouldn't do it. Or actually, there may be other options available. So it comes back to what is the risk? Have we managed it? Somebody else will sort out the technologies and the feasibility if we still have a framework that allows it through.
And of course, the earthquakes also goes to demand. My understanding is no one's prepared to live or work in anything more than a small number of stories in Christchurch anymore.
There is a
having gone out by the down a rope, you're not going to be that high in the area ever again.
There is a current market perception, yes.
Mr. Hill, thank you. You have rejoined, so invite my colleague. My colleague has, Mr. McMahon has some suggestions as to how we might proceed.
Can I just intervene? I've got a couple of corrections.
Yes, a couple of corrections. Take them first.
And also, I'm keen to respond to some of the rebuttal evidence that my evidence doesn't cover.
Yes.
And that'll be the prime focus of my discussion.
Thought it might be.
So just while those are coming around, I guess, picking up on Brendan's point, just want to make a key point that plans can enable and constrain development, but they don't make it happen. And so I guess the real tenor of our submission is just making sure that we're not over constraining development so it can happen. Just going to refer to the maps while I talk through those corrections as well. If I can find Miramar on here. Yeah. Back one. No, that's the one I'm after. So I just wanted to be clear on page 36, this handout here. You'll see I've highlighted Place Tower with Miramar, and we've called it the MUZ extension, but what I'm really talking about is that area that goes from the town centre up to the mixed use zone, which has got a 29 metre height limit on it. I guess when we drafted the words, we didn't have the maps finalised, and I guess until you've made a call on where you want to put the heights, we've described it in the words so you know where we're talking about. But yeah, I totally got Tower and Miramar mixed up in the words there. And if we just go over the page to page 38, you'll see I've made some amendments to the height in relation to boundary standard, because you'll see in the evidence we talked about increasing the starting point from 4 to 19 metres. So that's that correction. And on that basis, we don't need number 2 or the old number 2. So that's those. And the second table I've handed out, I will talk to as I go through my rebuttal. So my response to the rebuttal.
Thanks, Mr. Hill. That's pretty much what I was hoping you might say in terms of your approach, particularly the focus on rebuttal, because that will complete the picture for us. But what we thought you might want to do is also touch on any of the key thematic issues in your evidence in chief, acknowledging that Ms. Walbridge will be dealing with the matters such as the qualifying matters and the design guide. So we'll have sort of separate questions for those, and they're quite readily ring-fenced anyway. We won't obviously be asking you any questions on detail about the spatial extent of the zones or the specific heights, because they are matters that we think for quickly to Mr. Ray and to other urban design experts. So hopefully you're relieved in that respect. And the approach for that is basically because you're relying on that evidence, aren't you? And if there's a change in that evidence, whichever way it goes, you're presumably going to accept that change.
That's correct to a degree. I mean, obviously, I provided the policy input into the discussion, so there's a link between what we're trying to achieve in terms of MPSUD and what's happening on the ground in terms of what both Mr. Cullen and Mr. Ray have evidence on.
And that goes to two things. What's the logical extension of at least 6 stories for the high density, and what's the appropriate heights, and let's call it the MRZ plus areas.
That's correct. Thank you. Just to fill that out a bit more, on page 12 of my evidence, you'll see there's a table 1, where we've got the centre heights that we're seeking, as well as the heights in the high density residential zone. So, which goes to my point earlier about those two things are related. So, for example, in the metro centre zones, we're seeking 55 metres.
Is it 55 or 53?
55.
55, okay.
Yeah. And 36 metres within 400 metres. So if you go with the proposed district plan of between 15 and 35, that probably won't work. So that's why those two things are so interrelated for me.
Yes, and the other interrelated, that's a really useful table actually. So thank you for providing that. I've taken a copy of that and put it somewhere safe. The other interrelated things are decisions relating to whether Johnsonville line is an RTS, and clearly Johnsonville itself doesn't rely on that classification, but the other 5 lines on that do, and you'd accept that a decision on the walkable catchment, whether there's need to go to 6 stories, depends on whether that total line is deemed to be RTS or not.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yes. Okay. And also the extent, in broad terms, the extent of catchments around centres will depend on our decisions on whether to extend centres or not.
And centre classification,
in relation to the town centre, which we discussed in hearing stream 1.
Perhaps more particularly with the stream 4 panel's decision.
Yes, I just want to get that on the board, on the table, because I'm not involved in the stream 4 centres, but I'm be taking a very close interest in it.
Right.
So that's why we're not, that dialogue, Mr. Hill, was just about why we're not going to delve into the specific metrics and spatial extents, other than just what we've broadly discussed now. We do want to talk about those interface issues that we discussed with Mr. Ray, and what you think that approach was, and just for the record, there are 3. If we decide to run with a character precinct, and appreciate your position on that, how that might be dealt with, the interface between the HDZ and the MDZ, and the interface between MRZ and MRZ plus, what I'm calling MRZ plus. So that's that, and then obviously the key focus would be on your rebuttal. So does that sound like a sensible way forward in the time we've got available?
I can work with that, and some of those issues I've addressed in my rebuttal as well.
Yeah. Fine. I'll try not to interrupt.
That's fine. So just in terms of Mr. Patterson's rebuttal evidence, I believe having a clear regional approach to intensification is important, potentially as the Wellington region is a homogenous housing and employment market. And I'm still a bit unclear about how this has been achieved. I think he mentioned there's been discussions, etc. I do agree with Mr. Patterson, though, that Wellington City is different from the other cities in the Wellington region. And I particularly note that in your strategic objectives in the plan that we talked about in hearing stream 1, it's highlighted that Wellington City continues to be a primary economic employment hub for the region. And this is also reinforced in the RPS. This is why I think a greater level of intensification is warranted and can be absorbed, hence the desire to provide for at least walkable catchment areas, at least high density and at least minimum height requirements in relation to the NPSUD, particularly in Wellington City. I think there needs to be a clear articulation of design and density outcomes that emphasise the difference between high density residential and medium density residential zones. I disagree with Mr. Patterson that HRZP2, Policy 2 and Policy 4 alone provide sufficient differentiation. I believe the amendments proposed by Kāinga Order to these policies and Policy 6 achieve this subject to one minor amendment that I'd like to point out, and this is included on the table that I've handed out. So this table here, the A3 table. What I've done here is I've put the HRZ policies and the MRZ policies next to each other. And the amendment I'm talking about is highlighted in yellow, which says and further intensification around key centres should be also covered in housing choice. So in relation to that, I think the Kāinga Order changes better reflect the need for greater densities around rapid transit stops and centres required by NPSUD Objective 3 and Policy 3. And you'll note that the additions to Policy 2 on the table seek that, additional heights around centres, etc., and transport corridors. And you'll see the addition of number 5 to Policy 6 in both the Metro and High also include reference to locational matters in terms of centres and rapid transit stops. So I think that's a key thing that needs to be emphasised. Also, we need to clearly articulate high density outcomes rather than medium density outcomes sought in the high density residential zone. So the title, for example, in Policy 6, particularly in the high density residential zone, it's about high density residential development. Multi-unit housing is defined as, I think it's 4 or more units. In my mind, that's not necessarily a density thing. That's the number of dwellings on a site. That depends on the size of the site. So if you've got 4 units on 1,000 square metres, it's quite a different proposition to 4 units on a 400 square metre site. So that's why I'm trying to focus on density rather than that definition.
Rather than built form.
Yes. Built form does influence density to a degree as well. Also noted in Policy 4 refers to higher density development, but it's titled and discusses medium density residential standards, which I think confuses the policy direction slightly. I understand what Council's trying to do there, but you'll see in Policy 4 the blue changes are about enabling higher permitted thresholds to support high density development, but the policy is titled medium density residential standards. So I guess having reflected on some of the discussion I've heard today, which is about if you take design guides, for example, needing to be clear about exactly what outcomes you're trying to achieve is really important. I don't think these policies get you there. They don't give you enough direction about what, they don't paint a word picture, if you like, about what it means, what outcomes you're trying to achieve in high density residential zone. And that extends to the objectives as well, which are designed to provide the outcome that you're trying to achieve. These policies are about how you go about achieving those outcomes.
Yes. I'm interested in that, particularly in P4. Do you think the intention of P4 was to actually reference the high permitted thresholds, or was it just to provide a baseline for the 1 to 3 units? I thought that's what Mr. Patterson had indicated the purpose of policy P4 was, and he was relying on P6 to deliver the high density clear direction.
Yeah, P8 also talks about residential buildings and structures, and that's about P8 is only in the HRZ, and that's about trying to achieve greater built form and density. So I think we need to factor that in as well. But yeah, if policy 4 is about setting the baseline that the medium density residential standards set, then it just gets a bit confused by talking about higher permitted thresholds to support high density development.
Okay. Well, we might, on the record now, Mr. Patterson can confirm what the intention was. Reply.
I also want to just talk about the urban design joint witness statement. And I agree that increasing the height in relation to boundary starting point and the stepped approach to building height, so 6, 8, 10, 12 stories, in combination with a 50% building coverage is appropriate and should define the future urban built form from which to assess amenity effects in accordance with NPS UD objectives and policies. So that kind of goes to your point that we were talking about earlier today, I think, in terms of what are some of the key factors that influence things on adjoining sites, so daylight, height, building coverage, etc. The other thing I think I just want to highlight is I think it's really important to more clearly articulate urban design outcomes across the plan provisions, right from the introduction to the standards, because this will make the plan easier to use. This includes focusing on the prime, bulk and location standards that I've talked about, height, daylight, building coverage, and relying on the fact that building 4 or more units is a restricted discretionary activity. So you're going to need to assess a range of issues as part of that consent process. And if you have a look at HRZ Rule 14, there's a range of amenity effects you need to consider. I know the matters of discretion include policy references, so policy 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9 and 10, which with the amendments that Kāinga seek, I think articulate some of the urban design outcomes better. So, for example, policy 6, you can look at effective public-private interface. You can look at scale, form and appearance of development. You can look at whether the buildings are high quality, whether they're responding to the natural environment, whether the private or shared outdoor living space is appropriate. There's other things like collection of waste and infrastructure as well, which was raised earlier today. And then you look at policy 8, which is about residential buildings and structures. You can look at whether they are providing healthy, safe and accessible living environments, whether they are compatible with the built environment anticipated in the high density residential zone, whether they contribute positively to a changing urban environment, whether they achieve attractive and safe streets, so how buildings might interface, etc., and whether they respond to the site context. So I guess what I'm saying is what's in front of us, you've got the outcome, some of the outcomes are quite positive in terms of achieving at least 6-story development. But you don't always get there in terms of the rules because there's a number of limiting factors there, particularly in some of the standards. And I wonder whether we need to rely on all those standards or we can just rely on the matters of discretion because most buildings are going to need a consent anyway.
Well, that was my question. There might be other reasons other than the heights why buildings need a consent. But if there's not, then the matters of discretion only kick in relation to an overheight building, don't they?
No, matters of discretion. So if you're doing in the high density residential zone under Rule 14, I think it is. I'll just refer to my notes.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you need a consent to do more than 3 residential buildings on a site as a restricted discretionary activity.
Is that the trigger for the urban design?
Yes.
Rule, yes. I'm pretty sure you're right with that, Mr. Hill. I don't think you need to check that, but I guess my point is, what signal is the permitted heights, or what signal is the permitted heights giving to the community that's assessing these developments, that in terms of a permitted baseline, that might not be able to be effectively nuanced from an urban design perspective, or through the matters of discretion that you referred to about looking at the interface.
That's unclear because, yes, like I said, 4 or more buildings needs a consent as a restricted discretionary activity, so there's no permitted baseline. The standard, which is triggered by that rule, so nothing's permitted, sets a bit of a benchmark in terms of what heights you're anticipating as a permitted activity.
Yes.
And what Kāinga Ora is seeking is more heights, because we see the MPSUD requirements as minimum.
Are you saying that the restricted discretionary activities process associated with 3 or more and the urban design trigger could lead to a decision to grant an application or decline an application for a height that was anticipated?
Potentially, yeah.
Interesting.
So
you could understand the argument that counsel for an applicant that might run in that scenario,
yes,
that they're taking confidence from the heights that are prescribed in the plan, and that there was no intent that the urban design rules or the 3 or more units would trump an anticipated height.
I think it's a bit unclear when you look at the matters of discretion and that rule.
Okay.
Which is, which is part of the reason why we are trying to make the policies clearer, particularly around the urban design outcomes that are sought through the urban design guidelines. So if you look at policy 6, for example, policy 6.1, which is about achieving the following urban design outcomes. That's about trying to embed some of the key principles from the urban design guidelines in the policy so that we're clear about exactly what we're trying to achieve. Now, I should say at this point that I think it was at the Upper Hutt Kapiti hearing that we had earlier, there's been a bit more work done on better articulating those outcomes. And so at some point we'd be happy to share those with the panel. I haven't had a chance to have a good look at them because I wasn't involved in that hearing, but certainly we can make that available to you.
Yes. Okay, thank you for that. Certainly I would like to be interested in Mr. Patterson's response to that conversation.
Follow-up question from me. You said the Commissioner's question that you can easily foresee the argument counsel for an applicant would run. Do the policies need to be clearer that the height standard will give way in appropriate cases to design considerations?
I'd probably run it the other way, that depending on whether it's a permitted height or a not permitted height.
But in cases where it's an RDA.
Yes. I guess the other point I'm keen to make is if you look at the high density residential zone objectives and policies, the word high density is only mentioned twice, one in objective 2 and one in policy 4, apart from obviously where we're talking about where it quotes the high density residential zone will. And so I think there's a need to be clearer about what we mean by high density residential development, because I don't think it's particularly well articulated. There's no definition, for example, in the plan.
Just say that again. You said that the objectives don't mention high density.
So if you look at objective 2, so this is on page 27 of my evidence, if you turn to that.
Yep.
So you'll see HRZ02 3 contributes positively to a more intensive, high density urban living environment. And on page 28.
Oh, you're talking about policies, not objectives.
Both, because HRZ02 is an objective. Yep. So you'll see if you take HRZ02, it starts land within the high density residential zone. So that term high density residential zones all through there. But the fact that you're trying to achieve high density residential development is only in that objective and in policy 4, whereas that should really be the outcome we're trying to achieve across that zone. And I would imagine it should be appearing more clearly, and we should be clearly articulating about, well what does that look like? So, you know, I've worked on growth strategies, for example, where we've said things like in Auckland that in West Auckland, New Lynn should be aspiring to be like Newmarket, because New Lynn was 2 or 3 stories, Newmarket was 6 stories. I can't find in here anywhere where we're clearly articulating what we're trying to achieve. Kāinga Water has tried to do that by including references to heights in the objectives and in the policies to make that clearer. Because height seems to be one of the key factors that differentiates medium and high density. That's all I really have to say, I think. That's right. I don't think there's anything I really need to emphasise in relation to my evidence. I've talked about the key relationship between the centres and the heights. I've also briefly talked about the need for regional consistency in my rebuttal, which is covered in my evidence. I've talked about the importance of particularly daylight, height and building coverage in terms of, those are critical standards, I believe. So I think I pretty much that's happy to take questions. Yeah.
I guess the question I've got is the issue that was identified in the joint witness statement under issue 6 on heights in the HRZ. Already had the discussion about, in relation to paragraph or clause 8 of that, where there was agreement about the standards in appendix 1 of your statement. Mr. Zamani or Dr. Zamani considered that this is accepted. Well, he basically agreed with those standards, but he said that further work would be required to the guidelines. I know Ms. Woodridge might have a view on this, but have you exercised your mind as to what those further work might be? And given what you've just said in relation to the ability of the guidelines to perhaps trump anticipated heights?
I think Ms Woodbridge is probably better place to deal with the design guideline issue. What I've focused on though is making sure the policies and objectives reflect the key principles of the design guide.
And the chair asked you, could those policies be clearer?
Yes.
And I think you said yes. Okay. So that we don't get to a consent application. We have the argument that, well, actually, this is really not what's being anticipated, that there is a policy basis for controlling height because it's a restricted discretionary activity and the policies allow that.
That's correct. And you know, if you've got clear policy direction and you've got good matters of discretion that take you to those policies, then the design guides become less important. And
yes.
They can evolve and change over time, which is what Mr. Liggett mentioned this morning.
Yes. Separately, but sort of related, Mr. Hill, as a general proposition, would you agree that where you can stipulate in a standard the outcome that should be achieved, you should do that rather than relying on the design guide or a policy assessment, where I think the word that you used earlier about was critical standards?
Yeah, I think so in terms of critical standards.
Yes.
Other standards that might be around on-site amenity as opposed to off-site amenity.
Yes.
I think you can probably deal with separately.
Okay. The reason I asked that question was I'm just conscious of clause 7 of that JWS under issue 6, where there's a statement saying that we agree that it's the approach consisting of 2 additional stories at each change is appropriate, resulting in 6, 10, 8 and 12-story opportunities. That strikes me as a sort of a standard approach as opposed to a design guide approach. What's your view on that?
Yeah, I agree, and that's why I think, as I mentioned, height, daylight, building coverage are.
But they're not. Okay. Are they setting standards though? Are they setting height standards?
Sorry.
Per se?
Well,
I mean,
yes. So the 6, 8, 10, and 12-story, those are standards that we're seeking in terms of the height control or height standard.
Can you remind me the standard number?
That's the first one, I think. Standard 1.
Standard 1. That should be on your revised page 36, is it?
Yes, that's correct. So we're talking about 43, 36, 29 and 22 generally.
Okay.
Which equates to 6, 8,
okay.
and 12.
43, 36, 29. Thank you. That was all on the joint witness statement. Just go back to my notes. I've covered the interface issues. Oh, yes, sorry, just the regional approach. I mean, as you probably know that members of this panel were on several of the IPIs within the Greater Wellington region. The chair's on 2 and I'm on 3. And there are other commissioners on other panels. You do acknowledge though that Wellington has its own unique set of characteristics, don't you?
Absolutely, as I said earlier, I think because Wellington's the primary city in the region, yes, we're expecting more.
Okay.
Just following up on that, no doubt some of the submitters would suggest not just that, not suggesting you're wrong on that, but it also has unique characteristics and other senses that, so for instance, Wellington has a focus on character that I can't recall ever being mentioned in Honolulu.
Yeah, to the same degree, you know, we've tried to reflect that in the walkable catchments as well because of slope constraints and other matters as well.
Finally, Mr. Hill, if there might be some further conferencing later on, I say if, and might, particularly between the urban design experts to further nuance matters, would you be available to work with your counterparts from a planning perspective to see how they might be delivered?
Need to check with my client, but yes.
I'm not saying that will be the case, but I'm just wanting to understand your willingness to do that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. You answered one question I had. In 5.9, you talked about 2.8 million households provided for as plan-enabled capacity. So it's really the same question I was discussing with Mr. Cullen. Is that theoretical or realisable capacity?
In terms of, sorry, Auckland, you're meaning 5.9? Yes, that is theoretical. So we're not quite comparing apples with apples there. I might need to correct that. So 5.8, I've said 35,928 people. It's actually new homes, not people. And similarly, 50,000 people should be 50,000 dwellings. So got that a bit wrong. And yes, we're talking about theoretical capacity in Auckland. So
what's the best estimate of realisable capacity?
I don't know. I don't know, Mike, if you found anything in the Auckland week.
They did no assessment in relation to feasible or realisable, but they did do an infrastructure assessment in terms of what would work where, which hasn't generally been done in the Wellington region. But so they did some things that you did and some things that you didn't do. Yeah, but and I think in the three areas that we've given evidence for today, Kapiti here and Pororua, there's huge variations in the conversion rate of theoretical to realisable. Wellington has quite a high conversion rate, but Pororua quite low, and Kapiti quite low in the region of sort of 5%. So, so there's no real consistency that we could sort of hang our hat on and say, well, if you achieve this level of theoretical capacity, this will be the likely conversion, because we just don't have enough data yet. Haven't looked at them councils to make that assessment.
Intuitively, that I wouldn't have thought that was unexpected, because it's driven by the factors that Mr. Heal's already drawn attention to. Wellington City is the major employment centre, is dragging people in from the outlying cities rather than the reverse. Sorry, just observation. The 5.17, Mr. Hill, talking about the need to maximise the level of high density development around centres and RTS. Same question I asked your colleague, Ms. Williams in Pororua. To me, maximise means 50-storey apartments with that are not subject to any standards. Presumably, you're not suggesting that.
No, I'm just meaning that those are minimums. Your starting point is 6 stories.
Question I've asked other people about similarly framed policies. Your paragraph 5.25, what does it mean if the policy says respond to the natural environment? That, to give you an example, I'm hearing you, I'm responding. I might be agreeing, I might be disagreeing. You can guess which. But responding to it gives me no sense as to what is the action that is actually required to be taken.
So, like I said, those come from the urban design guides. And we've got some better wording coming. Be the point.
Give me an idea about what sort of thing it might say. Like I've seen people who said respond positively, to which my next question is, well, how positively? And what does that mean anyway?
I would say something like factor or consider the values of the natural environment, the key values.
And I'll give you the same answer. Yes, I've considered it and I've decided to ignore it. What's that telling me to do?
I think that's the part of the issue with this approach generally.
Do you need to go to something more like is sympathetic to the local environment? Clearly it's not add to the natural environment. Is that the kind of instruction that's required? Is that even appropriate? I hadn't thought of that. That just came into my mind that second. So I'm not suggesting it's a well-considered suggestion. It's just I'm flying a kite and inviting your comment.
I think there's probably other parts of the plan that deal with the natural environment. And because this chapter is about a high-density residential zone, I think the emphasis should be on trying to achieve as much density as possible in this area. So you could potentially remove that arm.
The suggestion might be that would be contrary to the objectives of the NPSUD relating to responding to climate change. We've had submissions talking about maintaining green canopies, maintaining permeable surfaces for water quality effects.
Yes, those are all things you should consider.
That's all for me, Mr. Birch.
I just wanted to pick up on commercial element for multi-units on the ground floor, obviously, in two aspects. One is, have you turned your mind to how you might manage reverse sensitivity issues here? But you answer that one and I'll go on to the next one.
That's something that's covered in Wood Bridges evidence.
Sorry, okay. I can answer that now. Sure, I will tidy it up. Yep. Thanks.
Yes, so I guess we're looking at it in the context of a high density zone and policy 6 of the MPS with the changing amenity values. I think Commissioner Robinson, it was maybe earlier, raised cumulative effects. Raised cumulative actually lead to reverse.
Is your microphone on?
Oh, sorry, I'm probably not. Excuse me.
You're not, or you're too far away from it.
Sorry, I'm just mumbling as well. Yes, so the anticipated environment is a high density environment. So I guess when you've got to look at it in that context, this is not medium density residential, it's high density residential. So your anticipated levels of amenity are different. I think in Waka Kotahi's evidence, they put forward some suggestions for how the rule might be drafted, and that included limits on hours and things like that, and that would help to manage those effects and ensure that activities were more compatible with their surrounding environments. I think that's given regard to that.
Yes, Waka Kotahi also said they would defer to you on what the appropriate gross floor area was as part of those standards.
Yes, I think Mr. Cullen suggested.
Yeah, you collectively, I mean, to the Kāinga or a team, not you personally.
Yes, yeah. I mean, we're suggesting it's provided for as a restricted discretionary activity as well. So you have got options there with your matters of discretion.
And have you turned your mind to new residential development adjacent to existing commercial activities and how that interface might be managed?
In terms of protecting those existing activities or managing the effects on the new?
Well, clearly it's both ways.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is. And I guess, again, that's a consequence of higher density development, anticipated urban environment where those amenity values are going to change. You know, if you, to a degree, it's if you live in a high density zone close to a city centre or a local centre or neighbourhood centre, you know, your expectations of that environment are not the same as if you're choosing to live in a more suburban area. So your expectations, I think, of what you might expect in terms of amenity value are different based on you still have to have regard, obviously, to those factors, but I don't think there's too much of a concern if you've got your standards, which you have in the plan, that is going to help manage those amenity effects.
Any final questions for Teal? I think we're on to having had a brief introduction to we're on to your evidence. Same invitation. You've given us a table. You may want to talk there in a flow chart. You may want to talk through, and but anything you particularly want to highlight, bearing in mind that it's 20 to 5.
Fast. Yeah, so the purpose of putting together the table was really to try and assist council with, so obviously I've said in my evidence, my primary evidence in chief, that we didn't think that council had undertaken a sufficient assessment, and so this purpose of this table is just to tease that out a little bit more, and then obviously respond to the roadmap that council provided to address why we're still of the view that there hasn't been sufficient information. So I'm happy to run you through it line by line if you'd like, or I don't know if that's an efficient use of time. What would serve your purposes best?
I think you can do it in a thematic sense, but it's a critical table, and it's sort of what I'm expecting that the response from the council to address. Also, they've given us the bare minimum in terms of where you go to, but we've asked them for a fuller narrative. So this is your opportunity now to give us the thematic narrative.
Yeah, I mean,
bearing in mind this is the first time we've seen this.
Yes, yes, obviously. I'd probably actually start at section 77L, because I think that is the critical test for this other qualifying matter. The section 77J assessment is obviously relevant as well, but there are parts of 77J that rely on you having already made that determination about a qualifying matter, in my opinion.
Yes.
So I think,
and in terms of your flow chart, we can ignore 77K, can't we?
Yes, I think
because
so.
it's not an operative qualifying matter.
No. Yeah, so if we just start at 77L, and I did address some of this through my evidence, but I've just pulled it out again here. So we've obviously got the tests in 77L. I'm just actually got them here. So if we start at the top, 77LA, identify the specific characteristics. So council has, they've put together a suite of documents, which is the buffer miscal assessment. They've got a storybook, and there are maps attached to the section 42A report. So that does go a long way to identify those specific characteristics, and they have used that site-by-site analysis because they've obviously identified as primary, contributory, neutral, detractive. But I just sort of commented there that they could have used some test cases to try and understand what the actual effects of development under NDRS or Policy 3 would look like. So that might be architectural modelling. When I did my site visits around the character areas, it sort of was so obvious to me, well, not obvious, but it seemed to me that the areas are not, we're talking about character, and then but they're not all the same. And I don't mean they need to be, but you've got little single-story working men's cottages in some areas. So the ability for those areas to absorb higher density might differ from somewhere like Thorndon, where you've got bigger buildings. So some test cases or something of the like that helped fully understand how densities might be absorbed, I think would have further helped with that assessment under 77LA. But I think, council have done a fair bit of work for that, so they, should be commended on that. And then 77LB, so this is probably, in my understanding, probably where the biggest gap in the assessment is, so that it's just justified why the characteristics make that level of development inappropriate in light of the national significance of urban development and the objectives of the NPSUD. And I just found there was a light to almost non-existent touch in council's assessment where they haven't looked at character, they haven't pulled out the objectives of the NPS and said, okay, what does character mean in relation to these? I couldn't find, that detailed assessment that I would expect to meet this test in their assessment. And I think that's probably the biggest for me gap in their assessment. So I've tried to, in my primary evidence, go through the NPS and pull out the relevant objectives and just try and work my way through how character would relate to those objectives. If you've got objective 1, which is your well-functioning environment to provide for all people and communities and for their social, economic, cultural well-being, how does character fit in there? Well, yes, it might provide for some people's social well-being. Does it provide for all people's well-being? What about other other factors that would provide for their well-being? Increased housing, warmer, drier housing close to the city centre. So, just looking at those competing demands. Objective 3, obviously, with the walkable catchments, which we've heard a lot about. How does character affect that? Well, it reduces that capacity within those walkable catchments. And then obviously we've got objective 4 and policy 6 about the changing amenity. So, we should be expecting significant change in our urban environments as a result of density, and that will change amenity values. So some people improved, some people, may notice a decrease in amenity. I just feel that council haven't really nutted out those objectives in respect of the character provisions that they're proposing. And that's one area I think, should be looked at in more detail.
Make a comment there. We questioned the council on that, and their response was, there might not be a particular heading. You might not find our heading saying where we, analyse that, but in the round, those things are assessed within the evidence.
It's not implicit. I didn't. You get general theme. Yes, we looked at higher order documents, but this is quite a rigorous test. This is requiring you to go through and like analysing quite a lot of detail. I think, you know, in light of the national significance of urban development, it's a sort of, hey, take this seriously, let's really work through this. So yes, they have talked about the NPSUD, you know, there's reference to those higher order documents, but I just would have expected more to really nut out those details.
Presumably you're going to go on to C next, are you?
Yes.
Yeah, just before you do, I just wondered, have you thought about the possibility that A and D could potentially be conflated and that wasn't the intention? I mean, one plain reading of A is that you establish why the matter is potentially a qualifying matter.
Hmm.
And B then is then applying that and to understand what it is about that matter that makes development inappropriate in light of the national direction. So in broad terms, why is character a qualifying matter?
Mm-hmm.
A, and B, what is it about character that should be applied to reduce the level of development or make the level of development that's provided for in the national direction inappropriate? Because the reason I asked that question, Ms. Woolbridge, is that in your right-hand column, your right-hand column for row A, you say that there's been no in-depth assessment explaining how allowing the level of development would be inappropriate. That's really the test in B, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, in A, I've said that.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yes,
yes.
I expected you to say, well, I wouldn't be surprised if you said that in B, but I'm surprised that you've said it in A.
Yeah, yes, I see what you're saying. Identify.
I'll give you an example just from Porirua that's something your colleagues will be familiar with. It's been criticism that the case hasn't been made that shading is a qualifying matter, and that goes to what is it about shading, that well-being, mental well-being, that sort of thing. I'm just wondering, isn't that the same test in terms of character? What is it about character that might make the levels of national direction development inappropriate, as opposed to getting into the detail that might be otherwise covered in B?
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I think to identify what it is, so you need to work out, okay, what's character? What are we looking at here? So that they've done that, they've gone through and they've looked at their buildings and then they've done that. But then to, I guess, understand, so identify.
Presumably you could make a case for a qualifying matter that falls under J, but under A, but then come to a conclusion under B that notwithstanding that the case has been made potentially, it just doesn't stack up in terms of in light of the national significance of urban development.
I guess for A, you've got to understand the significance of that special characteristic. So,
yes,
you know, we've got factual assessment. Yes, okay, these are pre-1930 buildings. Okay, so what actually is it about those pre-1930 buildings? Why do we want to manage them through different provisions? So, you know, yes, factually we can go, yes, that's a lovely example of a pre-1930s building. But what is it about that building that's special?
And you don't think that the preliminary sections of the Boffa-Miskell assessment does that?
Yeah, I think it does. It does. They do a lot, not just the buffer, but the story map. And I think the maps that council appended, I think it was their 42A report, those are really helpful where they set out all the primary buildings. So yeah, I think they do paint that picture. And I guess that's where the definition of character has come from.
Yes. So what should put across against 77 LB? Could we be more, is it possibly more neutral on 77 LA?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, they have, you know, I do recognise they have done a lot of work in that space. So yeah.
Thank you.
I think 77 LB is for me, you know, as I said, where the biggest gap is.
Thank you. I interrupted, and you want to move on to C now.
Okay. Yes, so yeah, sort of C, I guess, does slightly cover. It's similar to A, I suppose, because it identifies the sites to where the matter relates. So yeah, this is where we've got those combination of documents that do identify that character. So as I said, they have done that test. I'm pretty happy that that meets that test. Point 2 there, evaluate the specific characteristics on a site-specific basis to determine the geographic area where intensification needs to be compatible with the specific matter. So obviously we had discussion this morning on what that site-specific analysis might mean. And yeah, I might just, I don't know whether we get into that now or whether we say that that's been dealt with. But from my point of view, again, we could have gone further here to look at why, why intensification would not be compatible with character. So what is it about intensification? I think Mr. Ray said earlier, there's a difference between density and built form. So is the concern built form or is it density? And so just breaking that down further to look at that, are there certain areas where you could have more built form than is provided than in others? So just being a little bit more specific there for that one. And then for the third test, that's where we talk about managing, achieve the greatest heights and densities permitted by the MDRS or policy 3 while managing the specific characteristics. And I suppose that's where council have got their range of options for in their section 32. And I did hear, I think it was Mr. Lewandowski the other day, he was sort of responded to that where, where they've looked at the no objectives, no policies approach, and what that would mean would be a high density. So from their point of view, I think they feel they've satisfied that. But I think other options would have been, well, what about if we apply high density, but we look at high density zone where the purpose is higher density, but we look at the built form standards to manage those effects, and there's some sort of hybrid of that. So I think there could have been more work done around that to understand whether you can, what are the greatest heights and densities. And again, like I said, the differences in the areas, between the characters of the different areas. The broad brush approach at the moment, one size fits all, but if you are minded to consider character as a qualifying matter, is a more bespoke approach appropriate? You need to go through that analysis to understand that. Did you want me to run through the section 77J, or is that a little bit?
I'm reasonably clear on that.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay.
You've given us the material, and from my vantage point, we've got a lot of commentary. I think we need to go back to the source material and do the same exercise you've done.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in the light of what I anticipate will be a further column with the council's response to your response to the council.
I need a bigger paper then.
Yes, we'll go to A2.
Yes, and you'll note that Mr. Lewandowski's online. He's listening. So
yes. Yeah, I did just sort of while we're talking about the densities and built forms, I noticed in Mr. Lewandowski's rebuttal evidence that he cited a case at South Ross Corner, which I thought was quite interesting. I think he said in somewhere that he felt that the high density zone was incompatible with the character. And then he cited that case, and I looked it up, and that's got, I think, 8 apartments on a 564 square metre site, which is about a 1 to 70.5 square metre density. So that's an example where you've got a density provision that might be appropriate in the high density zone, but you've got a built form that's trying to respond to the surroundings. So I think, he's actually highlighted an option, a case where high density zoning doesn't need to actually compromise character. It's just, there are other ways to potentially do that if you determine that the character is a qualifying matter.
It's an interesting development. It's got a very significant underground car park to enable that sort of density to occur. So it was a huge investment by the applicant and a creative design by Parsonage Architects. I know a little bit because I was the commissioner on that.
Okay.
And it's won several awards.
Yeah, I just found some information online about it. It looked pretty interesting. So yeah, I just think that's a good example that Mr. Lewandowski's highlighted.
Yes, I'd have to say I agree.
Good. Was there any other questions on the table, or is there anything you'd like me to run through in my evidence?
No, there's, no, as I say, I think that we've reached the point where we just need to, need to get the council's response, and then we need to basically run the litmus test over what we've got.
Yeah, I mean,
Like we've got a lot of commentary,
yes,
and we need to go back over the source material and say, whose view do we accept?
Yes, yeah, I mean, subject to, agreement from
Yeah.
Kāinga, or happy to work with the council on these things to try and, as with other matters we've mentioned.
The
Yes, the only other issue was the design guide. Sorry.
Yes.
Matters.
Yes, yes. So I've sort of covered off the mechanical side of the design guide in my evidence, and I've deferred, to the detail of the design guides to Mr. Ray, because that's an urban design matter and just a planner. Did you want me to run through that, or did you have any questions?
Well, I guess we're at an interesting sort of juncture at the moment where we've got a case for keeping the design guides been pursued by the council, and a case by some submitters who have an urban design background saying they're really not fit for purpose, and really it would be inappropriate to keep them in the form in the plan if they're not changed fundamentally. And so we've tested that with them as to what level of change might be necessary, what the process might be. So I'd be interested in your comments on those two matters.
Yeah, I think probably one of the fundamental issues for me, and I think it's already been covered by other people, is, design and technologies and building, they evolve sometimes quite rapidly. And if you've got a design guide in the plan and you might get a consent in 5 years' time that looks at the design guide, and I've had it myself where I've lodged consents and I'm reading the design guide and thinking, well, actually we're proposing a better solution, but does it quite fit with the design guide? It can make you a little nervous going through that process because it's quite a subjective sort of a test. You've got your urban designer council have got theirs, and you have to knock that out. So I guess the fundamental benefit of having the design guide out of the plan is it does allow for an evolution of that, which is something I think should happen as time moves on. And
it's interesting because Mr. McIndoe and Mr. Burns are generally advocates of having a design guide in the plan. That's been their approach at Porirua.
Yeah.
In this case, they have taken the converse view because they believe the design guide is fundamentally flawed. And I'm not using emotive language just for the sake of it. That's their words. Mr. Ray at Porirua, I think, has got, I hope I'm not putting words into his mouth, but the preference from Kāinga at Porirua is to have the design guides out of the plan also. But the design guides, perhaps in Porirua context, don't suffer the same fundamental issues that Mr. McIndoe's identified for Wellington.
Yeah.
So I'm sensing that whilst Kāinga have a preference for the design guides out of the plan in Porirua, the changes that are being made might make their inclusion in the plan a little bit more palatable, and that's something that is yet to be decided. But
yes, yeah,
that's quite a different situation to what we've got in front of us in Wellington.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I think as Mr. Heel and I think Mr. Ray both touched on is, if you do have that design guide out of the plan, then you have to have really strong, mechanisms within the plan to articulate those outcomes. And I think you can do that. I know you talked to Mr. Heel already about some of that wording, but I think it is possible, once you get the design guide knocked into shape, assuming it does happen, then, there will be key outcomes in there that you can articulate through the policy framework, which do make it clear and user friendly for people picking up the plan to be able to understand what is expected of them. And then, I guess as a planner, you sort of then you're looking at those outcomes in the policy, and the crux of what you've got to do, and then essentially you're handing it over to the urban designer who will use the design guide for their
Yeah.
nuts and bolts.
We need to be conscious of the time that's
Yeah.
available to all participants and also to the panel
Yeah.
to land and write up this
Yes.
matter.
Yeah.
To that extent, we put Mr. McIndoe and Mr. Burns, and we get to hear back from the council whether a middle ground might be to take the objectives and principles from the design guide, and I understand that in a separate document, and recast those as policy matters or assessment matters that, and I don't want to use the word interim solution, but might be able to be used on the basis that there might be a separate schedule, one process to reintroduce the design guidelines in a more, and I'm only using Mr. McIndoe's language, more for purpose of way at a later stage.
Yeah, I think.
Any views on that?
Yeah, you can't leave a void, I don't think. I think it's important that you have something. So I think if there's not time in this process to iron out those specifics of the design guide, then yes, understanding those key objectives to put in the plan is definitely a way to avoid having a void.
I mean to make it clear that in socialising these matters with you or discussing, I don't have an opinion.
No.
I'm just trying to test the different options.
No, I understand.
And as I said, we're still to hear the council's try to reply on this.
Yeah, it's a process. I understand that.
Following up on that, yes, I think that there's certainly a view been expressed to us that design guides needs some specific work. But in terms of the Kāinga emphasis on the need for regional consistency, I was intrigued by the fact that your colleague, Ms. Williams, in her evidence on the Pairua plan, said to us her fallback if the design guides remained in the plan was to use language in the policy, which is effectively what's already in the Wellington policy, which is referring to the intent of the design guides. So is that your view, that at the fallback position?
Professionally, from my point of view, the fulfill the intent is not entirely clear as to what that is meaning. Yeah, I think that could be articulated more clearly.
In fact, that's the current wording. Yes. The nuance on that was fulfill the intent of the relevant objectives and policy, or sorry, yes. Objectives and principles of the guidelines, as opposed to the guidelines per se. And that was where we got to on Pairua.
Right. Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think, our position, which I'm happy to support, is that we move away from that language and instead refer to those key outcomes.
Well, yes, we understand that's your preferred position.
Yes.
Ms. Williams put it saying, well, if the panel doesn't agree with that position, her fallback was to have that kind of language, and you're telling us no, you wouldn't be happy with that.
My personal professional perspective would be it's not it could suffice. It doesn't, it's just a little unclear from my point of view. If I picked that up and looked at that, fulfill the intent, I would potentially wonder. I haven't unfortunately thought of what might be more suitable wording, but to give that a bit of thought if that would assist.
Can I just ask you to pause there? I need to check with my colleagues how long we think we might need, because my colleague to the left has a flight to catch.
This last top issue, we're not asked one more.
So might break for probably 3 minutes so she can make a call and call a cab. Under control.
Can you do that for me?
No, it's the hiking.
5:30.
Thank you.
Yes, so
the drop dead time for finishing is 5:28.
That's me. Mr. Hill was just clarifying for me. I'm not wholly conversant in Pairua. I understand Pairua design guides are better, and that's why Ms. Williams.
Well, like the starting premise is that if they're in shape,
Yeah, I think, yeah, if they're super clear so that anyone picking them up can understand, then maybe fulfill the intent works, but there might be other options for wording. I think the point is you need to be clear about what the expected outcomes are and what you're supposed to do with those.
Can I just add something here quickly? Commissioner McMahon, you might be familiar with the Land Development Manual in Nelson.
Unfortunately, I am.
Yes. And some of the requirements in the Land Development Manual are mandatory.
Yep.
And some are optional.
I think the shaded grey or something.
That's correct. So being clear about exactly what things are critical and what things aren't would be very useful.
We've had that discussion with the council team. Whether essential in fact means essential. So I think you can take that as given. Mr. Burge, do you have any questions for Ms. Woodbridge?
I don't think I do actually. I think we've traversed everything.
Well, in that case, I'll ask you, I think that this might not be what you intend. You go to paragraph 4.5C. The last sentence, with the say, an overlay is a more appropriate planning mechanism, and then this is inconsistent with the national planning standards, which is a bit of a problem.
Yeah. No, that in is definitely an error. So yes, if I could please strike that out. Yes, and what I was meaning there, so if the national planning standards talk about overlays to manage distinct values, and that would seem appropriate for character, which is the distinct value.
Okay, just hold that thought. Your statement at 4.16, objective 4, policy 6, a clear and directive in respect of the need to accept changes to amenity values to accommodate the required intensification. And I thought that was a bit of a stretch.
Sorry, which bit of that paragraph?
The first sentence of 4.16.
Sorry, what is it you think is a stretch about that bit?
Objective 4 reads, urban environments, including amenity values, develop and change over time, etc., in response to various things. That's a statement of fact.
Yes.
And then policy 6, decision makers have particular regard. That's not the same as saying must accept.
Yes, that's a fair comment.
That planned urban built form may involve changes that may detract from amenity values, but improve others and are not of themselves an adverse effect. It doesn't seem to me to be saying that, to telling us we must accept changes to amenity values, still less adverse effects to amenity values.
Well, so B, we have to have regard to the planned urban built form in those RMA planning documents may involve significant changes to an area.
Yes.
So we need to have regard to the fact. So if I read that as if you're living in an urban environment, you would need to have regard to the fact that your surrounding environment may change as a result of the intensification provisions through the MDRS and the MPSUD, and that although your amenity values may change, and they may change in a way that you don't personally like or appreciate, that in itself is not an adverse effect, but there will be other people for whom those changes have a positive effect.
The point being, I think it's clearly pointing out that there are pros and cons,
Yes.
but I don't see it going as far as you say it is clear the need to accept changes. That's my point. That if you'd said it was implicit, I could have understood that, but you're saying it's clearly saying that, and I'm asking you, where does it say that?
I think it says it at B, where it says that it may involve significant changes. I suppose maybe it's not clear because it's not in plain English. I'm not sure. It reads.
It's in the tortured English of some drafters.
Yes. Yeah, I suppose your interpretation of have particular regard to it's not a plain English method of expressing something. So yes, it's possible I have over conflated 416, but I still think the message is relatively clear that people who live in an urban environment must, well, not must accept, because that's what I said here, but should anticipate, maybe that's a better way of putting it, that their amenity values will change as a result of these intensification.
There are analogies about making cakes without breaking eggs.
Yes.
A question at 4:30. This is a development of based on Mr. Cullen's reasoning, I think. Or I drew the link at least. You don't agree with the council's approach to reduce intensification on the basis demand will be supplied. Look at it and say that's not consistent with the Act. Looking at it more conceptually, is there a sliding scale here that, and this is essentially Mr. Cullen's reasoning, I think, he can tell me I'm wrong, that if you were marginally exceeding the demand, then there are clearly questions. But as you go up the chain, as you create more and more capacity relative to demand, the needle, as the importance of going still further shifts, because that's the proposition, that the closer you are to the line, the more emphasis that there is on providing more. But the further away you are from the line, the inverse is also true. The less emphasis there is in providing still more. What do you think about that as a proposition?
I could probably defer that to Mr. Cullen. That's his areas of expertise. But are you referring to that in respect? I've referred to it in relation to the qualifying matter here.
Yeah.
Is that
the
context of your question?
But the background to you're saying you're focusing on lack of justification. We understand your argument or your reasoning, not your argument. That's pejorative. Your reasoning to reach that conclusion, we've got to test that. But more generally, in terms of the proposition, more is better. At a certain point, do you reach a certain point where you have enough, and that argument, it doesn't, and that's a progressive. It's not you've reached a line this far, and at this point we don't need any more. But it's the relative weight that you place on having more shifts depending on where you are in relation to the assessment of demand.
think in respect to character precincts, which is the context there, the character precincts are in those walkable catchments. And so the assessment about capacity has covered, you know, the district wide, but I think focusing on capacity within those walkable catchments, that's why we've got that high density residential to try and achieve those densities in those areas. I don't know, Mr. McCullen. Mr. Cullen, do you want to jump in here? Because I'm feeling it's a little bit outside of my area of expertise.
What we're saying, what we're endeavouring to understand collectively is, first, have we got our projections right over 30 years? Are we catering as well for latent demand in that assessment? My proposition is that we aren't. We're only dealing with growth. We've then got a methodology that's largely prescribed to us by the NPSUD, which we're following, which gives us at least a margin, or requires to give us at least a margin. And then the further we go above that, assuming that we've got everything preceding that right, then there's, I guess, your point, there's a reducing sort of ceiling in terms of the importance of that particular extension. I would accept that is true. So, but there's another thing too, which I possibly didn't mention appropriately or properly, which has to do with how far we want to go past that to be competitive and to start looking at price as a factor, which is different to the kind of assessment I think that you're looking at.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
That's all for me. Mr. Lutz? No pressure.
I'll talk fast.
I'm sorry, I still have one.
I'll answer it in 10 minutes.
In your paragraph 813, you are proposing some amendments to the policies, and one of them is under B, with regards to achieving urban design outcomes, is the scale, form and appearance of the development is compatible with a planned urban built form of the neighbourhood. Now, can that be reduced just to the planned urban form? Because, of course, as we have heard from submitters, there will be, and I think even Mr. Ray has actually agreed to that change that will happen will take quite some time. So we are talking potentially 30 to 50 years. Can we, in that time, be blindly not looking at what's there, but just looking what we want to have in 50 years, and the rest of the people needs to live with in the 50 years with whatever falls out the other end?
Yeah, I suppose the baseline standards gives us indication of what that planned urban built form might look like at a baseline. So yes, you probably could rely on the standards, but I guess if if this is a policy, then, and you're minimising what your outcomes are in the policy, then you need to be clear in the supporting guidance as to what those outcomes are. The intention was to have quite clear outcomes articulated in the policy, and it's possible you could refine that.
Right, thank you. That was nice.
Sorry.
You better be faster.
He'll be really quick. Goes like this. The council's rule approach is predicated on, for the high residential side, is predicated on having two building height control areas, and that's S1 and S2. You've deleted S2 and put everything into S1. And I'm just wondering, and I don't think you've made any changes to the rules that reference S1 or S2. Yeah, so there might be a mechanical issue there.
sure.
Would you be able to get together with Mr. Patterson and address that so that at least you agreed on the mechanical matters, even if you disagree on the reasons for them?
Yep, absolutely.
Yes, you understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, that's where I was getting a little bit confused. I'm not too sure how we get to your US one otherwise.
On that note, call it a night. Thank you to the Kāinga team, for your assistance and for your contribution, and for your patience dealing with my questions in particular. So we'll take everything on board.
Just the one point I raised at the outset about a window of opportunity to provide you with an updated set of provisions.
That at the end of the hearing, I'll issue a minute directing when I will issue a minute identifying the timing for the reply, and I will include reference to that in that minute because I'm anticipating a staged approach. But the timing of the reply is certainly going to be after the 21st of April. So you can assume that you've got at least until then. And if I forget to put in the minute, then can your learner junior kindly remind me? Thank you. We'll adjourn, and we're back 9 o'clock on Monday.
I just saying to go.